Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Power Woman Experience 2020.
Yes.
How are you doing today? It is a beautiful Saturday afternoon in the city of Lagos in Nigeria. My name is Quinette Ninama, and I am your moderator for this session. And with me is...
Hi, good morning. Here on the East Coast, live from Maryland. I am Fala Kayode. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening.
Yeah. Fala, how you feeling today? I feel excited. I feel stoked. I feel pumped.
I feel amazing. I feel powerful. I am excited to be here with all of these powerful women at this 2020 Power Women Experience.
All right, people. So I'm sure you're watching us right now. So if you are watching us right now, please just tell us where you're watching from, what country you're watching from. Leave your name in the comment section because we're reading it. Tell us your name. Tell us what country you're watching from. And these are the hashtags that you'll be using for today's event. Hashtag PWE20, hashtag PW Experience 20, hashtag the Power Woman Experience. Okay? Please leave your name and tell us where you're watching from.
And continue to put in those comments because we are watching the YouTube. We're going to respond. We're going to give shout outs today. Let us know, share on your social media. Make sure you tag those selfies as you're sitting down, watching and ready to be inspired by all of the stories from these powerful women. Make sure you let us see you. We want to share you also on our social media.
Yeah, we can see you. Olani Baba
Jamie from England, we see you.
Yeah, we see you.
Pastor Vera, we see you from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Oh, yay. It's so good to be here.
We see you also from Moe, Ogun.
Yeah,
all right.
We see you from Nigeria as well. Clara Uber, we see you. Thank you from Lagos. We see you.
Yes,
yes. Right. It's going to be an amazing time. It's going to be an amazing time. So I need you all to do this for me right now. I need you to click on the share button. I need you to invite all the people in your sphere, in your contact. Invite everybody.
It
This
is
is an
not too late.
experience. Yes, this is an experience you don't want to miss.
Yes.
So please, please, please click on the share button and please share on all your social media handles. Thank you.
We even have some males joining us today. We see you, Oladapo from
Yeah,
Lagos, Nigeria. Sheila
awesome.
Charles from South Africa, we see you. Abiola Kuti from Lagos, Nigeria.
Keep it coming, people. We're so
Yes.
excited to have you all. Well done. Thank you. You're in for an
Also
amazing
share on
time.
your social media if you haven't already done so. You can share on YouTube, but also share it on your social media. We know you have lots of followers, and we want them to also be a part of this wonderful experience this morning, this afternoon, or this evening.
Yes, from wherever you're watching the part of the world. So just be part of this experience. It promises to be an amazing time. You're going to learn a lot from these powerful women who are going to be talking to us in this session. All right. Fola, I have my pen, I have my paper, and I'm ready to write away.
I am ready as
Oh,
well.
Bukola from Lagos. Oh, awesome. Yay. Good to have all of you. Thank you for joining
Yes,
us.
yes. I see Bola from Ibadan, Oyo State. Oluwakemi from Oyo State as well. We have a lot of people calling, well, signing in from Africa. We have people from India. We have people from all over the world.
All over the
Maryland, we have Living
world.
Real with Sarah. Sarah from Baltimore, Maryland. Shouts out to you. You're right here in my area.
That's amazing. It's a global event. So, I mean, we
Yeah.
have to have everybody sign up from around the world. We're in for an amazing time. So, I'm glad that everybody is on now. So, one more thing, you can just, I'm whipping up my phone. Fola, is your phone ready?
It's right here. I'm ready.
Okay, so we're going to have to take a picture. I want us to take a picture and then you put
We're
it on
ready.
your social media and then you say Power Woman Experience 2020. Okay, let's all take a selfie.
Let's
And
go.
let's go. Click, click, click. Okay.
All right.
All right. So let's take a selfie, posting using the hashtag. All right. Let's use the hashtag PW20, hashtag PW Experience 20, hashtag the Power Woman Experience. All right. So let's keep posting. Let's keep inviting people.
Yes.
Click on the share button. Share as many people as you can share to on your social media handles. Shade Mokulu from Nigeria. Awesome. Awesome.
Yes. Usayo, we see you. Favor, we see you. Chinny, we're seeing them. We're seeing those names, those comments, and make sure you, again, put those pictures on your social media and hashtag us because we do have a special treat later.
Yeah. So, Fola, what are your expectations?
My expectations today is really just to be inspired. We're all motivated and powerful women, but it's always good to hear other amazing stories and hearing how people have gone through what they've gone through to get to where they are today. So I am ready and prepared to take the things that I'm doing to new heights, to see what challenges and obstacles didn't stop some of the women that we're going to speak to today, and let me know how I can further expand. So I'm excited. Are you excited, Queenette? What is your experience? What are you expecting?
I am stoked. Like I said, I'm actually really, really excited. Like I love knowledge because it expands your mind, right? And then when you see women who have gone through similar challenges or similar challenges like you think is going to break you, and they tell you, "Don't worry, we've gone through this and we came out successful and we came out strong." I think it's amazing. It's worth celebrating. So I am here looking forward to talking to all of them, learning a lot from them, gaining a lot from them. So I'm just here excited. My heart is open, my mind is open, and I'm ready to fly.
That is good. So we're going to give people a little bit more time to keep coming in, keep coming in.
Yes,
We're
keep coming
watching
in.
you. We see you. Regina from Nigeria. We see you. Nkechi from Virginia. We see you. Usaya from Ontario and Canada. We see you.
Oh
Just
wow, we
keep
see
coming
all of
in.
you. We see all of you.
Keep
We're gonna have
sharing. Keep sharing.
make sure you take that picture because we're going to have a selfie challenge. So you need to
Yes.
take these pictures, and we'll be putting up your pictures on the screen. So please take the pictures, share on your social media handles, invite your friends, invite the guys as well. They have a lot to learn. Trust me. Just invite them.
Absolutely.
Just keep coming. Just keep coming in. So Fola, um, how, I mean, I know we're here, it's the deal day. Um, what are those, like for me, I was feeling really nervous and excited at the same time. I had butterflies in my tummy. I'm like, oh my God, it's a power woman experience. It's here. And then, looking at looking at all of the speakers and what they've been through, I am so inspired. I am so excited. And I'm like, whoa, these are women. They've been through a lot. And, their hair still standing strong. I know it's always very difficult for people to believe when people tell their stories, but these people are coming here to tell us their stories, and it is real. They've gone through situations that everybody out there have gone through, even worse. And I'm
Right.
like, whoa, I think I can do anything. I think I can do anything right now.
Absolutely. And you can. And we're going to continue to do amazing and wonderful things. So, all the women out there too doing amazing and boss things, go ahead and put in the comments on YouTube as well, on Facebook, wherever you're watching from, wherever you're streaming from. Put boss woman, boss move. Let us know that you two are
Let's
a
know.
boss woman,
Yes. Don't be ashamed to call yourself that. Don't be ashamed to
power
call
woman.
yourself that. You are a power woman. You're a boss woman. So go
Yes.
ahead,
Yes.
put it there. Put it there. Let's see it.
Maya,
And
we see you. One day we see you. We see all of you. Just continue to put those comments in. Continue. We know that people are on Facebook. We have people on YouTube. We have people all over. We're looking at people right now. Oh, we see
yeah,
some more Facebook coming in now as well.
yeah. We see Taiwo from Facebook watching. We see you, Mayowa from Facebook. All right. We see you. We see you. Yeah, one day from Nigeria. Good to see you too. Regina, we see you. All right. This is amazing.
It is. It is. I am excited. I'm happy to be here.
Now,
Is
this is
everyone
what I
happy to be
thought.
here? Is everyone happy to be here? Let's see in the
If,
comments. Are you happy to be here
if
this
you're
morning? Are
happy
you
to be here,
anticipating?
if you're excited, just, put an emoji there. Tell us how you're feeling. How you're feeling. I said I was feeling stoked, excited, awesome. I mean, tell us how you're feeling too.
Yes.
Someone
Feels
says
good to be
yes.
a part of this event. Okay, Temi Tope, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Someone says I'm excited. I'm excited too.
We're getting thumbs up. Okay. All right. So are you guys ready to get this kicked off? We are ready. We are ready. We are going to go
We are
ahead and get you
ready.
started.
All right. So right about now,
My name is Sheila
uh,
Kiloton.
we're
I'm an
ready.
expert brand strategist, a content creator, a marketing expert, the author of a book titled Unequaled, and the founder of On Point Success. On Point Success is a creative agency that specializes in branding, digital marketing, and web design. I am the first child of a family of 4 girls, and I was raised in a small town called Rock City, also known as Abeokuta in Ogun State, Nigeria. Growing up in my community, I saw how a lot of people placed emphasis on having male children so much more than having female children. I also witnessed a lot of people looking down at my mom each time she told them that she had all female children. It was like a doom sentence. I also witnessed a lot of women in my community that were subjected to physical, emotional, and mental abuse just because they were female children. I purposed in my heart that anytime I had the opportunity to make a difference, to make an impact in the lives of other women, I was going to do so. Shortly after I got married, my husband and I had the incredible opportunity of relocating from Nigeria to the United States. That was when we started a new life. We had a baby right after we relocated, and we found ourselves in the job market. Finding myself in the job market where my parents were not available to help me, it made me see things in a different light. I started reaching out to people in my community, and some other people also reached out to me. I remember exclusively one day a woman had approached me and she asked me, she said, "What type of job are you looking for?" In my mind, she was trying to help. And then I told her the type of job that I've been dreaming of. I said I wanted an office job, a professional job in my line of study. Her reaction was hilarious. She just started laughing. And I was wondering, what's so funny? Is it not okay to dream? Or can I not get a job? And she went ahead to tell me about a lot of people that have come before me and were unable to secure a job because they didn't have a degree in the United States. And moreover, I was just an immigrant and I would not be allowed to get a job. I didn't believe her. I went ahead and applied for the type of job that I knew would fit my family situation, and I knew that it was a professional job that I was dreaming of. I got the job, and at the same time that I started working, I was also going to school. I was going to grad school. So during the day, I was a worker, and at night, I was a student. In the dead of the night, I was a wife and a mom. Walking through school and graduating from grad school, I still felt some type of emptiness inside me. I knew that I had much more inside of me that was begging for expression. I just didn't know how to go about it. And then one day I came across a book titled 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. As I opened the pages of this book, I was enthralled by the content. Up until that point, no one ever explained leadership to me the way I understood it in that book. The book was written by John Maxwell, who is my mentor today, and I went ahead to buy many more of his books. I also discovered so many other leaders in personal development. Fast forward to a few years after that, I decided that I wanted to start a business. The first thing that I was looking for in my community when I started my business was, looking for mentors, people that could actually mentor me, people that have gone ahead of me and they have done something amazing. But I didn't really find any. Many of the people I knew back then, maybe they had businesses, but they weren't registered, or maybe they weren't just running their businesses the way I would have loved to run my business. So one day I went to the library and the librarian approached me and told me about SCORE. I was like, what's SCORE? She told me SCORE is an organization that is designed for retired entrepreneurs that are willing to mentor upcoming entrepreneurs. I decided to give it a try, and I was completely blown away by the selflessness, the sacrifices, and the resources that were available to me. All my mentors, they rallied around me, they held my hands, they provided me with the knowledge, the tools, and the resources that I needed to get my business off the ground. And then it came back to me. The dreams that I had as a child came back to me that I needed to give back to my community. If I have been given so much, I needed to give back to my community. And so in 2015, I decided to put together a program themed Passion to Profit. I wanted to help women monetize their talents because I believe that every woman and every human being has innate talent that has been given to them at birth to succeed in life. So I started Passion to Profit, and I also started a platform called On Point Small Business Success. This platform is for women entrepreneurs that have a desire to succeed in business and prosper in life. At the end of the event Passion to Profit, I decided to carve out an inner circle from On Point Small Business Success, which is called On Point Small Business Success Elite, OSPS Elite for short. And this is a group of women that have been identified and determined to really succeed in business and prosper in life. I started showing up daily. I poured myself into these women from all around the world. And in 2017, I said I wanted to create a platform whereby all women can come together. And that was how I started the Power Woman Experience. The Power Woman Experience is a conference for all women, all professional, career, or business women across the world that are willing to learn, connect, collaborate, and network with one another. With the Power Woman Experience, you have the opportunity of listening to amazing stories of women in our community around the world that are blazing the trail. 2020 is actually the 4th year that I'm hosting this event, and I just want to welcome you all to this incredible experience of professional, career, and business women from across the world. You are here today because you know that there is something more inside of you that is begging for expression. So be rest assured that this program is going to provide you the opportunity to listen to the stories of other women that are blazing the trail in our community. So sit back, relax, get your notebooks, get your pen, and be ready to soak it all in. And remember, throughout this entire program, you're here and you are worthy. You are here and you are going higher. You're here and you would experience abundance. Tell your friends about it, invite them to come and watch with you, and then I'll catch you later. Stay blessed.
Amazing, amazing. I am so excited. You have just saw the information provided by our convener. I'm sorry, excuse me. Still a little choked up. I'm so happy to be here this morning, this afternoon, this evening, wherever you are streaming from. That was our convener of the day, Mrs. Sheon Akinloton. She is here. Like she said, she's been doing this for the past few years. And we didn't know that we would be in a situation like we are today where we've had to go on virtual, but this has made it an even more global event. So we are so happy you're here. If you are watching on YouTube, if you can do us a favor and subscribe to the channel, subscribe so that you know when other events come up. Go ahead and also share this link, share it on your WhatsApp status, share it on your social media. Let us know where you are streaming from. We also want you to use our hashtag. Our hashtag was mentioned before, but if you didn't see the hashtag, go ahead and hashtag PWE20, PWE Experience 20, hashtag the Power Woman Experience, and let us see you all over social media. We're going to definitely share some of those pictures later. Go ahead and take some selfies, get your phone out. Let us see those beautiful faces. We want to see you smiling. So what I want to do now is I want to introduce the person of the day. I want to introduce our convener. I want to let you hear a little bit from her live. She is here. We want you to hear a little bit more about her story, which some of that will come later, but we want to go ahead and let you know a little bit behind the scenes of why we're here today. As you saw in the video, she was inspired to do more, give back into the community. And this platform today is already her giving back. This was absolutely free. So wherever you're streaming from, wherever you're seeing this from, this event was free. But however, we are open to donations. A lot went behind the scenes, a lot of man hours and things. So the information will be shared later. We would like you to also complete our survey. Okay, good. It's on the screen. You can take your cameras out. Go ahead and put it in camera mode. You can get the code to go ahead and subscribe. We also have PayPal. We will be doing surveys later. We just want you to be a part of this experience, but all good things, of course, take a little bit of funding. So please go ahead if you will. Otherwise, please share and subscribe. So we are happy. We would like to bring in now our Mrs. Sheon Akinloton.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Power Woman Experience 2020. I am overwhelmed with joy and I'm so delighted to have you all. If you can see me and hear me, can you let me know in the comment box? I would like to give a shout out to anyone that leaves me a comment right now. Tell me your name, where you're watching from. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for that little introduction. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you, everyone, for joining. So are you leaving me a comment? Let me see who is there. I see Mayowa Opara, Temilola Obademi, Outstanding Kemi. Wow. Wonola Opaleye, Karen McDaniel. Thank you. Shei Daniels. Yay. Titi Iswagi from Abuja, I believe. Obateru from Malaya from Ukraine. Sheila Charles all the way from South Africa. I see you all. I'm so excited to have you all. Thank you all for joining me today. Oluwalanke. Yes, Ibirogba, Busayo Bameke Okoji Favor. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, gentlemen. I see you. Olayemi Akinlotan from Indianapolis. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. This is the Power Woman Experience 2020. Of course, it has taken a lot to put this together, but I just wanted to encourage you all and inspire you all. This Power Woman Experience 2020 is a result of having good people in your circle. When the pandemic started around March, I host this event every year, but when the pandemic started around March, I decided to cancel it. It was meant to be a physical event, and I kind of saw that, okay, people cannot gather, then we're going to cancel this event. So basically, I canceled the Power Woman Experience 2020, but I had good people who were on my case. They kept calling. They said, no, you have to tap into it. You have to go global. You have to do this online. And I didn't think I could do it. I gave 1,001 excuses. I said there was not enough time. I didn't have the funds. I didn't have the resources. In fact, I said I couldn't pull this together. And then one day I told one lady that had called me, I said, you know what? Let me pray about it. I prayed. I didn't hear anything. I wasn't convinced. And then I canceled it again. And then another lady called me. They said, oh, when is the Power Woman Experience? I'm like, I can't host this event. I can't do this. I don't have money. I don't have time. I used to be an event planner. I'm still an event planner. I love planning my things ahead of time. I don't like rush jobs. And then one day again, I prayed. I got some type of settlement in my spirit. And I said, Lord, you know what? I'm your daughter. Just hold my hands. I called a few people, told them about it. They got excited. We formed a planning committee and we started planning, we started marketing. And here we are today. We have the Power Woman Experience. It is such a beautiful thing when you have good people around you. It is such a beautiful thing when women come together to work, to support one another, to lift each other up. So the Power Woman Experience is all about learning. It's about connecting. It's about collaborating. It's about inspiring one another. Women, when we come together, we can do great things. We can do really amazing things. I'm really grateful to everyone that supported me in one way or the other. Everyone that, chimed in, everyone that called, everyone that did one thing or the other to make today a reality. I'm really, really grateful. Now, I have a word for you. You might be looking at me now and saying that, oh, you don't know my situation. The pandemic happened. My business is not going fine. I was fired from my job. I have a message for you that despite everything that has happened, you can rise again. No matter the level you are right now, you can move higher. You can do so much more because God has given you more than enough resources. Resources could be financial. It could be people that are around you. Who are those people that you are looking over? There are some people around you that God has sent to you to help you, but maybe you are too busy to see them, or maybe you are too shy to ask for help. I want you to understand that everything that you have around you, everything is there for a purpose. So you have to tap into those resources. And I also wanted to tell every woman today, every woman, that your voice is valid. Anywhere you find yourself, put it upon yourself to speak up. If you need help, be brave enough to ask for help. It's very, very important that you are asking for that help. And guess what? You also have to help other people. Don't be too busy to help people, because when you are too busy to help people, guess what will happen to you as well? So I want you to know that people are around you for a reason. And then lastly, you need to believe in yourself. There's nothing you can achieve without first believing in yourself. And believing in yourself is an inside job. It starts from the inside. You have to believe in yourself. You have to believe in yourself. You have to rise up and make up your mind that whatever it is, you can do it. You can achieve great things in your lifetime. Don't defy your success to your children. Don't say, oh, whatever I cannot achieve, then my children will achieve it. Yes, that's true. Our children will be greater than us, but nothing stops you from being great. So at the end of this conference, we have a lot of speakers that are doing amazing things in our community. They are blazing the trails. I want you to wait and listen to their stories, and I hope that you'll be inspired. I hope that the time you're spending here today will really be worth it. I want you to get your notepads because I want you to take notes. And lastly, I'm asking for a favor. Do share this video with people. Share. Let everyone join. Let everyone benefit, and you'll be rewarded for it. Thank you so much. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We have amazing things in store for you. I'll talk to you soon. Have a nice day. Bye.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome back. It is still the Power Woman Experience 2020, and I'm so excited. You heard everything the convener said. Believe in yourself, rise up to the challenge, and push. You can do it. Do not defer the success to your children. You can do it in your lifetime. You are enough. So if you're watching, please share the link with all your friends on your social media platforms so they can be a part of this thing. And also, please subscribe to the channel as well. All right. And when you hear anything that, gives you a little bit of butterfly in your stomach, I need you to tweet. You have tweetable quotes, just tweet away and, share the message so other people can enjoy the experience. So over to you, Julia. Good to see you. You look good.
Oh, thank you. Welcome, everyone. My name's Julia. I'm so excited to be here at the Power Woman Experience live from Tucson, Arizona. I'm a college student at the University of Arizona, and I have been looking forward to this day for a very long time, and I'm so grateful to be a part of the Power Woman Experience. I have my phone out right now, and I will be tweeting some tweetable comments all throughout this program as well, and I'll be introducing our first two panelists. So up first, we have Captain Abimbola Jayola. Captain Abimbola Jayola first became enamored by life in the cockpit after reading articles on aviation and aerodynamics. Born in Ekiti State in western Nigeria, Captain Abi comes from a family of 5 and a background that holds educational achievement and academic pursuit as important values. After completing her graduate degree, Captain Abi took her passion for aviation and turned it into a reality, becoming the first Nigerian female pilot to graduate from Bristow Academy and later the first female helicopter captain of Nigeria. In over a decade's worth of experience, Captain Abi has been able to successfully navigate the challenges of a male-dominated profession. We also have Dr. Vivian Suru John Dank, a Nigerian native who is from a little village in Edo State in Nigeria. Though her early childhood was not without challenges and financial constraint, she never allowed her most difficult obstacles to get in the way of her dreams. Following the completion of her bachelor's degree, where she completed at the top of her class, Dr. Vivian was determined to continue her studies, and after years of saving and hard work, she went on to complete both her master's and her PhD. Today, she's a technology engineer with AT&S and lives by the belief that the only barrier that can stop you is the one that you create. Introducing Captain Abimbola Jayola and Dr. Vivian Suru John Dank.
Yes, we are excited. We are so happy to see you. We see all of the comments. Are you excited about this first panel, Queenette?
I am so excited. I can't wait for Captain Abimbola, and I can't wait for Dr. Vivian to come and pour in and tell us all about their experiences. I have loads and loads of questions for them, and I'm sure you have too. I can see a lot of people commenting and tweeting, and I'm so excited. People are excited.
Yes. So welcome. If you're just joining us, we've shared our hashtags, hashtag PWE20, hashtag the Power Woman Experience, hashtag PWE 2020, hashtag PWE Experience. I'm sorry, PW Experience 20. So make sure you're using the hashtag. Make sure you're sending us your pictures, your selfies, wherever you're streaming from. Let us know in the comment section. Let us know on Facebook. Go ahead and share the link there on your WhatsApp. Go ahead and tweet. If you hear anything that sticks out, these women are powerful. They're amazing. We're going to hear a lot of great stories today and great paths. If you hear anything that sticks out to you, go ahead and share it on Twitter, share it on WhatsApp, on Instagram. We are all on Instagram as well. So let us know what you're doing, what you're hearing, and who's inspiring you.
Yes, let's know. Tweet away. Anything you hear that, makes your ear tingle, just tweet away. I mean, we're going to hear a lot of amazing words and stories from these women. I was listening to the convener. She made so much. I was inspired. Like, I literally had goosebumps. I'm like, oh my God, did she do all of these things? Despite the challenges, especially when she told the lady that she wanted her dream job and the lady laughed at her. That is enough to make you go back and not want to push anymore. But she was like, you know what? I'm going to keep moving. I'm going to keep pushing.
Absolutely.
And here we are today. And do you know that her platform has over 12,000 people, 12,000 women in her community? She has impacted over 12,000 people. It's amazing. It's amazing. So I'm sure I'm looking forward to talking to Dr. Vivian and
Captain. Yes.
Yes, they have a lot to talk to us about. So please, if you're watching, if you're just tuning in and if you're just joining, my name is Queenette Nilama, and I am one of the moderators for this event, the Power Woman Experience.
Yes, we are excited, and I am Fola Kayode, and I am here live from Maryland, the USA. So we are ready for our panelists. So y'all ready for session 1? If you are ready, in the comment section, say I am ready.
Yes, I am ready.
We are ready. I see all the hashtags. We see the hearts. We see good vibes, the hand claps. We are seeing you.
Yeah. Oh, we have someone here says, this is Odiri Ebo from Lagos, Nigeria. Ooh,
I am ready. Oh, Ayemi, we see you're ready. Adeyemi, you're ready. Yes. Miriam, you're ready.
Yes. Good vibes. I see all of you. Bola says she's ready. That's good. Shakira says she's ready.
Yes, for me, Natalie, awesome. We see you. Tammy Topper,
yes, we see all of you.
Sheila. All right, so let's go ahead and get these ladies in because we don't want to hold you up anymore. Welcome, ladies. Welcome, Dr. Vivian. Welcome, Captain Abimbala. Y'all are looking lovely. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello, it's good to have both of you with us. Amazing. I love your radiating smiles. Both of you look beautiful and amazing.
Thank you.
I'm going to start with Dr. Vivian. Dr. Vivian, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself? Just a little bit. I know we've read your bio and all of that. Please, could you just tell us a little bit about yourself?
Okay, thank you so much for having me. And thank you, Julia, for the introduction. I would like to add that I was raised by very amazing and morally rich parents. A father who loves education so much, but who unfortunately was not financially buoyant. I am from Erunu-Uneme. It's a small village in Akoko Edo local government area of Edo State. I grew up in Igara. Igara is a town also in Akoko Edo, and had my primary and secondary education in Igara. I also sold or traded in frozen fish in Igara and the surrounding villages before I left for Ado Ekiti for BSc Honors. That's my bachelor's. And after my National Youth Service, for those who are listening who are not Nigerians, the National Youth Service is a compulsory service to the nation after the bachelor's degree. It's usually a one-year program. So after my National Youth Service, I spent a few months in the University of Ibadan for master's before leaving for South Africa for my master's and thereafter PhD.
All right, great. Thank you, Dr. Vivian. Awesome. So tell us a little bit more about how you decided to go on this remarkable career path. Let us know what pushed you in that direction. in a field where it's so dominated by males, we've heard. What's kind of shaped your career path?
Do you mean my academics or industry where I work currently?
Your industry.
Okay. So when I decided to transit from academia to industry, I was focused on renewable energy and technology-driven industries. I was interested in seeing what I do ease and enhance everyday life. Today, I work in an electrical and electronic industry. We are involved in technologies and innovations that make technical revolution and digitalization possible. We industrialize leading edge technology in segments like industry, automobiles, medicals, mobile devices, and substrates. It's actually really fulfilling and motivating to see what you do actually enhance and ease everyday life. It keeps me motivated and makes me look forward to the next challenge.
Awesome. Awesome. Amazing. That's beautiful. Beautiful. So I'm going to go to Abimbola Jayola. I have the utmost respect for every female pilot that I hear about. It takes a lot of courage and doggedness to navigate through those terrain. And this is me saying, well done. So I'm going to ask you to please, to please tell us a little bit, about yourself. I know they have read a bit of your bio, but please, could you just tell us a bit about yourself?
Okay, thank you, Fola and Queenette. Hello, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to share my story with you all. I look forward to learning from other speakers, and I hope you, the listeners and viewers alike, would pick one or two things from my story that is inspiring. I am Captain Abimbola Jayola from a family of 5, first of 3 children. I have a bachelor's degree in environmental management and toxicology from the University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, and a master's in geographic information systems from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. I'm from Ekiti State, that's southwestern Nigeria. That's one state where holding multiple academic degrees is like the rising of the sun in Africa. And that, coupled with my family background, that made me to, at one point in my life, want to pursue a career in the academic field. Because my dad actually strongly desired that I hold a PhD in analytical chemistry. Because as a PhD holder, you are a source of pride to the family, and an average Ekiti man will always boast about that amongst his peers. But at a point in my life, I switched career from academics to aviation. Today, I'm a helicopter pilot. I fly for one of the leading global provider of helicopter services, and I work out of Port Harcourt in Nigeria.
Awesome, amazing. Paula, are you having goosebumps?
I am. I was still stuck at also her being the first female helicopter captain in Nigeria. That is amazing.
Yes.
That is
Yes,
amazing.
It is. Yes, it is. So, Abimbala, I'm going to ask you, I'm sure you get to hear this all the time. And from what you said, your dad wanted you to do analytical chemistry, and then you studied environmental management. It's so amazing how you just decided to go to aviation. So tell me about your career path. What informed this choice?
Especially after all of that schooling. Because,
Yes.
as you just said, she did a lot of schooling. And my family is also from Ekiti State as well. We're also Ekiti people.
Okay.
So I do understand how much of a push it is to get your education. My dad is on me regularly, and I'm still in school. So, Captain Abimbola, let us know how, after all of that hard work that you now decided to go into some more hard work and be a pilot.
And be excellent in that field as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I decided on a career in aviation during my MSc program, and it took a while to get my family on board about it, as it was not exactly a popular choice of career for a female. While some have the luxury of a role model in the career path they would love to pursue, mine was a different story entirely because I didn't grow up knowing any pilots. So, in fact, up to the moment I was in grad school, I still had no idea what an aviation career involved. So, it wasn't something to be considered for me. Um, After my BSc, I met a friend who made a big impression on me. She seems to have every aspect of her life well thought of, well planned out. She knew what she wanted to be at every stage. And she was so bold and kind of unapologetic about laying them out. But at that stage for me, I was yet to figure out what I wanted to do for the rest of my life. So it was through questioning the decisions concerning my career path that kind of leads me to a master's degree in GIS. GIS. Initially, my family were hoping that I would pursue a degree in analytical chemistry, and my father was hopeful that even with the GIS, I would still go for a PhD in analytical chemistry. But during my MSc, I remember my group of friends and myself, we had a discussion in the postgraduate hall of UI on what we really wanted to be. And it was shocking to discover that all of us, well, we all had different agendas compared to what we were doing at that particular moment. Like we had someone that wanted to be a naval officer studying GIS. We had someone that wanted to go into the army studying GIS. Like it was completely different path for everybody. So I remember telling them I would really love to be a pilot, and they were shocked. Because it was during the period in Nigeria when aviation had suffered series of accidents and incidents, and they just couldn't process it. So, with every accident, you have this crazy media coverage. You have onslaught of publications, articles, newspaper publications. So, some of these articles I read, and I started researching. The more I researched, the more I found aviation very interesting. So at the point, I had to ask myself, why stop myself? Why stop? Why stop myself? I mean, why not pursue this career? Why not go? Why not go pursue this career? Hold this line. So, and I spoke to my dad about it, and I can recollect that he told me he just waved it off. He said he will ponder over it. Apparently, he dismissed me just to have a serious discussion with my mom. He registered his disapproval. He gave my mom 1,001 reasons why it's best for a woman to pursue a career in academics. And according to my dad, a woman would have a sufficient time to think about marriage, you think about family, you think about yourself. I mean, it's understandable because he retired from the academic field, and it's the stereotype in this part of this world, in the part of this world. So for me, the turning point was not like a particular moment in my life. It was just like a gradual, continuous process that peaked into my decision making. And yes, I had my dad's disapproval initially, but I mean, I was determined to go ahead with or without his approval.
Awesome.
Okay,
Amazing.
that's awesome.
Amazing.
That
That's
is amazing.
awesome. Yeah.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you. So,
go ahead, Fala.
Dr. Vivian, just want to also bring you a little bit into this part of the conversation because we know it was also a bit hard for you, coming from a very humble beginning and humble background and then getting into this field as an engineer. Can you tell us a little bit about maybe some of the challenges that you possibly experienced, also being a female in a very male-dominated industry?
And also, Dr. Vivian, I would want you to also talk about your morally rich parents, because that stood out for me when you were introducing yourself. You said, I had morally rich parents. They didn't have so much, but I had morally rich parents. I think it would be so nice if you actually try to blend both questions together so we could get something beautiful.
Okay, thank you for your question. I said I have morally rich parents, moral in the sense that they knew and loved God, and they had good character, and they led us in the way of the Lord, and also they taught us good character rooted in virtue. So that's why I said they are morally rich. My mom was actually from Okene in Kogi State, and my dad from Uneme Erunu in Akoko Edo local government area. So concerning my challenges, usually I do not see a challenge is something that puts you to the test, right? I usually, if you see it as a barrier, it stops you. That's the truth. I see every challenge as an opportunity to learn and grow, and every new demand as an opportunity for a change of story. For instance, growing up, like I said, my dad loves education, but unfortunately was not financially buoyant. So when it was time for me to register for WAEC, I could not afford, my parents could not afford it. It's WAEC is the West African examination, which you have to pass, you have to sit for it, pass it before you can gain entrance to the university. I couldn't write it, so I didn't have the results. So with that, I could not go to the university. If I sat down and tried to brood over that, like it's not possible to go to university, I will have excuses, then probably I will still be in the village today. But I went on, started trading in frozen fish in Igara. There are 3 markets in Igara. I had spots in all the markets. I was selling frozen fish, and also in some surrounding villages in Igara, like Enwa, for example. Enwa is a village in Akoko Edo. I had a spot in one of the markets in Enwa. I go there to sell. And then if I don't finish selling the frozen fish, I have to take it home. Take it home. And because of the power, the lack of constant electricity, I have to get firewood and smoke the fish, you know what I mean, to preserve it. Then I sell it the next day. So that was what I was doing, and I was making daily contribution. There was this very reliable guy who was doing, I was making daily contribution to. I saved money with him, and he gave me everything back. That's why I say it was very reliable. I went on to sit for the examination and passed my examination. That's the WAEC, and then went to the university. Finally, I got to the university. It was really, really amazing. I was really happy because it was my dream. All my plans at that point in time was to get to the university. In fact, when I was waiting to get admission to the university, every big building I saw looked like a university to me. I just could not wait to get to the university. So finally, I got to the university. I was excited. And then it came to the point of paying school fees. It was really, really tough. The school fees then was, I remember, it was 30,000 naira. It was like 30 billion to me, like it sounded like 30 billion. It was really tough for us. It was challenging. I remember I went back home because they said you have to pay your school fees, otherwise you will not be allowed to write the exams. I was studying, and I was also worried about the fees. It was really challenging. Then I went home, I went to meet my parents. My dad could not raise the money. I was really unhappy. Then I heard about a man in a village called Akuku. It's also in Akoko Edo local government area. The man, I heard, he loans people money. He can lend you money, then you pay some interest on it. So I went on to tell my dad about it, that there's this man who can loan us money, then we pay him. He didn't buy the idea. He was not ready for it, because he's of the opinion that if you get money from such people, they go diabolical. You keep paying the interest for years, and you will not be able to pay the main capital. So when he saw the way I was reacting, he decided to oblige. We went to Akuku. I remember we took a bike. We got to the place. The man was really happy to see us. He welcomed us. And then my dad told him everything. My daughter just got admission, but we don't have money and stuff like that. She needs to pay school fees. And the man said, oh, there's no problem. That's what I do. I lend people money. He went on to tell us the interest and how it will be paid monthly. He said, but you have to come back next week to get the money, because there's no money on ground now. There's no money on ground now. So I was really, really happy. We went back home, waiting for that Wednesday. It was like, the Yorubas in Nigeria say something that, I don't know if I say it right, but the Yorubas who are listening, you can interpret. They say, like, I was really happy. Then came on that day, Wednesday, we went back to the place. I was really looking forward to get the money and go back to school. Unfortunately, we get there and the man came up with another story. It was really heartbreaking. It was painful. Then I had to go back to school without the money. But fortunately, God, I cried. Yes, I cried. I questioned God. I was angry. I remember my uncle's wife coming to me and saying, "You are crying like someone who doesn't really know God." And I said, "I've prayed. So why am I going through all this? I know what I went through to write why. Then why now again?" But finally, I went back to school, went to concentrate on my studies, and I made up my mind that I was going to graduate as the best graduating student. Because of how much time I've lost, I know some of my mates who were to write WIC together who were already in service. I remember a guy that we did secondary school together with classmates. When I was in the university, he came to my university to serve, to do his national youth service. So you understand what that means. So finally, I got, somehow God did it. My dad got paid pension. Then getting your pension, I don't know what it is like in Nigeria now, but then getting your pension is like you're begging for something. It takes long. You have to suffer to get your pension. I don't know what the situation is currently. Anyway, got his pension and I was able to pay my fees. I was just determined to be the best possible. So I kept on. And I actually graduated as the best graduating student. And then also, I made up my mind that with the delay I had, I was going to attain the highest level of degree possible. I didn't care what it would take. I was just going to attain that. And I also know that trying to plan that around someone else's finances may never make it materialize. So I started, when I went for industrial training during my course of study, because as an industrial chemistry student, you have to go on industrial training twice during the course. So for the second industrial training, I got a good place, with relatively good pay. So I started saving money, planning for my postgraduate studies. So I started saving money. I remember when I came back from my industrial training, I bought a bike and gave it to someone to walk, and it was making daily remittance, and I was saving that money. Then I went for my national youth service. When I got in for my national youth service also, I started saving. Every allowance that was paid during my national youth service, I saved. I saved everything except after paying my tithes. Then I was doing business. I said actually in Abia State, and then I was doing business and using that to keep up and save money for my master's. So immediately I came back after my national youth service. I went straight to buy the form for master's and to pursue my education.
Amazing, Dr. Vivian. Amazing. We didn't even want to stop listening. Amazing.
Yeah, did you hear all of that? Did you hear?
I heard a lot of tweetable moments. I heard a lot of hashtagable, if that's a word, moments.
I need you guys to tweet away.
Amazing.
I need you guys to tweet so many amazing
challenges.
Yeah,
I know you mentioned about challenges only being a barrier if it stops you. I do remember that one, right? And reminding ourselves that we're valid.
Yes. Dr. Vivian, I just want to ask just one question before I go to Captain Abimbola. Please, how old were you when you were doing all of this? Like the doggedness, the determination, and then you were doing daily contribution. Your parents had nothing to do with this. It is mind-blowing. It is mind-blowing.
I was up to 20. I was not up to 20 then.
Wow.
Awesome. I just wanted to know how old you were. So back to Captain Abimbola. So I remember the first time I saw your name pop up and I had to go do a little research. I was blown away. Now, I mean, you're in a male-dominated field, like they always say. That was then, And I remember in 2016 when you took off from Port Harcourt to land in Lagos, and there was an unforeseen incident that happened that led to you saving 13 passengers, including yourself. You actually landed on water. I mean, it reminds me of the Avengers. Like, really? You landed on water. Please, can you tell us about that experience and how it happened?
All right. Thank you for that. I'm sorry, I do not have the liberty to talk about the accident because it involves other people and professional codes. Also, the
Okay.
prevailing events in the industry due to the pandemic, it makes it more sensitive to discuss. However,
Wow.
let me just exploit the question to advise that if you should, you should not allow an accident or incident to dictate the pace or the pattern of your life. Rather, you should such an occurrence should be like you should exploit it to becoming a better person, because there's always a positive side or vibe in every situation, no matter how there. Thank you.
Thank you,
Awesome.
thank you. So let's
I
talk a
like
little
what
bit
you said.
about the yes, absolutely. Let's talk a little bit then about politics. We're all in a political world right now, right? So I want to find out a little bit how you were able to cope with maybe some of the politics at work in the industry that you're in. Can we talk a little bit about that, Captain Abimbala?
Yeah, I mean, working in aviation involves teamwork, and once you start working with a team, politics becomes inevitable, because you have employees coming to work with their needs, their emotions, and insecurities, which differs and might not align with the company's goals. What is important to me is for me, is to effectively focus on my task and objectives and ensure that I derive the level of satisfaction I desire. Sometimes this might mean reminding my colleagues of the collective objective we share as a team. I try as much as possible to dwell on the positive politics and stay away from the negative ones, because the truth is, even if you don't go looking for politics, it will come knocking at your door. So by staying away from the backstabbing, the unfounded rumors, and sucking up to people, and dedicating myself to my job, I mean, I stay away from the negative politics. By owning my interpersonal skills and uh, also knowing who to approach for what, being polite and professional in everything I do, I dwell more on the positive politics. Yeah.
Thank you. So Queenette touched on something that we weren't able to go into a little bit. We weren't able to go into too much, but what would you say then, Captain Abimbala, was your greatest challenge, your greatest achievement?
Oh, well, the truth is, I would say I have a lot. I have a lot because for me, every win is a challenge. I'm talking about every win is an achievement. Win in terms of every exams I pass, every hurdle I cross, every set goals that I mean you kind of achieve. For me, it's their achievements. But I'm just going to say probably one of the most notable one for me is drawing inspiration from within at every point, especially in my career, when I felt I could make use of inspiration from people in the industry and I got none. Um, I'm going to take us to the book of Numbers 27, verse 1 to 11, about the daughters. There are five ladies in that chapter of the Bible, the daughters of Zelophehad. They at that time in the history of Israel, women were not entitled to own an inheritance. But these ladies, because there was they never had a brother, so they were about losing their inheritance. So they respectfully pitched their case and brought about a change in the law of inheritance in Israel. So I made a case that changed the status quo on the training of female pilots in my fourth interview with the company. At the interview, the ops manager made it clear then that I did well. That was after the interview. But it was kind of worried because it was not sure if the management team would be open to the idea of a female cadet, because the company has never trained a female. So I'm talking about a national female now. So I remember respectfully calling his attention to the equal employment opportunity policy of the company, and that I was aware the company does not discriminate against any applicant for employment because of either gender, race, color, or whatever. And before I even finish my little speech, she just went, and I went like, okay. I'm calling you back for the next stage of the interview. And it told me to make sure that I prepare well, because I was going to face members of the management team. But today, the same company has seen more than 10 national female pilots working with or passing through the system. So for me, having to break that barrier is a big one.
Awesome.
Great.
Amazing.
Amazing.
That is so great. That is amazing. So back to Dr. Vivian. I'll take something from what Abimbola Jayola said. She said, don't allow incidents or accident dictate the pace of your life. Right? Make sure you make sure you turn it to an experience that would be good for you. I would rephrase that. So Dr. Vivian, looking at you coming from a humble beginning, and here you are right in India right now.
Yeah.
That
India.
little girl who was in Edo State in some remote village went from Nigeria to South Africa, America, and now in India, right? Different cultures, different terrain, and having to blend in and raising a family. So tell me, all of your career success up until this point where you landed in India. Can you tell us
How
about
do you juggle it all? How do you juggle it?
How do you juggle that girl from Uneme in Ira somewhere in Nigeria, and here she is in India doing amazing things. So tell us, how do you do it?
Okay, actually, when it comes to challenges, like Captain Abimbola said, that you should not let it stop you. Like immediately after I submitted my PhD thesis, I got married. And then after my graduation, I think my graduation took place like 2 weeks after my wedding. After my graduation, I had to relocate to Austria to join my husband. So when I got to Austria, it was like a new life altogether. It was starting all over again. There was a new language. I didn't understand anything in German. I had to start learning German immediately. I had to find a way to navigate and integrate very fast, because I didn't want to stay home for long. So I wanted to actually get into the job market very fast. My initial plans were actually to remain in academia, continue to contribute to the body of knowledge, then become a professor, and then continue to contribute to the body of knowledge through research. So when I got to Austria, I was actually looking at postdoctoral positions. I got a position in the university, and I went there, but there were some challenges. So I started looking out to transit to the industry. When I started looking at to transit to industry, people told me so many things. People told me that it was going to be impossible because, one, my certificate was not obtained in any European country. I had my PhD in South Africa. They said it's not a European certificate. Secondly, I didn't speak German. And thirdly, they said Austria is a very small country, so it's closed. It's like a closed country, not really open to foreigners. So they told me it will be impossible. I did not only go on to get a job in Austria. I'm currently in India on an expat assignment. I got a job in Austria in a very good company. And then my company sent me now to India in one of their plants on an expat assignment. I usually tell people that the only barrier that can stop you is the one you create.
Thank you.
Powerful. Powerful. Woo! You are still watching the Power Woman Experience 2020. I don't know if you're writing, but I am tweeting away and I'm writing
Absolutely.
away. The only barrier that can stop you is the one you created. She had to learn German. She had to do certain things. So in rounding up all of this, Dr. Abimbola, what's next for you? Why am I calling you doctor? Captain Abimbola, I'm sorry. What is next for you? What is next for you? What's your plan for the next 5 years? What's next for you?
What should we be expecting? What should we be looking out for?
You have a lot of things, but just tell us, give us points. What should we be expecting?
Well, I still currently work as a pilot. I fly for my company, and I hope to continue in that line for the next 5 years. Maybe seek other roles in the company, and also delve into other things outside outside aviation, which I'm currently working on. So for me, I mean, it's just building myself more in my career, and delving into other things outside aviation. Yeah.
Awesome. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Amazing.
Beautiful. This has been really amazing. But like, if you go through the comments, you see
I'm
people
looking at
say
them.
things like Dr. Vivian, you are a bundle of determination. Like people are so inspired by the both of you. So Dr. Vivian, my last words for you today is just give us 3 tips. Tell us what's next for you, what we should expect. I know you're on an assignment where you are right now, but tell us what to expect, and just give us 3 tips on pushing forward. I know you've said a lot, but just push forward. 3 tips on how we can push forward.
Okay, I would like to say that we should work hard and work smart. And to every woman listening to me, I would like to say that you should not be intimidated by obstacles on your way to the top. There will be obstacles on your way to the top. Just keep your focus on your goal or your goals. And then you may not be a natural, but a striver. What I mean is that you may not be born a genius, but you can work your way there. According to the award-winning psychologist Angela Duckworth, she stated that in the equation of achievement, effort counts twice. So you have to have a relentless pursuit. Pursue your goals relentlessly. Be determined. Have a follow-through attitude. And it's not enough to have goals. It's not enough to have a vision board. What counts is the efforts that you put into it. And also to my African women who are listening, I would like to say that you are just as beautiful and intelligent as anyone else. Do not, you are totally and highly adaptable and totally indestructible. Do not give in to the lies that says you are not good enough. It's a big fat lie. Don't give in to that lie. Believe in yourself, fearlessly and unapologetically. Be comfortable in your skin and even in your accent. Don't try to model your accent to fit into any class. Be comfortable in it. And know that you're not a fraud. Know that your dreams are valid. Be confident in your decisions and in your actions. And know that you are good enough.
Wow, thank you, Dr. Vivian. You've given me all kinds of hashtags, some quotes, some tweetable moments. I'm going to give them a lot on Motivation Monday. I'm going to give them a Motivation Tuesday.
I'm about to write a book on all that she has said. Like, I'm just scribbling away. Like, I will write a book on all that she has said. Did you hear that? You don't need to be born a genius.
Absolutely.
You don't need to be born a genius. So, Captain Abimbala, do you have? I know we've asked you before, but I mean, can you just give us a few tips too? Tell the women that are watching. A lot of women are watching around the world, including men. Just give us a few tips.
Yes, and how you juggle it also. Let's tap into how you also juggle your career, because we know that as a pilot, it takes you across the country, it takes you across the world. You are a family woman as well. So how are you juggling that? How is your family coping as well when you're away from home?
Well, luckily for me, I have a solid support system on ground. I have a supportive spouse. My family, they are very supportive. So most times when I'm not around, they know what to do at every time. And the job has also taught me to know when to plan for what, to put in place plans like what if plans, the main plan, what if plans, if the main plan fails, was something to fall back on. So the digital age too has also, it has made things so easy for me. I stay connected with my family, my people, anytime I'm away at work. So when I'm at work, I'm always rest assured that everything is fine at home. And to what I would like to say to women, everybody out there, I discovered that every African parent, they seem to have a mapped out plan for their children. As a mother, I can't count the number of times I've told my husband what I envision my baby girl to become. But we need to remember that the final decision rests with them. We're there to prayerfully guide them through and also provide the necessary financial and moral support so they arrive at their destination successfully. What you can do is you capture the imagination of your children at a very young age, introduce them to a positive role model, engage them, especially the girls, introduce them to STEM and STEAM subjects, and STEM stands for science, technology, engineering, maths. Disabuse their mind from the belief that certain careers are exclusive to men. Let them discover their strengths, where their strength lies, and as a parent, we can encourage them where need be. And if you are still so indecisive about what you want out of life, it's okay. Look, there are so many people on this table, there are so many people in this boat. Just make sure you are not idle on your path to making up your mind. Prayerfully look inward, make your own research, and before taking any step. That's all I have to say.
Great. I love that.
Amazing,
Great, I love
amazing.
it. Yes.
So, Dr. Vivian, I have another question for you. Couldn't help but thinking of all of your achievements. You know, I'm looking at the comment section, like Queenette mentioned, a lot of people are saying all kinds of amazing things. But what would you say was your greatest achievements at this point?
And also, how have you been able to juggle all of these things up to, because I know that you're married and your family, how do you juggle your work and the balance in the home front?
Okay, I would say my greatest achievement is actually my degree. It has given me the confidence to venture into areas that some privileged few feel is solely reserved for them. I spoke with a friend some time ago, and she mentioned that our degree makes us rock stars. I quite agree. It opens doors. So it has given me a kind of confidence that is actually difficult to describe with words. That's what I see, and I see it as my greatest achievement. That's my PhD degree. And then concerning juggling life, being married, and also being a career woman, also moving into so many parts of the world, I would say I apply the work-life integration strategy. And I have a spouse who is not intimidated by how I fly. It makes it easy for me. He once told me that whoever works more outside the home should work less at home. Outside the home, yes, should work less at home. For him or with him, there's nothing like a female or a male role in our home. Whoever is tired or feels like relaxes, while the other picks up the slack, whether in terms of cooking, cleaning, doing the dishes, or the likes. So for me, it's really relaxing and refreshing being married and also being a career woman. I have actually zero pressure.
Wow, amazing.
Awesome. Wow, this is great. This is really great. So what I hear from both of them is having solid support system. Having
Absolutely.
a solid support system at home, and this is really good. This is really awesome. So I'm sure you guys are tweeting away, sharing. I mean, this is something that all
Using the
women should actually
hashtag.
be part of. Use the hashtag. Remember, don't forget, it is still the Power Woman Experience 2020. Hashtag PWE20. The PW Experience 20. The Power Woman Experience. Please use the hashtags and tweet and comment, and please keep sharing. Thank you very much, Dr. Vivian Suruj on deck. Thank you very much, Captain Abimbola Jayola.
Thank
We've
you.
learned so much from you guys. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies.
And again, if you haven't already liked or subscribed, please do that. We're on our YouTube channel. As we mentioned, this was a free experience, a free global, something dynamic. We know that you're all excited and you're hearing a lot of continuous inspirational stories, but we are accepting donations. So if you feel it in your heart to provide a donation, you'll see the link right there. Go ahead and turn to your camera mode. You can screen it. Yes, absolutely. The UR code.
And then the UR code is the black thing, the black box you see. That's your QR code. Just click on it and something will come up, and click on it, and then you can make donations. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You have PayPal to do that too. Thank you so much. All right, Fola, I am so blown away.
I am too, Queenette. Queenette, you're looking really good over there in Lagos.
Thank you. And I'm looking at you and I'm like, I want to be where you are, but I think I like it here. All right.
It's better there right now. It's better there. I was there in March.
Yes.
It's definitely better.
It's a beautiful Saturday. It's a beautiful Saturday here in the city
That's
of
great.
Lagos, in Nigeria. Now, I remember Dr. Vivian saying her spouse not being intimidated about her shining. So it's actually good if you want to pursue your career to have a spouse who understands, and
Yes.
both of you are in sync, right?
Yes,
You've come
that
to
is
terms,
important.
you've come to agreement. Yes, you've come to agreement to say this is what it should be. Having a solid support system is beautiful
Absolutely.
and awesome. Yes.
Yeah, so we have Queenette. I realized earlier that we have a few men that are watching. So let's let some of those men, those confident men, those supportive men, whether you're a spouse yet or not, if you're a confident man, you're a supportive man, just go ahead in our comment section on YouTube, on Facebook,
And
wherever
just
you're
say,
saying.
I am a supportive man.
Yes, I am a supportive man.
I'm not
support.
afraid to see my wife shine. I'm not afraid to see my wife shine. That was really amazing. And Captain Abimbala mentioned something. She said it is good to capture the minds of your children young and expose them to mentors, expose them to things that are positive. So I think that's another thing that's really beautiful. And she said, she mentioned something that made me laugh. She was like, my father dismissed the idea. He looked, I'm sure he nodded his head and was like, okay. And then went to meet her mom and then dismissed the idea. And growing up, it feels like you're not supposed to question what your parents say to you.
Right.
Imagine if she did not follow through. Imagine if she didn't follow through. We wouldn't have had her do what she did,
And become the first.
Yes.
So what we're saying here is follow your passion, your vision. We're not saying disobey your parents, right, Queenette? We're not saying that. However, we do want you to stay true to yourself, stay true to what you believe you want. Because if Captain Abimbala did not do that, she would not have been able to tell us the story that she had today. I mean, who knows? It might have been another story, but it definitely wouldn't have been the story she shared with us today.
Yes, definitely. So we're going to go on a recess. So it's like a water break, so you can actually go and stretch a bit, but don't go too far. You can stretch a bit, drink water, but then again, a video will be playing during the recess, right? So just stretch a bit, drink water, and then come back and then watch the video. Remember, this is still a Power Woman experience.
Yes.
2020. Don't forget to use the hashtag. Don't forget to subscribe, and don't forget to share. All right. So we
don't go too far.
Don't go too far.
Website. Maybe you're thinking about having your first one made, or maybe you just need a new, better one. In any case, you should know at least some of the basics about web design. And no worries, it will only take 3 minutes. First of all, let's face it, a website is the core of your online marketing activities. If you look at all the marketing channels and techniques, what they actually do is bring visitors to your website. And the main purpose of a website is turning these visitors into customers. In marketing terms, this is called conversion. A bad website will basically cause you to waste money on other marketing methods because you don't need more visitors if you can't turn them into customers. So the better your website is, the more visitors are converted into your customers. And it doesn't really matter whether you sell consumer products online, provide local services, or build houses. Many people in the industry call themselves web designers, but they really are just a bunch of geeks with some basic coding knowledge. Of course, without much planning, they will pretty quickly create a website for you with lots of information, photos, contacts. But the question is that the way to turn the visitors into your customers? Is that what you need? And the answer is simple. No. What you have to do is look for someone serious about web design. Well, that's where we come in. This is how we make websites, by following this 7-phase web design process. Phase 1, analysis. The first step is always about information gathering, identifying things like the website purpose, goals, and target audience. Phase 2, planning. A plan includes a definition of the sitemap, structure, and technologies that we're about to use. Phase 3, design. Not only do we focus on wireframe models and the visual style in this stage, but also on the usability of the user interface for the best possible user experience. Phase 4, content. A very important part of the process is choosing the right text, photos, or videos, all optimized not only for your visitors, but also for search engines. Phase 5, development. Here, we actually create the website using the hypertext markup language and cascading style sheets with some help from databases and other technologies as well. If needed, our websites can be made accessible to mobile devices too. Phase 6, testing. We test all the technical features like code and scripts, compatibility with major browsers, but we also ask ourselves if the website really fulfills its purpose. Phase 7, deployment. After we launch the site, our job is definitely not done yet. We always monitor what's happening after the start, enabling us to fix any possible deficiencies. And if you want, we can also manage the future maintenance and updates for you. As you have just seen, web design is a very complex process, but we believe this is how websites should be done, and our customers agree. And if you share our passion for high-quality websites, let's get in touch. We'll be happy to help you with what we do best.
How are we doing, Power Woman Experience? I am feeling so inspired already. Actually, one of my favorite tweetable moments from our first panelist, from Dr. Vivian, said that every new opportunity is a chance to learn and grow. And I think that this is especially true just in light of all the challenges and transitions that we've had going into kind of a more virtual format in a lot of aspects of our life. And I, for one, have been really nervous about going to school and working in a virtual format, but I'm going to take this opportunity being online to try something that's a little bit outside of my comfort zone and to try to learn and grow as well. There's so much inspiration from our first two panelists already. How did those first two people, Captain Abby and Dr. Vivian, make you feel? Drop an adjective in the comment section. We're reading them right now. And here, I'll take a look. And up next, we have a very special guest artist, and I am so excited to introduce musical artist Sax Gold.
have
Hi.
so much goosebumps on my body. Awesome. You played one
Thank
of my
you.
favorite songs. Thank you so much. Growing up, I thought the clarinet was the only complicated instrument until I saw these
Oh,
instruments. Yes. So tell us a bit about yourself, please, and how you started this thing that I think is meant to be for the men to play, but here you are doing it
mm.
so beautifully. So tell me about
Okay.
yourself.
Yeah, the saxophone is a beautiful instrument. I don't think it's complicated though. So it's just interesting to play. Well, I started 2009. Well, I'd say it's something that happened to me. It wasn't a dream like to become a saxophonist or anything. It just happened. I saw someone playing and then I I got interested in it, and that's how I picked it up and started.
So it wasn't something that you never wanted to do this. It's just something
Yeah,
you saw.
but
It sounds like It sounds like a Bimbala who says that she wanted to do aviation, but that's not what she did. That's not what she
yeah,
studied.
it wasn't. It
So
wasn't
this is
any. Wasn't a
amazing.
dream. It
Thank
just
you so much.
happened.
That was actually an amazing performance you did. That was
Thank you.
brilliant, awesome,
Thank
brilliant and
you.
awesome. So you started when again? I didn't quite pick that.
2009, I actually studied at Delta State University. So because I didn't want to go back home, I took music. That was the available course for me. So I just took it, you know, not knowing what to expect.
So
So
it was something
I
for you.
just didn't want to go back home. So so I just took it,
Oh
and then I
wow.
saw someone playing, and so that's how. So I studied music at Delta State University, Abraka, here in Nigeria. So that's where it all started,
Awesome.
and I've been playing since then.
Awesome. Awesome. A lot of
Thank
people are saying they love your music. You did an amazing
Oh,
job. Thank
thank
you so
you.
much, Saxophone. This was really
Thank
beautiful.
you.
You lifted our spirits, and we're so proud to know that you're part of the Power Woman experience. And you've
Thank
actually
you.
said something again that is actually in line with what we're talking about. You were determined.
Okay.
You didn't want to go back home, and
Yeah.
music was all that was left, and you pursued it, and you're still
Yeah.
pursuing your career till date.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being a part of
Thank
this
you.
conference. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
All right, people. Thank you so much. You are still watching the Power Woman Experience 2020. Now we're going to go on a little recess, but don't go too far because we have a video from Amife Yakubu. It is a recess break, but you need to watch this video. All right, we'll be right back, but don't go too far because there's something you're going to learn from this video. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's a privilege to be here today and share my story with you. It's very precious to me. It's something that I love to share with fellow women, and being able to share it with you, to me, is a gift. Not a gift I'm giving to you, but a gift you're giving to me by giving me the privilege and platform to share my story with you. Although I have a very supporting family, my mother, who raised me single-handedly. Of course, she had support from families, from family friends, from friends. She had a lot of support. But I mean, my dad died while I was just 5 months old, and she had to take care of myself, my elder brother, who's just a year plus older than me, and it took her a lot. I can't even go into my childhood right now, but I also know that my childhood was a major part of making me who I am today. I was in the architectural studio, 200 level, in Obafemi Awolowo University. It was one night, and I just said to take a break from all the work, all the schoolwork, all the reading, all the drawing, and I wanted to know what I wanted to do. For some people, it was still too early. But for me, it was high time. Was I going to practice architecture? I wanted to know. Was I going to practice dancing? Because I used to have it somewhere in my head, at the back of my mind, that perhaps I could be a dancer, perhaps I could be a singer, because I sing so well. Good morning. So somehow I knew some things that I could do effortlessly. And architecture, although I loved it, I still love it, but you can see I'm not even practicing it right now. I had to decide for myself. I had to choose what I wanted to do. So I had fashion at the top of my list. I had architecture second, and I had other things. But at that point, because I made up my mind that today I'm deciding what I want to do, and when I was done, fashion was the top of my list. So I said fashion it is. So I'm just going to say a few points I had written out here about being a power woman. And first is, as a power woman, you need to learn to take charge. During my Next Titan Nigeria experience, there was a time, and the only loss that I suffered, and during that task, the one which I lost, I'd say I was a major reason why we lost, and that was because I didn't take charge of the situation. Yes, there were other things that contributed to that, because there were distractions here and there, but there's something that one of the judges, Tony Cole, said, and he was like, you need to learn to take charge of your environment. And perhaps if I had not been so distracted by the noise that was by my left, by the distractions and things that were happening by my right, which were not supposed to happen, but even though they were not supposed to happen, because they were happening, I was supposed to still take charge of the situation, but I did not, and so it cost us our win that day. Secondly, as a power woman, don't say because you're a power woman you go around frowning your face, or you go around being all bossy and you're not approachable. We see you and we're so scared to talk to you. We see you and it's like, oh, terror, error. No. As a power woman, you need to be gentle like a dove. Even the scriptures tell us to be gentle like doves. You need to be gentle like a dove. You need to be wise like a serpent. You need to be innocent as well. Like a dove, you need to be bold like a lion. And when in primary school, they taught us many of these things. Go back to them and see the things that you need to take on as a power woman to exact your power as a woman. And know that as long as you're a woman, you have this within you. All you need to do is find it and harness it. Thirdly, you have to go the extra mile. One thing that has always set me apart wherever I have been, and even where I am right now, where I am going, is I always go the extra mile. If you are doing the same thing everyone else is doing, you cannot expect to stand out. It's not possible unless you're a miracle worker. If everyone is hoeing and everyone is using the same type of hoe, everyone is hoeing in the same direction, everyone is hoeing the same way, nothing sets you apart. If everyone is making a certain sculpture or a certain piece and you're all drawing with the same colors, you're all drawing the same way, you're all using the same canvas, nothing sets you apart. You have to go the extra mile to be a power woman. Thank you very much. I hope you learned something. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Amife. That was really nice. As usual, I have my tweetable moments and my quote. I'm sure you're still watching and I'm sure you're still listening. Thank you so much for still hanging on with us. This is the Power Woman Experience 2020. Now, I'll recap a little bit of the things that Amife said. She said, you have to go the extra mile. You can't be at the same pace with everybody. You have to go the extra mile, right? And if you're a boss lady or you're a boss in whatever you're doing, don't become a terror, because in the end, you might become an error. People might not be able to approach you, right? And always, as usual, be determined, okay? Please, 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 I would appreciate it if you share. Click on that button and subscribe, share, and remember to use the hashtag PWE20, hashtag PWExperience20, hashtag the Power Woman Experience 20. You're still watching the Power Woman Experience 2020. It is loaded. It is awesome, right? Now, another thing she said again is you should learn to take charge. Learn to take charge. In whatever you're doing, take charge. Don't leave it. Nobody's going to help you. I always say that you have to be a willing participant in your journey, right? You have to be a willing participant in your journey. Go the extra mile. Then again, I'm going to be talking to you about a book by the convener called Unequal. She wrote an amazing book called Unequal. You can get it in shops. It's on Amazon. You can Google it. It's online. You need to go get the book. If you say you haven't started anything, I don't know how to start, the book is there. And as usual, just bring out your camera, put it over the black box there. That's the QR code. And a link will come up for you. Just click on the link and then you can purchase the book. It is called Unequal. You need to get it. It will change a lot of things for you, to change your perspectives. And then you set yourself on a journey to becoming a power woman. All right. So I'm going to be bringing in Julia now to introduce you to the panelists for the next session.
Up next, we have Teniola Adenkambi and Olufunbi Alfred. So Teniola Adenkambi is a seasoned IT professional and director of 1010 Services. She runs 1010 Consulting Services as well as 1010 Care and Cleaning Service. With a background in managing IT transformation delivery, she's been involved in projects including infrastructure and software environments, training, testing solutions, and service delivery. As a single mother, she has learned that life's experiences can provide perspective, especially in times in hardship, failure, and defeat. However, these experiences ultimately help you grow, mature, and transform. Today, she mentors and encourages other single mothers to rise from stigma and shine. Olufunbi Alfred is a pastry chef and founder of My Passion Cakes and Events, an indigenous community bakery turned mass production of pastries and breads in West Africa, Nigeria. A single mother who believed that financial independence was her only passport to survive and stand strong in her community, Olufunbi turned her passion for baking to profit in September 2017. Today, she's trained over 90 youths and women, given business talks to small corporations, and has been featured on Nigerian national radio. She became a United Nations ambassador for the UN Empower Women, a 2016-2017 award of the Global Champion for Change for Women Economic Empowerment, and has used her platform to inspire those around her with training sessions, conferences, and radio talks. Introducing Teniola Adenkambi and Olufunbi Alfred.
Welcome.
Yes. Hey, Queenette. Sweet, still looking good over there.
Yes, I missed you for a bit.
I did. I missed you too.
Yes,
All
so
right.
we're having Miss Funbi Alfred Faduba from Nigeria and Miss Teniola Adekombi from the UK. Amazing.
Yes. I'm so excited. And Queenette, before we dive in, I was thinking something. I mean, both of these ladies are looking absolutely amazing. But as someone who loves desserts, loves pastries, I heard pastry chef and I almost fell out. I just can't wait to hear more about this.
I'm hoping that technology would soon start passing, food through the screen so we can actually have a bite and a feel of what's, maybe that'll be the next step in technology. Good to see you, Teniola, and good to see you, Funbi. It's good to see you. It's good to have you here. Welcome and well done. Okay, I'm going to start with Teniola. Adekombi. It's so I've gone through your profile, and I must say you're doing an amazing job. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done, ma'am. Well done. You are in the field of IT.
Yes.
And then again, you have another business that you're running. Please, could you just tell us a brief introduction about yourself? Give us a brief introduction about yourself. Let us know who you are.
So thank you for having me on this show. My name is Tenny Adekombi, and I'm Nigerian, obviously. I came to England on my 22nd birthday, so that was almost about 30 years ago. So when I came to England, people were doing a lot of odd jobs, as you would expect, but I wanted to do an office job. And people were saying to me, oh, you are a joker. You're not going to get an office job. You don't have accent. You don't have the British accent. You don't have this. You don't have that. But I was determined not to do a dirty job. So I started to do my master's in computing. Can you imagine someone from Nigeria, no computing experience? I've never seen a computer before. And I started to do MSc computing. And it was really challenging. It was really hard. If I knew basic computing would have helped, no, I didn't. So that's my background. When I finished my MSc in computing, obviously I didn't get a job in computing straight away, but I got a job later in a software house in London City, working in support, and that's my transition into IT, so to speak. So I started working in support, in IT support, and when I was doing my IT support, I heard about Oracle. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. When I started the IT support journey, the company then, they used to do support for companies in UK and America. And they put me to do support for both countries and also to do training. And when you're doing training and I've been in the country for about 5 years at this time, and people would say, oh, she's got an accent, blah, blah, blah. So as soon as I start to train, the first thing I used to say in class was, I have an accent, so I suggest you listen. I grew thick skin to start to say that. So before you tell me that you can't hear me, I tell you to listen because I've got an accent. And I will say that everyone's got an accent. There's Liverpool accent, there's Northern accent, there's American accent. So I've got mine. So I suggest you listen. So that's how I came to be in IT anyway. So from this company, I went to do my Oracle course. And at the time, this was about 17 years ago, and it was almost £1,000. Can you imagine how much that is back in the day? And I did the course, and I got my first job, or my first contract in Oracle.
Awesome. I like what you said. I have an accent. You need to listen. I love that. I have an accent.
It is what it is. Yes.
Yes, I have an accent. You need to listen. It keeps ringing in my head because I think that's one of the things that a lot of people generally, they want to fit in and then they lose focus and then they lose where they are from. But sticking to your originality and being you is very important. Thank you so much for that. That's really beautiful. So I'm gonna come to Fumbi, the pastry chef. Okay, so can you please do a little bit of an introduction? I know Fola is dying to just ask you questions on pastries, like her mouth is, So tell us, introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself and your story.
Yes, thank you for having me on the Power Woman Experience 2020. I am Oluwafumi Faduba Alfred. I'm the first daughter and the second born of a family of 6. I grew up in Ibadan, Nigeria, the southern part of Nigeria, and I got the theater art for my first and second degree. But fortunately for me, I love to bake since I was a young girl. I love baking. My mom, she saw that I love baking. And when I left secondary school in 1999, she enrolled me in a catering school where I learned the art of baking and making some pastry. But, I went to university. I continued baking while I was in school. I baked for my schoolmates. I baked for my neighbors. I baked for families. But I thought I was going to do a 9 to 5 jobs, but I couldn't get one when I left school. So in 2017, I started baking when I became a single mom about 7 years ago, and life was very terrible for me. To raise my 3 children, it wasn't easy for me at all. So I thought to myself, I have a lot of financial responsibilities. What do I need to do now? I'm a single mom. My Yoruba community in Nigeria does not support any single mom, and I thought to myself, what do I need to do? So I tried to turn my passion of baking to profit. And I said to myself that the only financial empowerment I can give to myself and stand strong in my African community is to be free financially. So I started baking in September 2017, and in 2016, I became one of the ambassadors for the United Nations Empowerment for Women Empowerment Program, where I became one of the global champions for change for women economic empowerment. I love to bake, and I bake with great passion.
Thank you. Awesome. Amazing. Your stories are riveting. They're amazing. Fola, over to you.
All right. So Teniola, one of the amazing things that we heard in a little bit of your story is that you're in 2 distinctly different industries, right? 2 distinctly different fields. So can you tell us a little bit about how you're able to kind of merge the 2 or keep them apart, or what you're able to do in that regards? We have your IT on one side, and then, go ahead and share a little bit with us.
Thank you, Fola. So as I said before, I've been in IT for about 17 years, but I'm a consultant, which means that there are times when you have a contract and there are times when you might be out of contract. And it was one of those times that I was really praying and asking God, where do I go? What's my retirement plan? Every time that my contract finishes, even for a month, why should I be worrying? Even though as a single parent, you need the income to be consistent. So, and the Lord said to me at the time, care and cleaning. I'm thinking, seriously, care? Because I don't know anything about care. I don't come from that background. I've never worked in care. So I started to do research on the care industry and about cleaning. And I did courses. So I didn't just go into care. I wanted to educate myself. I wanted to empower myself with the knowledge and the information I needed. So I did courses. I did lots of courses and certification to bring me into that new business that I'm going into. In terms of combining both, so I have a care and cleaning business that is managed by somebody else. So I have an administrator who does all the booking. She books people out to go to jobs. She speaks to clients for me, and then I face the IT consulting part of the business. So that's how it's working for now.
Great, thank you,
Awesome.
thank you, thank
Amazing.
you. So we're gonna take
Two
it back to
distinctly different.
yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And we're definitely going to hear some more about that. We just want to take it back to Fumbi a little bit because, in your path and field as well, there's a lot of challenges, as you mentioned already, that come with being a single mom. Can you tell us a little bit about at what point you were able to kind of just say, okay, you know what, I'm not going to be stuck in my past. I'm going to, push forward and continue to do this great thing that you were able to do by starting a business? Fumbi? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I thought you were directing the question to
Okay.
Stella.
She's
Please, can
No, it's to you,
come
Fumbi.
again, please?
No,
I thought the
it's
question was
Oh,
directed
I'm
to
sorry.
me.
Okay. So what I was saying was that, you mentioned
Okay.
being a single mother of 3. And you mentioned some of the challenges that you had there in Nigeria and
Yes.
Ibadan with just, being a single mom and trying to really take care of your children. And then you started a whole business, and a very successful business, and we'll talk a little bit more about how you train and you teach later. But at what point were you able to just say, okay, you know what, I'm not going to be stuck in my past. I'm going to go ahead and push forward and do this great and amazing thing that you're doing?
Yes, when I started my business in 2017, I was financially stranded and there was nobody to help me. My parents were getting old. I took a loan of 100,000 naira. And with the knowledge I already had in baking, I took the loan and I said I was going to move on. So taking the loan, I bought some things, gathered the equipment I had at home because I love baking before. So my small computer accessories and I started to bake. And when I started the business, it was not easy for me at all. But what I did was I was intentional. I said, well, this is the business. I was reinvesting every profit I made back into the business. I set out my priorities. My children's school fees was very important. When I paid their school fees, I make sure that from every profit I made, I reinvest back into the business. And also at that time when I started the business, I had to go back to a catering school. I went back to a clinical school to go and do an upgrade course so that I can meet the standard of what other bakers are doing in the society as at that time. So I invest back into my business. Every time I make cakes for people, I make sure I invest back and I let everybody know about what I do. I let them know that, well, I'm a single mom, but I'm not a single mom that will bring troubles or that will come and give you responsibilities of my children in the family or in the church. So when people saw that I was determined and I was making great effort to make things better for myself. Helps are coming in from brothers, from sisters, from cousins, from friends. Helps are coming from all over places. They saw that I was really determined to move on. They thought that I was not waiting for anybody to do anything for me, that I was pushing on to success myself. So people were ready to help me. People were really ready to help me. Let me tell you, the first loan I took, 100,000 naira, it was not easy for me to pay it back. In fact, for 6 months, I could not pay back the 100,000 naira loan that I took back then. I could not pay it back. But I was determined, I was always reinvesting back into my business. I was always taking courses, new courses that will make me to become better. And I was working so hard. There's this Bible verse I lost some of Philippians 4:13 that I can do all things through Christ that strengthens me. Let me tell you something. I am not a genius. I don't know how to do anything. But with that verse and strong determination and hard work, that there is nothing impossible for me to do. I can do all things. I am not limited by anything. Once I'm decided and I'm determined to move on, I can do all things through Christ that strengthens me. So that has been what will help me to come over to this.
Awesome.
Thank
Awesome.
you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
I'm just going to say something that caught my attention while you were talking, Fumbi. You said it took you, and I hope, let me just digress a bit. Thank you so much for sticking with us and still being here. I know that you're having tweetable moments and comments.
Yes.
Please keep writing and keep
We see the
taking
comments.
notes. Now, Fumbi, you said, yeah, we see them. You said you took a loan of 100,000 naira and it took you 6 months to pay back. I will get into that, but that is really remarkable. It took you 6 months to pay that back, but you kept pushing and you were determined. Now, my question goes to Teniola. As a single mom, how were you able to juggle being in the IT world? And I know your job is really what's the word now? Your job was really demanding, and also being able to run this company. How were you able to juggle them, raising your kids as a single mom? I'm sure the financial burdens that you had to also, meet. So tell us, and those people who are listening, how you were able to cope with both of them.
So you know what they say. There's no force more powerful than a woman who is determined to rise. I had a lot of challenges, especially being in IT. You have to do a lot of courses, a lot of certification, a lot of exams. I'm still doing exam as we speak. When I started, my kids were really young, and I had to work twice as much as my male colleagues, especially being a Black woman. I'll give you a scenario. I went to work I was working for a company in UK who then asked me to travel around Europe delivering training. So I went to train in Dublin on this particular occasion. And when I got there, they told the guy that one of our best trainers is Tenny, and she's coming to train. He was a financial director. And when I got there, he was expecting to see a white person, and then it was me. It was a Black woman. Not only am I Black, I'm also a woman. And the first day, he didn't come out of his office. It was like, no way, that I'm going to be trained by you. And I just sat there in the training room. I just thought to myself, you can come out and let me train you, or you can just sit in your office and, do what you want to do.
Wow. Thank you.
So, as I said before, I would go. I used to work in Europe, walk around the country, walk around the world. I would travel Monday to Thursday. I would be back home on Thursday evening if I was working in Europe. And Fridays are usually the days with my children. So Friday evening is takeout and movie night. So that's me catching up with them. How's your week been? What's happening in school? How's school going? Obviously, they're grown now, but those were really challenging days as a single woman.
Thank you. So we want to just take a moment to tap into some of the comments. We see a lot of comments just coming in live on our YouTube, on our Facebook. We see people saying that there's no force more powerful than a woman who is determined to rise.
That's correct.
And that is just so amazing. We're seeing other comments. God is your strength. One of the things, Fumbi, that you mentioned was that you can do all things through Christ who strengthens you, right? Through God who strengthens you. And we have a lot of powerful people on here that are continuing to push despite the adversities. One of the things that you both have in common is that you're single moms, right? And you've been able to kind of do these things alone for so long. And there was times where you had some challenges. What would you say, and I'm going to just kind of take this back to you, Fumbi, and then to you, Tenny. What would you say is maybe your greatest challenge in your field?
In my field?
So what would you say was
one
of your greatest challenges?
But
When you were
in
raising
my
your
field.
children and just doing your work.
Children. Yeah, spending more time with them because I
Okay.
had to work extra time. There are days, weeks I have to sleep in my bakery so that I can meet up to my target. But I have a good support system. My mom and my dad, they're very wonderful. My dad will drive my children to school. My mom will stay after work, after the school hours, and take care of them. And sometimes I have to rush out from my bakery in the morning to see them early in the morning before they go to school. So that has been my greatest challenges. But I have a very good support system with my family. They have been very, very supportive. My dad, my mom, my elder brother has been playing a role of a father for my children. So that's where I've been able to handle it.
Okay. And before you go, Fumbi, and we're going to come to you, Teniola, but before you go, Fumbi, what would you say? Do you have any tips that you can give to other single moms that may be a little bit reluctant or scared to start their business?
Yes, yes. Let me tell you how the it's me.
All right. We're going to take it to
If you are
Tenny.
a single mom,
Okay. Fumbi, we'll come right back to you. Tenny?
and you feel intimidated that you cannot make it in life, I
Oh,
want to,
okay.
and determination has helped me so much.
Okay, Tenny, if you can let us know about maybe some of your challenges that you've experienced as a single mom and just doing your work, and then also share with some other moms some tips, because we know that the field of IT, I have so many friends that are in IT, and you're an oracle. It's a very challenging and demanding field. So just, I know that you mentioned some of your children being a little older, but how has that challenge been for you? And what tips do you have for other women that are maybe a single mom or perhaps a mom with many kids and trying to get into something similar to yours?
Okay. So divorce is one of the many challenging things, one of the most challenging things you can face in life. So I'll break that down into different sections. So there is a financial challenge, there is childcare issue, there is a career issue, there is, there's all sorts of issues. There is even church issue. So there is friends issue. So when you're divorced and single, you're truly alone. Apart from your immediate family, you're truly alone. Forget about the challenges out there on your own. You're truly alone. But I want to tell you that these difficulties prepare you for victory. Failure prepares you for success, and the poverty prepares you for prosperity. So even through all this, through the challenges, through everything, what I tend to do with my children is that I talk to them. One of the challenges about with my colleagues is that being in IT and in that particular field, is male dominated. Back in the day, not so much now. It's kind of balanced out, but back in the day, it was male dominated. I'm talking about white males, and people want to put you down. People want to, like the case I mentioned before, the guy didn't want to come out because, obviously he hasn't even listened to me. But eventually he did come out and he did, had the training. It was supposed to be a 2-day training, but then it was only 1 day because, the first day didn't come out at all. So when I came back to London, and the system went live and they started to use the system, he didn't know what to do. And they were asking him, oh, I thought you were trained. You should know what to do. And then he said, oh, the lady that came to train me didn't know what she was talking about. And obviously, because I delivered the training for the project sponsor and the program board, they thought, oh, yeah, she was a very good trainer, the way that she presented the course and everything. So they told him to fly back to London and attend the course. And who was taking the course? It was me. So instead of him having a one-to-one, it was now in a class of 7-10 people, and on the second day after the training, they do evaluation form. You need to see what this guy wrote on his evaluation form. It was like 5-star report, glory report, because he was humbled. Because I don't take it personal. You want to put me down, that's your business. I'm here to rise. I'm here to work. I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do and do better than my male counterparts. You can't afford to be complacent. You have to rise. You have to challenge yourself. You know what they say about the comfort zone? If you stay in your comfort zone, you're not going to grow. It's very comfortable. It's very, but you're not going to grow. Nothing grows in the comfort zone. You have to challenge yourself.
Right. All right. That is amazing. And Teniola, one of the things that stuck out to me with what you just said was that despite what they thought about you, despite what he thought about you, you said, no, you're not going to stop me. I'm going to show you. I'm going to do what I am here to do, and I'm going to do it well. And I think that that's something that's just something that we should all think about, and we should put in our comments section as well. You know,
Yes.
unstoppable, right, Quinette? Unstoppable.
Yeah, unstoppable.
Because
She said,
a lot of people,
you can't put me down. You can't
Right.
put me down. If you think you'll put me down, I am telling myself that I'm going to rise. So
Right.
you can't put me down. Yes, we have a lot of negative comments here and there, people trying to put you down in the workplace, even in family, but you tell yourself you are going to rise.
yes,
Thank you
Maya
so much,
Angelou
Dr.
mentioned that also, right? In a good poem that we all are
Yes.
familiar with,
Oh,
Still
yes.
I Rise.
Yes, he did.
Right? Still I Rise. And I
Still
think
I
that one of the
rise.
things
She
you
did.
said, yes,
Yes.
absolutely. You know, let's hashtag that as well. Still I Rise.
Yes,
You
still
know,
I rise. Okay. So my question, I know Fumbi was supposed to answer a question concerning how she juggles, the family and the business. Fumbi, we didn't quite get you to finish that.
All right, thank you. Yeah, it's so challenging as a single mom, doing business, taking care of my kids, bringing them up. But then I have a way I do it. One, I'm determined that I have to raise godly children. No matter what, being a single mom is not the end of the world. It's an opportunity. It has been a great opportunity for me to grow. Yes, being a single mom has given me the best opportunity I can ever have to bring out the best out of me. So with the support system I have from my parents, my family, my siblings, family and friends around, they've really been helping me. My mom will take care of my children in the afternoon. My dad will them at school in the morning. But I have to sleep at the bakery because sometimes I sleep at the bakery for 2 weeks. I have to rush home early in the morning to see my children food are ready and pack their lunch bag for them. I've been doing that then. In everything I do, I try to make it unique. In a way, I make my lifestyle unique. My recipes, my work, I stand out. I make myself to stand out in all that I do. Because a single mom in Nigeria, in Ibadan, in Yoruba culture, there's a way they treat them that, no, they're not, you can't play with them, you can't do this with them. So in everything that I do, I make sure that I stand out. I make everything I do. I'm not the perfect person. I don't know how to do many things. I go on net, train myself, learn to do things well in the perfect way. So I become an attraction to you. You won't do without my business because my business will become an attraction to you. I try to do everything I do in a very unique way. Even when I don't know how to do it, I sought for help. I sought for help that knows how to do it better than I do. And with all these are doing the ways I've been trying to balance my life, career, and my family.
You're one determined
yeah,
woman.
that is great.
You are one determined,
Passionate,
determined,
yes,
sleeping in the bakery
energetic.
for 2 weeks. Sleeping in the bakery that is amazing.
2 weeks.
That is good. And 2 weeks. I hope a lot of single mothers and young people, are watching this. This is absolutely amazing. One, doggedness, determination, and passion, and then the attraction comes to you. Awesome,
Yes.
awesome. Tenny, I have a question for you. I know you're still in the IT space, 17 years. I'm writing. Fola, I'm going to write a book after the Power Woman experience. Trust me, on all of these women.
Absolutely.
You are in an industry that keeps abreast with skills. I mean, there's a rapid technological involvement and evolution, and everything. Research is going on, and how are you able to, keep up with the skills? Because sometimes people say that IT world is not for the millennials. You've been there for 17 years. How are you able to acquire new skills and, to support your organization?
Gwyneth, I tell you, I'm still studying. I'm still doing exams. I'm still doing certifications. You know what some people will do is that they will say, "Oh, I'm being discriminated against because I'm black, because I'm a woman." No, you're not being discriminated against because you are black or a woman. You're being discriminated against because your skills is outdated. So you need to upskill. So you need to study. You need to put yourself on that pedestal where you become marketable. where an employer, a recruiter will look at your CV and like, wow, this is somebody I want in my company. So I'm still studying. I have to keep studying. I have to keep doing exams. As I said, as it's a male-dominated career. So you as a Black woman have to keep up the pace.
Yeah, that's really great, Tenny. Something that you mentioned and that you stuck out. Sometimes people get to a place of being complacent, right? Some people, they'll get to a point where they say, okay, I have it. But one of the things that just stuck out to me from what you said was to continue to train, to continue to go to school, continue to get those certifications, right? To stay in the market.
Marketable.
Yes, marketable. Absolutely. Stay in the market, stay on top of it, keep your age.
There are always new modules, new versions coming out. And if you don't study, you're on the old version. You're talking what's outdated. The industry has moved on and you haven't caught up.
Right, absolutely. Especially in this, like you said, this technological world. One of the things that's funny, Queenette, and our speakers here, we talked about is that before Shawn started the plan, and we didn't know that this would be how we would be doing things. Shawn was used to doing it ongoing, in person, live, right? But this platform, unfortunately, yes, this pandemic has a silver lining, right? In all things, we have to be prepared. If Shawn didn't have the skills that she has to do it the way this was done, we wouldn't be here today. So we want to, also take a moment to think about how we're able to move with technology, move with the times. I think that's what one of the things you mentioned, Tenny. It reminded me of how we're able to move with the times. We're able to now take this globally, right? We're all in different parts of the world, and we're seeing each other. We're as if we're live. We are live. We're live.
We are live, actually. We are live.
I've been working from home since March. So I've been working from the comfort of my home since March. So if I was doing a different job, I'll probably be out of work. I mean, it's been like 6 months down the line, and I'm still working. So, I mean, if I wasn't doing this job, if I wasn't in this field, how would I put food on the table for my children? I'm being a single parent as well. So, I mean, as I said before, you have to look at what works best for you. Even if you are not in IT, what can you do? What's your passion? What can you do? What are the courses available for me to go on? As a single woman, educate yourself. It depends on where you are. If you're in UK or you're in US, there will be courses that the government can sponsor you to go on. Look for, even if you don't have the money, look for those courses. The government sometimes provide childcare while you're on those courses. Look for those courses and do those courses. Be someone that your children can be proud of.
Absolutely. I think that you shared a lot of great insight. Somebody posted in the comments, Queenette, did you see it? I know we mentioned it before, but it just replayed again in my head. You're only discriminated against, or what did you say? You're outdated. You're not discriminated.
You're discriminated against, right? Because you're outdated.
You're outdated.
Yeah.
Awesome. And I like the statement of you setting a foundation for your children, which is something Fumbi also mentioned. Like, she says she's in the shop for 2 weeks and then she has to come back home to make sure that the children have this thing sorted out before they go to school. And then you also mentioned that you have to talk to your children. Don't be afraid to show your children that hard work pays. Don't be afraid to show your children. Don't be afraid to set the right foundation for your children. So for me,
someone they can be proud of.
Yes, someone they can be proud of. Yes, like someone like the first speaker said. I think it was the convener who mentioned, "Do not delay the success for your children. You can become successful while you're still working and while you're still a mother." So Fumbi, I'm going to take this to you. I want you to give give us specific advice and specific tips concerning this question I'm about to ask you. Now, in terms of funding, you're a single mom and you're able to juggle the shop, juggle your children. You also mentioned you are an ambassador. How are you able to do all of these things, especially when it comes to funding? I remember you saying you took a loan of 100,000 before you started and you couldn't even pay back for 6 months. So how is it? So for a single mom who wants to start up a business, who wants to do something, how would you advise that they go about sourcing for funds?
Okay, thank you. As a single mom who wants to start a business, you can start your business. Talk to your families, talk to your friends. If they cannot help you, reach out to small finance houses and let them know that you have integrity. Promise you're going to pay back. When I took my 100,000 naira loan, I brought them to my office. I showed them what I was doing. I was very open to them. When I make my daily sales, I was showing it all to them that this is what I made. This is at the stage that I am. That even when I couldn't pay the money back in 6 months, they're very, very patient with me. So when you talk to family, when other my family members saw that, well, this lady is doing well. She's trying to be independent. She's just pushing on and she's determined to make it. They came in and they helped me. Gifts, cash gifts. Started coming in, you started loaning me money, you started showing me support, and you can do it like that too. Talk to people to help you. Let them know that you are strong. Let them know that you're ready to face it. Until you take the step yourself, nobody will help you. If you think your uncle there will help you, even if he has the whole of money in Africa, no, it will not help you. But you have to take the step yourself. You have to take the bold step yourself that this is what you can do. And of course, your savings. With my 100,000 naira loan, I had my savings. I don't spend all my money. I don't waste anything. Everything, every waste in my company now, I recycle them. My bags of flour, the buckets of butter, the vegetable oil containers, the empty bottles of drink. I recycle everything. I make sure I don't waste. So I sell them. I use the money to pay my children's school fees so that I can reinvest back the business money into the business. So you should have a savings. Don't spend everything. I don't buy what Nigerians call ashwebi. You will never see me buying ashwebi. I will tell you, I'm sorry. I love the ashwebi, but presently I need to do this. I can't pay. I can't buy ashwebi. I don't have the capacity to buy ashwebi with you now. So save money. Don't just spend everything when they have. Don't spend all you have on parties. Save money. When you save, people will help you. When you have something to present to people, they will have. They'll be willing to support you.
Awesome, awesome,
Yes,
awesome,
yes. So I think
awesome.
then what you were saying, Fumbi, from what I'm taking is that in order for you to expand, because we know that you recently expanded your business and grew it, it was through a lot of those sourcing that you just mentioned. That was kind of your way of getting that done, right?
That was
Yes.
my way of expanding. Yeah, I started my business alone, and now I have over 20 staff. I pay salary in 3 years. So
Awesome.
that has been the
That
way
is
I've done it.
amazing.
Yes,
That's amazing.
I started alone, and now I have over 20 staff that I pay salary every month, and I don't owe
That
them.
is
So I'm very,
that is
very
beautiful.
but intentional about what I do. What when I say that I want to do this, I don't change my rules. My family member knows that I will sell my bucket butter to you. You have to buy it. I don't waste it. My bags of flour, you have to buy it. I don't waste it. If I'm making cake for you as my younger sister, you need to pay everything. You need to pay for my ingredients, pay for my equipment depreciation, pay for my tools. If you're not paying me profit, I'll list everything out for you. This is the business I do, and I need to grow. I don't want to come and beg money from you. So I'll list it out for you. If you're not paying, well, you don't pay the exact money you should pay, but you have to pay for my equipment because making cake for you will depreciate my equipment. You have to pay for my office space, you have to pay for my foil, you have to pay for all that. And you need a bucket butter, I'm not giving it to you free. You have to pay for it. Because
Wow.
those are my
A lot of
gains.
people
And that
expect
really
you to do it for
business
free,
thing.
right? You know,
No, but you
Queenette.
have to be this. You
So
have to be determined. You have to have principles. You have to have principles in your business. That's what she's trying to
yes,
say now.
Right.
She's
Because this is your
passionate.
business. This is
She's
her
yes,
livelihood.
yeah, that's how she pays her children's school fees. She's not going to
Absolutely.
waste. And like Teniola said, she has to travel around the world because she needs to put food on the table. So these women
Absolutely.
have principles that they abide by, and they're determined, they are passionate, they're not just sitting down. They're not just sitting down for things to fall on their lap. So they are saying to us that you have to be a willing participant in your journey. You have to be a willing participant in your journey of success. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, ladies. I'm going to ask you another question, Tenny. I like the fact that you say you keep studying, you're writing exams, you know, self-development is key. So tell me, what is your goal for the next 5 years? What does it look like? And then again, the 10 care service business as well. What is the goal for that business? then again in the IT world, what goals you have for the next 5 years?
Mm-hmm.
So in terms of IT, I think I've grown to the top, to where I can be, only to continue to do exams to be relevant in the industry. In terms of the business, the reason I started the business was it was my retirement plan. So I want to, my goal in the next 5 years is, one, to have a business in Nigeria. And I mean to have a nursing home in Nigeria, specifically to have a nursing home in my hometown of Abeokuta, so that, people, there are a lot of our parents now in Nigeria that we have to use maids for them. They're home alone, they need help. So that's the service I want to provide in Nigeria for people in a home where you can have daily care, you can have residential care, you can take your parents, they can come in the morning, spend the whole day, and then go home in the evening, or they can be residents. So that's what I'm working on currently. Now, the next 5 years, I can take this business to Nigeria. And also, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have one in England as well. To have a care room in England and have one in Nigeria.
Awesome. I like the
Wow.
fact that you're having to come back home to give us something. That is really beautiful. And yes, it's the truth. A lot of our parents are left at home with maids, and when they have a comfortable environment where care is given to them, I'm sure they will really appreciate it. That is absolutely fantastic. And I'm rooting for you as well to have one in England and have one in Nigeria. So over to you,
Absolutely.
Fumbi. Fumbi, what's your plan for the next 5 years? Because you're one determined woman.
Yes, but you know what,
Go
Queenette,
ahead.
before she goes to her plan, I wanna take it back just a little bit. Because Fumbi, you have a bachelor's in theater arts, right? A master in theater
Yes.
arts.
Yes.
But you somehow shifted to being a baker, a pastry chef. I kind of want to know, and I think people out there probably also want to know, what took you on that very different path? Because then I want to talk a little bit more about these pastries and how I can get one my next trip to Ibadan.
I know.
Yes, baking has been my passion since I was a young girl. I remember I decorated my first cake when I was 8 years old with a case of a pen. So I went to school to study theater art, but I was not comfortable with it. I just have to pursue my passion of baking, because when I bake, I feel good. When I'm sick, I can bake. Baking it's something that I do with ease. So you should grow your passion, your skill. If you discover that you have something that you're good in making, to making hair, drawing, sewing, I want to tell you to pursue it, because my passion has really been giving me food on my table. And my passion has not just been giving me food on my table, my passion has blessed life. Seeing many people around me, seeing my workers being blessed, seeing their lives being blessed every day, I feel good and I feel happy about it.
Wow, amazing, amazing.
Yes.
I'm just ready to have some pastries.
Okay, so let me take it back to you again, Fumbi. What's your plan for the next 5 years? I mean, I love the fact that you've been able to grow your business from loaning money, now having 20 staff, and you pay
Yes,
them, you're diligent in paying them, and you're still
absolutely.
expanding. There's no backing down for you, and you're still pushing. So what's your plan for the next 5 years? And I know that you're undeniably one of the best in Ibadan, in the city of Nigeria. I know. In fact, nobody. I've heard a lot of reviews about your pastries and how you conduct your business. So, what is the plan for you in the next 5 years?
I know we are so excited, so excited.
Okay. Let's take it back. Okay, Tani, let me ask you this question. I know you mentioned while we were talking, I was scribbling. You said divorce is really challenging. It is not something that you want to. It is not something that you should actually do.
Yes, presently now, to the glory of bakeries, I got one last month, and within the next 5 years, I plan to be a wife. That's
Okay, I think Fumbi was talking Fumbi was talking a bit. There was a bit of a technical issue.
Delay,
Sorry
yeah.
about that. Yes, sorry about that. So, Tony, I was saying that I heard you talk about divorce, and you broke it down into three specifications: finance, career, and family. That certain things will suffer. So, I know it's a hard sell for a lot of single people, right?
Mhm.
But I'm taking us back a bit, really, because I want you to break it down. Most of the issue, most times we say, like you said, where you are, the government might give you certain things that might help you, to improve yourself. But back here, what would you say to women in Nigeria who are single, who are divorced, single mothers who are divorced, and they're having issues with their finances, and they actually want to actually develop themselves and push forward? What would you say to them? What are the teachable and practicable steps that you will tell them? Just three steps,
Okay.
that they can actually follow.
So the things that are affected when you're divorced is your finances are affected, your career may be affected, or your business, and also your children. So bearing in mind that in terms of finances, it's only one income. So where you were a two-income family, you now become a one-income family. So there's only one stream of income. So you have to think about what you can do. And I've got a few single parents friends who would say, I mean, not everybody in England, but even in Nigeria, what do you know how to do? What do you enjoy doing? What's your passion? So can you plait? Can you do makeup? Where do you start from? What can you do? Forget about what's gone. Where do you go from here? You can either sink or you can swim. You're already there. So you have to make a choice. Do you want to swim or do you want to sink? For the sake of your children, you've got to swim. I'll tell you that for sure. You have to swim. You have to learn to swim. And it's using what you have. There is something in your hands that you can use. There's something in everybody's hands. Nobody will tell me that they haven't got anything. I haven't got anything. Look at Fumbi. She said she took a loan of 100,000 naira. People will think, oh, I need 1 million to start a business. No, you don't need 1 million to start a business. I've encouraged people in Nigeria to do the cleaning business. I mean, if you take 1 or 2 people and you start, do flyers, put it through offices, put it through homes. I'll come and clean your house. This is how much we charge. You can start from somewhere. If you don't have anything, start small. You don't have to start big. As I said, your finances will be affected. Childcare. I mean, that can be an issue, especially in UK and in America as well. I mean, how do I cope with childcare? If I'm going on a course, where would I leave my children? If I'm working, where would I leave my children? You can use nannies. You can use families. You can use friends. So don't let that stop you as well. And the third thing I'll mention is career. We've talked about finances. Build your own career. Don't depend on anybody. Even if your ex-partner is giving you money, don't depend on that money. Build your own career. Have your own source of income. I mean, there's nothing more satisfying than knowing that I earned this money for my own hard work. It wasn't handed to me, it wasn't given to me. This is my own hard-earned money. So earn your own income and don't listen to friends. When you become single, some friends will, I'll tell you what I used to say to people. When I got divorced, some of my friends started to avoid me in a way. And when they call me once in a while, I'll say to them, it's okay for you to call me, divorce is not contagious.
Okay, so, thank you for that powerful
I
story.
like that.
And I think
either swim.
it's encouraging.
Yeah. You either swim or you sink, but you choose to swim. These are quotable tweets that I think people should be writing.
Tweetable.
You either swim or you don't want to sink, so you want to swim. And when you swim, you're pushing against the current, you're pushing against the tides, you're pushing against the challenges, right? You're pushing against all of that. Amazing. Thank you so much.
Yes. So we have some questions.
Yes,
I was going to say, we have her on the line. We do have some questions that came from the YouTube. But one of the things before we go to that, I know that you guys are both providing services, right? So we want to know, and we want to be able to share with our viewers how they can find you. Your IG handle, you're on Facebook, because Fumbi, if we have people in Nigeria and Ibadan, they want to look you up so that they can get some of those yum pastries. And then 10
trained by you.
Yes. Trained as well. Like I want to be trained. And then also, Tenny, we know that you're also providing some Oracle services, some IT services. You're doing industrial cleaning in the UK area. So we also want to be able to share that information with people as well, who can also reach out to you if they're in need of some of those services. So we want to make sure that we don't forget that. So we can come back to that and maybe address the question first. But I did want to put that out there so that people can reach out to you directly.
1010 services.
1010 services, is that on IG and Facebook?
IG 1010 services, 1010 care services, 1010 cleaning services, and the website is 1010services.com.
Okay, great.
Right. Okay. So you guys can follow her, and she can. I mean, you get a lot of great tips from her as well. So Fumbi, over to you. All right. Okay. Fumbi, can you tell us how we can follow you?
Yes, you
she
can
is
follow me
also.
on Facebook. You can follow me on Facebook, on IG at My Passion Base. My Passion Base.
Okay.
Mine is MAI, My Passion Base, on Facebook and IG.
All right, that's absolutely amazing. Then the question for you was, during the pandemic, how were you able to conduct your business? Has there been any negative impact? How have you conducted your business during this pandemic, and has there been any negative impact?
For me, the pandemic has been a blessing, a very, very good blessing for me, because people need to eat. And my bread business grown up during the pandemic. During the pandemic, we made bread, we shared bread freely to other people around the community, and people donated, people sponsored that. And because of that, many people were interested to do business with us. So the pandemic brought a lot of success, business success to me. We made bread, delivered bread at home for people, and because people were staying at home, students were staying at home, immediately the lockdown was eased, people came for register for training. So now I have about 25 people I'm training every day. They have to train student training, housewife training, secondary school girls training. It's a blessing. The pandemic has taken my business to another higher level because we need to provide food for people. While people sit at home, they need to eat bread. I know bread it's something that no family can do without. So once they have that bread, they can take with egg, with tea, with anything, with chocolate. So the pandemic has been a great blessing to my business.
Thank you very much. Awesome, awesome. So there's somebody that said in the comment section, and I hope Fumbi has an online course for us. And just before just before I could take that question, you had said yes, you train a lot of people. That's really, really amazing. Awesome.
Yes.
I think it was someone who asked that question. I didn't quite catch the name of the person. I would have loved to mention your name. But they want to know if you have online courses, that they can actually, download and then pay for it, and also, get trained if they can't see you physically.
Yes. Are there any
Yes, we
available in
have
the near future?
online training.
Okay.
Yes.
So you can reach out to her online or on her social media to see about this.
Okay.
Can
Thank you so much. So people are excited about these online trainings. Somebody in the comments said they're eating bread right now.
Okay. That's absolutely awesome. Thank you so much. I mean, you guys have actually given us a lot to talk about, and I have learned so much from both of you. So, is there anything you want to say to us, your parting words before we take this away?
I'll just say to all the single women out there, don't give up. You're stronger than you think. You can do it. And before you know it, those kids will be grown, and you'll be reaping the fruits of your labor. So don't give up. Show them that you are capable. Show them the benefits of hard work. Let them be proud of you. Be someone that your children can be proud of.
I love that. Be someone your children can be proud of. I love that. Fumbi, your parting words for us. Fumbi, your parting
Yes,
words
Yes, I
for
your
want
us.
to tell
final
every
words.
use of that opportunity of being a single mother and bring out the best in you. Yes, the parting words are, as a single mom, if you are a single mom and you are listening to me, take the best use of the opportunity of being a single mom and bring out the best you have in you. Now you have time to yourself to bring the best out of you. You are more than able to be good, more than able to be excellent, and have in you greatness. So take it out.
Awesome.
Yes, yes,
Awesome.
yes,
Awesome.
yes.
Well done. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, we've had an amazing audience. You guys are awesome. You guys are amazing. You've stuck with us. In fact, I wish I could give all of you a hug right now. I can see your comments. You guys are
Yes,
tweeting away.
virtual
You guys
hugs.
are, I'm telling you, they're talking. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. We would not have asked for a better audience than all of you right now. Thank you so much. Thank you so. I think I can see one of the comments. Susan Banjo says, "Single women don't give up." Thank you
Don't give
so
up.
much.
Write down what you've learned. Please
Yes,
share
don't
with
give
us.
up.
Write down what you've
Share with
learned.
us. Yes.
Hashtag it. We're so happy you're here. You know, we know that it's lunchtime for some of you, it's dinner time for some of you, but you didn't leave us. You're still right here, and we are
Share with
still
us.
right
Thank
here
you
live with
so
you.
much. Thank you so much, Fola. I mean, I learned a lot from these two women. Fumbi's passion is actually contagious. You can
Right.
see it
The
from
energy.
her eyes, her
Mm.
energy. You can see from the way she talked.
Yes.
Who stays in the shop for 2 weeks? She sleeps in the bakery
You
for
know
2
what,
weeks.
Queenette, though? I might stay in there if it means I get to eat all the pastries, but I'm sure that's not what she was doing.
No, that's not what she was doing. She was actually making money. Can you imagine? And then Teniola having to travel around the world, knowing that she has
Yes.
children, but she needs to actually put food on the table. Right, audience? Thank you very much. You guys are amazing. And remember, it is still the Power Woman Experience
Yes, yes,
2020.
yes. But we wanna before we leave and before we go to the next panel, we want to remind you to subscribe to this YouTube channel. If you're watching us on YouTube, subscribe. If you're watching on Facebook, like Sharon's page. If you're watching us, go ahead and share. We still have loads more. We have another two
Yes,
panels.
we have a
We have a lot
lot.
more entertainment.
Yes.
So
And then
please
again,
share.
yeah, yes, please. Then again, when you subscribe, click the bell so that you can always get a notification when
Yes, when we
something
go live.
interesting and amazing comes up, right?
Uh-huh.
And also, I mean, we talked about the book on Equal. You should get it if you want to start your journey. Get the book on Equal. Like I said,
Right
just bring
there.
out your phone. It's right there. Bring out your phone, turn on your camera, and you see that black box right there? You get a QR code. A link will come up, click on it, and you're good to go to download the book.
And also, if you haven't already posted a selfie, a picture, we want to see you. We want to show you. We're going to post some live footage later. Use our hashtag PWE20, hashtag PW Experience 20, hashtag the Power Woman Experience. We want to see you. Queenette, where can they find you? Because you're doing amazing things in Lagos. Where can they find you, those that are watching?
Okay, so on Instagram, you can find me at This Is Queenette
Mm.
and at No Boy Left Behind on Instagram as well. And on Facebook, it is Queenette Nilama. On Facebook page, it is Queenette Nilama. And Fola, where can I find you too? Because I see you doing amazing things where you are.
Yes, thank you, Queenette. On Instagram, you can find me at the MC Fola K. That's FOLAK. At the MC Fola K on Instagram, and also on Facebook, I am Fola Kayode on Instagram. On Facebook. So please go ahead and follow us on our social media platforms. Follow our speakers on their social media platforms. Share it. Tag us. Tag them. We would love to hear, and we would love to repost and reshare all of your great tag comments, your posts, tweetable moments. We talked about all of those. Queenette mentioned a few. Queenette is keeping good notes over there, and she's giving us all of that. You're giving us all of those tweetable moments. So people,
yes,
please.
I am. And I'm serious. I'm going to write a book about this conference. After you better buy it.
Absolutely.
I'm going to compile all of the beautiful nuggets that was put together. You know,
Exciting.
yes, it's really amazing. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much. You guys are so amazing. You guys are on
Yes,
fire.
please keep it coming in the comment section. We are reading your comments. Wonderful stories. We are seeing you hashtag our names. Thank you. You know, Funked, Tosin, we see you over here. Titi, we see you. Susan, we see you. Mercy, Keisha, Adeyemi, we are watching. We are looking at those comments. Yetunde, we see you. Our next speaker is on there. Beatrice, we see you. Abiola, just keep those comments coming. Please
Keep them
share.
coming,
We still have a
yes.
few more hours with you.
Yes, we still have a few more hours with you, and then we're going to go. I'm sure, of course, I know you're tired. We'll have a bit of a recess every now and again, but thank you so much. So let's read this. All the single women out there, don't give up. All the single women out there, don't give up. Show them that you are capable. Show them that there is benefit for hard work. Be someone that your children can be proud of. Funke is reiterating what one of the speakers said.
Yes.
Awesome.
People
Awesome.
are paying attention, Queenette. They're paying attention.
Yes. Then again, let's quickly talk about the convener. You know, Sheon Akinlaton has a platform called On Point Business Success, and has a little and has a community of women that is called OSBS Elite, which I happen to be a part of. It's about mentoring. You know, there's so many benefits of being mentored by someone who knows where they're going to. It's like a handler who takes you by the hand like a little child and shows you the paths that you should go. So they encourage you, they support you, there's growth for improvement, there's guidance, there's collaboration, you know, and there's a whole lot that we do there. So I want to talk to you about it. If you subscribe and you keep following us, then you become part of this community.
Queenette, can you tell us a little bit about your story before we go into the next portion? Because you're a member of that.
Okay, so I met Sheol, I think it was 5 years ago, if not more. And just like children, you know, would behave, right? I was a little bit rebellious. I'm like, okay, what do you want to say to me? I mean, I've seen a lot of people who say they are mentors, and this is not to be, I don't mean to be disrespectful to anybody, but I've seen a lot of people talk the talk, but do not walk the talk. Not walking the walk now, but they do not walk the talk, right? So I was a little bit hesitant, but trust me, she has been absolutely amazing. You know, when someone is genuinely interested in your growth and in your process, she's I call her a handler. She takes you by the hand and is genuinely interested in what you're doing. So people actually remember how you make them feel. Not exactly what you say to them, but how you make them feel. So I remember all of these experiences, and I'm not where I want to be yet, but I'm sure I'm making progress. And the motto is this: practice makes progress. It's not about perfection. It is about progress. So she believes in taking that little tiny thing that you do, and she blows it up. And for her, consistency is the key. Consistency for her is key. And you have to be a willing participant in your growth. You have to be ready to sacrifice a lot, because success doesn't just come. You have to be willing to sacrifice a lot, right? So audience, thank you so much. We are bringing up a
we
video
see some
next.
members too in the comments, Queenette. I see we have here, another proud member of the elite.
Oh, awesome,
So-
awesome.
All
So
right.
we have a quick video coming up, you know, by one of a member of the OSBS Elites. Please watch, and you're going to learn a lot from this, right? Thank you so much for sticking with us. And remember, it is still the Power Woman Experience 2020. Don't forget to use the hashtags.
My name is Tolulope Oluwole, the CEO of All Sufficient Catering, and I'm a member of the OSBS Elite Group. Back in 2015, Sheon Akinlaton had made a call for volunteers for the Passion to Profit seminar. I had signified interest to be a volunteer for the program. Little did I know that I was going to be starting my business afterwards. Right from onset, I'm that person that I thought that I wasn't cut out for business. But then, when I attended the seminar, I had to rethink, and that was how I started All Sufficient Catering, because obviously that was the only thing I had a passion for. After the seminar, OSBS Elite was birthed, and I and a couple of other members became the founding member of the group. I mean, I was just dragging, so to say. I had my first job with OSBS, but then the challenges were non-stop. There was the challenge of there are no business customers to, I'm unable to find raw materials and all sorts. But the amazing thing is that for every challenge you bring into the group, you would find solution to them. The only thing I went into the group with was a ready-to-learn art. I am a very terrible slow learner, but I'm amazed that with time, I'm getting better in my business. I love Seun Akinlota because she won't just mentor you in business, she would also be involved in your day-to-day life. She's been involved with me spiritually, maritally, and all sorts. And you know, every time I keep looking at it, that what are we even paying this woman for? She's been overdoing it, so to say. And then the OSBS Elite group has also blessed me with amazing sisters. We laugh together, we share our worries together, we pray together, and it's been fun all the way. There's no going back when you're a member of OSBS Elite. Like, it's such that when you drop your phone and you pick it up for like hours afterwards, the first place you want to go to is the OSBS Elite group. It has been fun all the way, and it has been success as well. Do I think you need to join the OSBS Elite? So if you are like me, also thinking, oh, I'm not cut out for business and all of that, I think you should join OSBS Elite, because the group has changed my narrative through and through. And if you need a group of women to support you all the way in your business, people who would love your business, so to say, even more than you love your business, they are waiting for you in OSBS Elite. Thank you.
My name is Bisola Arawole Iziala. I'm the lead photographer at Diva Visual Concept. I joined OSBS 2016, and since then my business has been growing. Every year I improve in my business. The group has helped me a lot in all I do, and I encourage every woman out there that wants to grow their business one way or the other, that really want to grow their business, to join this group, and they will thank me later. Thank you very much.
Awesome, amazing. Welcome back. Welcome. Good to have you again, Julia. I'll just do a little bit of a recap for us, and welcome back again to the Power Woman Experience 2020, where we're giving you practical steps to becoming the best version of yourself. Now, watching Tolulope's video, she mentioned how she volunteered. Now, there's so many good benefits for volunteering. When you give your time and energy to a cause without financial reward, it seems like an impossible thing to do, but there's so many things that are involved in that. I mean, Aristotle once said that the essence for life is to serve others and be good to people, right? So she said that she had to serve, and then afterwards, the narrative changed for her, right? And she volunteered. She belongs to a group of women who are solution-oriented. Now, it's not just about it's not just about you wanting to take, but you also have to give your time. You also have to learn to volunteer as well. Over to you, Julia.
Hello again, Power Woman Experience. I'm having so much fun so far, and we have so much more in store for you today. So up next, we have Miss Yetunde Oso, who is the founder and creative director at the Upper Room Events, which is a full-service event planner, and she has successfully grown her brand and has the expertise and connections to produce exquisite events. She quickly realized her passion and calling to plan luxury events when she effortlessly planned a grand birthday celebration for her beautiful mother. This experience led her to embark on the calling to start an event planning company, hence the birth of the Upper Room Events. Her goal is to ensure that a client's special event is one that they will remember and cherish today, tomorrow, and forever. Introducing Yetunde Oso.
Hey, hello. I missed you for a bit, Fola. Good to have you back.
Oh, hi. Yes, I missed you too. I had to unmute myself.
Yes.
So
So
yeah,
we
I'm
have
excited about
Yetunde.
this.
Yes, we have Yetunde coming up. She's a
Mhm.
power woman.
Yes, doing luxury and major events. Oh, there she is on the screen looking
Oh,
ever
Hello,
so
how are
beautiful.
you?
My
diva.
thank
We see
you.
you.
Oh my goodness, you look amazing. You look gorgeous.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. How are you guys?
Well, fine, thank
Hello.
You guys are
you.
doing amazing, amazing, amazing.
Have you been? I'm sure you've been following the program, since we started.
Yes,
I'm sure
definitely.
you've picked a lot of. I mean, you've picked a lot of nuggets and tweetable quotes as
A
well, like we
lot of
always call it.
gems, tons of gems being dropped today.
Yes, good to have you. So, yes, we've read your bio, but as usual, can you just tell us a bit about yourself? Let
Yeah.
us get to know you.
Yes, definitely. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is having an amazing time. I am definitely having a great time. My name is Yetunde Ocho. I'm the CEO of the Upper Room Events and also the CEO of Infection Control Solutions. The Upper Room Events offers exceptional event planning and creative design for celebrity events, local and destination weddings, social events, private affairs, corporate functions, right? And then I have the infection control solutions where we pretty much help facilities, hospital facilities, and ambulatory surgical centers and family medicine build their infection control program. So what I do is I consult for these organizations and then make sure that they are really following the state regulations when they're caring for the patients that are coming to see them. I am the oldest of 4 children. I have 3 younger sisters. I was born and raised in the Bronx. I'm a wife. I have 2 children. I went to school. I have my master's. I went to school and I have my bachelor's in health science at Stony Brook, and I also have my master's in public health. And I have been in infection control for about 17 years. So I enjoyed a successful career as an infection control practitioner, as well as being able to do event planning for about 6 years.
Awesome. Great.
Amazing. Wow. So, one of the things that kind of stuck out to me is how you have 2 very different backgrounds or professions, and in reading your bio and listening to you a little bit, you left your corporate job, right? You left what was sure to now start not one business, but 2 businesses. And I know that you mentioned you didn't go into event planning because it was something that you just thought to do. It was only after planning an event for your mother where you realized you're good at it.
Yeah.
And yesterday I've been to a few of your events, so I know how beautiful and glamorous they all are. Tell us a little bit about how you chose to do that and leaving corporate America.
Well, leaving corporate America was definitely not easy. I made this transition recently. It hasn't been that long. May 22nd, 2018. I will never forget that day. Decided to go from a 9-to-5 full-time to 100% full-time business owner. I was nervous about leaving a steady income. As you all know, we love that paycheck that comes in every 2 weeks. But yeah, it was a decision that I knew I had to make. So before I left my 9-to-5, it was a lot of praying, guys. It was a lot of fasting. Listen, it was a lot of praying because before May 22nd, I would say today is my last day, or this day will be my last day. But I knew God was nudging me to make that decision and to make it a concrete decision. So on that day, I took that decision to leave the 9-to-5. And the day that I decided to give in my resignation was the day that I knew it was just going to be loads of new beginnings for me. Previously, before leaving that 9-to-5, and I'm talking about the infection control business, I had one client. And I had one client, I would say, for about 3 months. When I decided to leave my position, I connected with 2 women that gave me from one client to 50. And then from 50, I went down to 35. And the reason why I went down to 35 is because another friend of mine is also looking to start her own consulting infection control firm. And I gave her some of the clientele that I had built on my own through the company. So yeah, please know entrepreneurship is not a quick fix for when you dislike your job, please, because I know a lot of people will just leave their 9 to 5, and 9 to 5 is not a bad thing. It's a great thing. It's paying your bills. But again, while you're building your dream, while you're building your business, or while you're building what you desire to do, yes, it's fine to be at a 9 to 5, but when you know it's time to go, it's time to go. It's committing to a dream and preserving through daily challenges that comes with business ownership. So owning the business is not easy, but it is amazing when you decide to move forward and do that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I think I loved what she said. She said it was a lot of praying today. She says, oh, I want to go. And then she comes back again. And then she says, oh, I want to go. And then you had just one client. And then from one client to 50 and then to 35. And that's because you had to give. That's you have a good heart. That's amazing. Yeah. So my next question for you is, I still talking about your corporate job and this. Yes, you resigned from your corporate job, and then you got to the conclusion where you said, oh, this is, I'm done with this. And this kind of decision comes with a lot of challenges, right? It is not all glitz and glamour, like people would say. Can you take us through your journey? Because I'm sure a lot of people will be like, oh, but she resigned. I'm sure she had something saved up. I'm sure, no, it's not all things. So can you take us through your journey and tell us some of the challenges you had and how you overcame them?
Well, like I said before, it wasn't easy. And so my husband and I really prepared. And, when you say savings, we actually really did prepare for this time. We prepared our savings. We made sure we had some investments here and there prior to me leaving my job. I became a jack of all trades. So listen, I just don't do event planning. I just don't do healthcare. I also do graphic designing. I also teach, so I did a lot of things to kind of help us financially, because again, as you know, that when you're not getting that paycheck on a consistent basis, you have to do some things. And, I hate to say hustle, but it is, you're really pretty much hustling so that you can get to a point where you no longer have to, work, and you're enjoying the fruits of your labor. And not that I'm not enjoying it now, I am. But as you get to that point that you're building your career and you bring people on board to assist you in building your business, you'll be able to even enjoy it even more. So again, I prepared myself. I paid attention to a lot of things when it came to building my business as well. I have journals. I journaled like crazy. I also ensure that I have some short-term and long-term goals. I thought carefully about where I want to position myself and my business in a month, and a year from now, and 5 years from now, 10 years from now. Like I said before, I do keep a journal. And so anytime I accomplish those short or long-term goals, I cross them out. And then I work on the next one, or I keep on creating these goals so that I know that I am building myself entrepreneurially, mentally, and emotionally as I'm building my brand and business.
That is great. So Yetunde, one of the other things, that is important, we have women from all over the world, right? This is a global event. And, you managed to have 2 successful businesses, one in infectious control, as we mentioned, and then also event planning as a trainer. How are you able to do that so seamlessly? Or maybe it's not seamless, because we know it's not all glitz and glamour. Can you tell us what your secret sauce is? Because we have lots of people listening and they just maybe want to start one business.
Okay, so I have multiple things that I call secret sauce. And so this is pretty much not a secret to anyone. I love God. I'm a child of God. I'm a soldier for Christ. So anything I desire to do, I go to Him first. I pray, I fast for these decisions, and I ask Him to guide my steps, to order my steps. I don't want to make a decision without thinking it through and making sure that I put all of my decisions in God's hands. That's one. In the beginning of building, my brands or my businesses, prioritizing my time was very challenging. When you have a baby, your focus is just on that baby, and you just want to grow that baby. And so I neglected a lot of things. And I remember my husband saying, "Hey, today, like, we need to talk. And, let's sit down, let's talk about, prioritizing what we're doing," right? He sat me down, and he was just like, "Today, like, let's get this together and put family here, put business here." And so we did that. I thought that my duties, or women that are on here and married women that are on here, I thought that my duties as a wife was good, but in fact, my relational interaction, my family was lacking because of my focus on my business in the initial stages of building my business, right? So yes, prioritizing time is so important. And I want to be real and frank on here, because not everything is rosy. Things are going to be hard at times, especially with friends and family. While you're building this, at times there are some rifts and challenges that come along. But prioritizing was a big thing for me, and also giving it all to God.
Great. That's amazing. And you mentioned just giving it all to God and using God as your source, right? The foundation for you. And I think that that's important, regardless of what people's religious belief, I think that it's important for them to have a higher being, right? Have a belief in a higher being and put your trust in that. For many of us, it's God, and we want to continue to be prayerful and be mindful that there's nothing that we can't do, that we can do on our own, right? Something that Fumbi also mentioned, that, she can do all things through Christ who strengthens her.
Yes.
And it seems like you're also saying that, your foundation and your source is God.
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you.
That's really beautiful. I like the fact that she says that I love God a lot, and I have to go back to him and ask him. And then when he talks to me, if I haven't heard anything from him, I do not move, which is what Fola said. So I know you said you had one client and then you grew to 50 and then 35. I'm going to go back to you when you just started. You have grown your team. When I mean your team, now I'm talking about the upper room event, to 12 event planners and coordinators. It is not an easy feat. It is something that took time and dedication. You have 12 event planners and coordinators. What systems and structures have you put in place to make this happen? Because I know a lot of people are watching and they want to learn, and we're giving people practical steps and ideas on how to grow their businesses and become better women. So can you tell us how you were able to grow your team and manage them successfully?
Yeah. So a lot of it was really just trusting. It's hard when you are an entrepreneur and you're building something. You want to put your hands into everything, and so it was just giving people the opportunity to make certain decisions. Bringing them on, training them, specific trainings that we have for our event planners. They go through interning first. Once they finish interning with us, then they get the full-time or the paid positions with the upper room events. They get certification, so when they take that course with us, after they're done, they get certified with us that they are knowledgeable in putting together a successful event, a successful event. And so, a lot of it was not having to micromanage them and giving them the opportunity to make constructive decisions concerning a client's event. I think once you give people autonomy and they are gung-ho to doing everything, they are, really what they do is they build your mission and your vision for your business.
Wow. So you trust them, you train them, you let them intern for you before you put them to work. So you've given some good information, and I'm sure that those in our audience that want to follow you and maybe even get trained by you, tell them where they can find you before we go a little further. You're on Facebook, you're on Instagram.
We are on all social media platforms. We're on Facebook, Instagram, On Facebook, we're at Upper Room Events. On Instagram, it's the same at Upper Room Events. And you can also find us on our website. It's www.upperroomevents.com.
Yeah, so and if you're watching and Upper Room has planned one of your events, go ahead and put your picture, tag Power Woman Experience. Let us know so that others can see all of the great work that Upper Room Events does. We're going to continue to share good information. We're reading your comments here on YouTube. So Yetunde, one of the things that you also mentioned, just kind of to take us back a little bit, is about support systems. Some of the ladies mentioned earlier, not always having that initial support system, and then, getting to a point where they had a little bit of a support system. You mentioned your husband being a good support, right? And being able to stand by you through the businesses, because we know that sometimes it gets a little tough. Can you tell us about how that's really helped you today?
Oh my gosh. So my husband, he's amazing, and he's helped me tremendously. I don't think I'll be able to actually do what I have been doing if it wasn't for his support. He handles all the back end work. So you'll see me, I'm in the forefront. I'm planning the events. I'm meeting with clients here. He pretty much handles all the documentation. So he leaves me to be as creative as I can be, and he works on the all the documents, all the filing, all of the emails that get sent out to clientele and to those that we're connecting with. He is the one that really covers that part of the business. So it gives me more time to use my creative skills to work with my clients.
Wow, that's great.
Yes, that's amazing. So you said something about journaling and writing. So I'm going to tie this to keeping goals. So I'm sure you had, when you were about to resign from your job, I'm sure you didn't think about having all of these things happen to you immediately. So, but you talked about journaling and praying, and one of the things I have noticed amongst all the first speakers who have spoken, they have talked about God, which means God is the promoter of business. Whatever source you believe in is the promoter of your business, because all of this will be in God. So we say God is the promoter of your business. So can you tell us about the goals that you set for yourself? And was there a time you didn't even achieve any of them? Was there a time you were like, you know what, I am done. Yes, Father, I heard from you, but it's not going as you said, and I am done. Or did you see your goals and you were excited and you're like, yes, I did this? Can you tell us about goal settings? Because you said journaling, and I'm sure that's an integral part of your business as well. So can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so I mean, there's some goals that you may not be able to accomplish when you would like to. But I am just going to encourage everyone on here to keep on writing and to keep on believing. And when they do come to pass, to cross them out accordingly and to keep on going to the next level of the goals that you've documented in your journal or your planner. And so I remember prior to even being able to do consulting, my goal was literally just to get 10 more clients. Right? But the goal to get more 10 clients surpasses 50. So I really praise God for that. There are times where there was one particular goal that I had documented, and I said, I would like to have in the year 2021, I would like for us to have 30 clients. Well, of course, it didn't happen because of COVID. But will I cry over spilled milk? No, I'm just going to keep on going, and I'm going to keep on building. I'm going to keep on sharing on my social media platforms. I'm going to work with the clientele that we do have, and I'm going to look forward, and not 2020, that was 2020, and I'm going to look forward to 2021. And so what I do is, if a goal is not accomplished within that year, I push it to the following year, and I work hard to accomplish that goal. That makes sense.
It does make a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much. Yes, it does make a lot of sense. And
yeah.
I was just reading one of the comments, and someone said, God bless your husband here today, Osho. Men who support their wives, they are awesome. I just needed to put that there. Men who support their wives are awesome.
And if any of the powerful men are on here and you are in the comment section and you are a supportive husband, put I support my wife. Hashtag I support my wife.
Yes, please do that. I support my wife. So I know that there's a lot of the audience can go ahead and ask questions. You can ask questions. I'm going to pick your questions and I'm going to ask. So if you have any question that you want to ask it today, you can just put it down there. I'll pick it and then I'll ask it. So I know that there are a lot of challenges you're doing. I mean, running two businesses and they're successful. So this is just my thought. Have you ever had a situation where you forgot to track a budget expenses on an event, or you overshot a budget and then there was an issue? I know these things happen in the event industry, so I want to know if there was a time that ever happened and how you were able to mitigate that particular situation, knowing that you do luxury, and if you actually overshoot a budget or you're actually going below a budget, it's going to affect you. So I want to know how you mitigate, if that has ever happened, and how you've had to mitigate that issue.
Okay, so are you mentioning this is for clientele, right? So I'm sorry, is this for clientele?
I think it means more on your end.
Your end.
On my end?
Yes.
Oh, in terms of budgeting. So, so what we like to do as event planners, we love to do styled shoots. Styled shoots is a way to promote your business. And so you take all your creativity, you take your style, you connect with the brands. I may connect with a decorator, a hairstylist. I may connect with, anyone who works in the event industry to put something together. And so I was able to get a list of people who were interested, including models, including everything, a venue and everything. And I got into it thinking that it was going to be free on my end. I have to be honest about this, because when you're doing a styled shoot, the onus is the responsibility, the financial responsibility of a styled shoot becomes the event planner. So I had to cough up thousands of dollars to put this styled shoot together. I was sweating because I told my husband that it was going to be something that everybody would put their own money into. I didn't know it was the responsibility of the event planner. But either way, it came out so beautifully. And so even though initially it was challenging, financially challenging to put something like this together, it was really a major success because we were able to get into 5 magazines. We were publicized and published in 5 different magazines in that year. So it was a really great accomplishment for all of us, for all who were involved. So yeah, financially, budgeting, for the next time when I do a style shoot, which would be soon, I plan to do one, ahead of time, I'm going to think about how much it's going to cost before I even go forward to producing a style shoot. So that was a biggie. That was big for us. It entailed everything from modeling to traveling expenses. I didn't know I had to pay for traveling expenses for those who were involved, and it was a lot. It was still a success.
I'm glad I had to ask you that question because I'm like, luxury, it's a luxury event. How is she going to be putting all of this together without, having to go through all of these challenges? Thank you for sharing that with us. So, over to you.
So, in thinking about the fact that you do a lot of intimate events, right, where we get close to each other, we dance, we laugh. With this current situation that we're all facing all over the world, as I'm sitting here with you, I have my wipes, I have, we know it's real, right? We know that this is a serious matter. And of course, because you're in infectious control and infectious prevention. But, to take it back to your events, how has this helped you? What kind of coping strategies have you been able to use in your industry and in your field to kind of get you through this time?
Wow, yeah. So, doing events during this time has been a little difficult for me because I am also in the healthcare field. So for me, I see things a little differently. And not to be funny, when people open their mouths, all I see is COVID flying out of their mouth. It's just because of the field that I'm currently in. And mixing that together is so interesting. So, of course, the events have gone from large events. We were used to putting together large events of 500 to 1,500 people to now putting together events of 20 or 50 people. And it's interesting because even though they are small events, we still have to follow the guidelines that the CDC, the state, and the WHO organizations give us. So yes, clients are not able to mingle as much. People are leaving a lot earlier. So from having, I'm Nigerian, I was born and raised in the Bronx, but I'm still a Nigerian woman. So, and I do a lot of Nigerian events. So, these Nigerian events can last for up to 6 to 7 to 8 hours, dancing on the dance floor, enjoying themselves. Now, we're just sitting in our position, we're 6 feet away from individuals, right? And the events are not lasting as long as they used to. So we're seeing events last maybe 2-3 hours max. And we're even lucky if we get to 3 hours. And we're doing ceremony is 15 minutes, eating is quick, cocktail is quick, eating is quick. Some of our venues are not even allowing people to dance with one another because of the social distancing guideline. Guests are wearing masks, people are wearing face shields, and so it's uncomfortable. People are not attending weddings because they are nervous about contracting COVID from other attendees. And so, yeah, it's a different, this is our new norm. It does not stop us from celebrating love. And I always tell my clients, if you desire to postpone to the following year, just don't cancel, but if you desire to postpone to the following year so that we can see where we are right now with what they're doing and how the spread of the virus is dwindling down, then do that. But if you desire to get married this year, it's fine, because what really matters is the marriage. The celebration is all good and dandy. That could wait. But if you desire to do something small, that's fine. If you desire to go to the Justice of Peace and do a small dinner with family and friends, and we're there to just coordinate the day and still make it a special and grand event for you, that's fine as well. My desire is to see successful marriages, not only a successful wedding day, but a successful marriage.
That's beautiful. Awesome. I always say that, whatever you're doing, your job is to promote something. And I love the last thing you said. Your job is to see beautiful and successful marriages. Now I'm going to talk about, there was something you said that sounded really funny. You said every time you see people open their mouth, you see COVID flying out.
It's just my eye. The healthcare eye.
I know.
Science eye, yeah.
And it's so amazing that, you never know what God really wants from you. Like now you're in the event industry and you're in the medical field as well, and you're having to combine these two together. It is absolutely amazing. Now I want to talk about the medical aspect of it. Now kudos to all frontliners, all those who work at the front line. Kudos to all of you. Now I want to know if during the course of this pandemic and all, if you had to work, and what were the challenges that you had to face? Because like I always say, yes, it's not glitz and glamour, but everybody's going to say, oh, Yetunde is doing okay, she doesn't have any issues. But no. So during the course of the pandemic, did you have any challenge having to go to work? And
especially being in the tri-state area, the tri-metro area, where we know that there was a very big surge. So let us know how that worked.
Yeah. So, this pandemic has been something else. For those, it has been, for all of us, it's been a struggle. For some, it has been, a great blessing. For others, it has been tragic. So it's changed the course of our life like nothing we've ever seen before, right? So a lot of businesses, including mine, have had to strategize. We've come up, when I say with the event planning, we've come up with strategic packages for our clients. We're doing a lot of online consultations, Zoom meetings, putting time and effort into generating new leads organically. Just by reaching out to our previous clients for referrals. Yes, it's been difficult. I have not been able to, before COVID, I was traveling on a weekly basis. After COVID, I I didn't travel for a good 5 months. You know, we had COVID, I think, hit us in February, I would say February, March, April, May, June, July, August. So going on 6 months, I haven't traveled. I'm set to start traveling in September. So your ambulatory centers are closed, and if weddings are postponed, then your financial stability gets a little rocky. And so it was important for me to really strategize. I went from doing a lot of in-person education on the healthcare side to now focusing on how am I going to make the education lively for my clients, still make it effective. So Zoom meetings have been really good, and I thank God that we still have all of these social media platforms and all of these platforms to really showcase, you know, our work and our PowerPoint presentations for our clients. You know, so really taking everything on a case-by-case basis, both when deciding to cancel and plan or reschedule events, and just getting creative with our time, because now we have a lot, you know, none of us can say we didn't have a lot of time. We have a lot of time to really sit down and strategize due to this COVID-19.
Yes, thank you. And you know, another thing that kind of just sticks out as we're thinking about being careful and taking all these precautions that, you know, and especially because we have you here in front of us, is we want to remind people to wash their hands, right? I think that it's so important to think of how we can stop the spread with something as simple as washing our hands, reducing the touch to our face, right?
Right.
Is there anything else?
I call this the T-zone, okay? Your eyes, your nose, and your mouth. When you touch your eyes, guess what? You have infectious organisms that can enter into your eyes, they can enter into your nose, and they can enter into your mouth. So it's important that you not only wash your hands, how long do you wash your hands for? We want to use 20 to 30 seconds to wash our hands, whether we're using soap or water or you're using sanitizer. Please ensure that you are washing appropriately, because people will say, oh my gosh, I don't know how I got sick. Sometimes we're so absent-minded, and it's so easy to touch a surface in our home. You know, think about how often you actually wipe down your light switch. You know, we hardly ever do that, but when you turn off your light using your switch, don't think to go and wash your hands, and then you're rubbing your eyes and you're rubbing your nose and you're touching your mouth. So yeah, you're right. You know, just be cognizant of what you touch and ensure that you are washing your hands appropriately.
Yeah, and that's really good. You know, as you mentioned the light switch, I've been a little OCD now in that area to where literally every day I am cleaning all my handles, I'm cleaning my fridge, I'm cleaning my doorknobs, my lights, all the major touch points, because like you said, we just don't think about it when you're in the comfort of your home. You know, so I think that's really important.
I was actually a little bit paranoid when all of this started. I'm sure I was washing my hands like 50 times. I just didn't want to get infected. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Yetunde. This has been amazing. So my next question for you would be, I remember you saying that as at the time you left your job, you had to become a jack of all trades. And this was because you needed to provide your quota. You know, you can't just sit down and say, oh, I've done this, I've prayed to God and nothing is happening. I'm going to wait for a miracle to happen. Now, you said you hated to use the word hustle, but indeed it was you hustling, right? So can you what would you say to people out there who have probably lost their jobs, right? And they want to transit to another career. They've lost their job, they want to transit to another career. Do they have to go through the route of them doing everything just to put money on the table, or do they, you know, stick true to what they really want? So what would your advice be to people who want to transit their career in this that lost their job during the course of this pandemic?
Yeah, so when I say I became a jack of all trades, it was basically doing what I love to do. And so I love graphic designing. I love creating certain things and using my hands to do that. I love doing that. And so, you know, I would advise everyone to really sit down and look at what is it that you love to do that is a hobby that could potentially make you money, right? And I had to start looking at myself as a brand. I had to start looking at myself as people may look at what you have and what you are creating. They're also looking at the person that's creating it. They're also looking at the person that's building something. So I would say, look at what you love to do and write these things down. You may like to do multiple things. I know someone that called me and she didn't know what she desired to do, but I told her right off the bat, I said, you have a great personality. It's so easy for you to make friends. I mean, I took her actually, I invited her to church. And one Sunday, I invited her to church. And after service, this woman met at least 5 people. And as she met these individuals, she was now introducing those individuals to other people. So when you have these types of things, it may not be something that you can do with your hands, but it may just be a personality thing. What I advise her to do is create a woman group, create an empowerment group. Look to see how you can empower women. Maybe do a platform where you can empower women on being their best self. And believe you and me, you can make money out of that by empowering people. Because people will want to pick your brain for you giving them certain advice on how they should build themselves as an individual, right? And so whatever industry you're on, whatever industry that you decide to move into, there are people that are doing it. There is nothing new literally under the sun. So whatever you're doing, someone has already done it. I would advise you to educate yourself. I would advise you to pick the brains of other entrepreneurs in the industry, get ideas of how they built their platform or their brand, research as much as you can. When building new businesses and brands, there are people that will help. There are people that may not be willing to help. But when one door closes, another one opens. So I always say, when a door closes, you move on to the next. There's no reason for you to be crying over spilled milk. Move on to the next. And make yourself relevant. Build yourself up emotionally and mentally. Yes, this is a downtime. This may be a downtime. It may be a down period for many of us, but don't waste this time. And if you don't feel like doing anything, I know a lot of people are saying, well, this is the time where, God has given us to rest. Thank God for rest. But don't become lazy while you're resting. So if you are desiring to build yourself financially, look at your talents. Look at the talents that God has given you to build. Don't bury these talents. Really to build what God has placed in your heart, your dreams and your desires. A lot of us are going around here saying that we don't have talent, so we don't have ideas. All you need is a pen and paper. Sit down, write it out, think it out, pray about it, and I can assure you that you will build something that's successful that will not only help you financially, but will help those who need the services that you're providing.
Amazing.
Wow,
This is good.
that is great.
Yeah,
that is great.
so great.
So, we want to make sure that people can find you, because some people might be tuning in late. Some people might have went to the bathroom really quickly. So you're on all social media platforms at Upper Room Events, right? Upper Room IT Solutions out of New York. So if they find you on one platform, you'll give them the information to find you on another.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Great. Thank you so much. Queenette, also, what is your social media handle for those that are looking for you, Queenette?
Okay. My social media handle on Instagram is @thisisqueenette. And on Facebook, you can find me on Queenette Anilama, simply Queenette Anilama on Facebook. And then on Instagram, it is @thisisqueenette.
Yes, thank you. And I am Fola Kayode, and you can find me on Instagram, the MC Fola K, at the MC Fola K, and also on Facebook at Fola Kayode.
All right, that's amazing.
Thank you. Subscribe. Tell them to subscribe. Any other questions? I'm sorry. Any other questions for Yetunde before we wrap up?
I was going to. I wanted to read something that.
Okay.
I want to read something that someone said, she said, I feel your pulse, Miss Osho. I do event planning as part of fundraising. So what you're saying resonates with me.
Okay.
This is a season to strategize and hone your new skills and prepare for our new normal. And that is so true, given all of the
Right.
things you said. You said, yes, this is a period where we're supposed to be resting, but don't become lazy when you're resting. You can do a lot of things. If you know you can do a lot of things, take a pen and a paper, just write it down and do something beautiful with all of these gifts and talents that God has given to you.
Yes. So any other, I think that was more of a statement, some encouragement. That hashtag also, that person, Sade, also said no giving up, right? No giving up. People are saying they're writing things down. We're seeing good vibes. We're seeing a lot of comments here on YouTube, on Facebook.
This was also want to mention, this is something that I tell my kids all the time, and I actually speak to myself concerning this, but believe in yourself, don't doubt yourself, believe in yourself and your brand, because if you do not, no one will. Stay confident. Don't leave any room for any negative influences who sow seeds of doubt. There's people over there that will sow seeds of doubt. They will tell you you can't do it. They will say, oh, I don't even see, why did you choose this, or why did you do this? Please do not leave any room for the naysayers. Entrepreneurship is not an easy road, but it's absolutely worth it. But for me, most importantly, this business does not belong to me. Whatever you put your hands to do does not belong to you. It's a service that you have to be able to give to others, right? And so we're giving services to other people. So the business that we're creating for ourselves really belongs to other people. It allows us to bless others. It is a talent and a gift that you've been given by God. So I always say that if I focus on making sure the outcome for my clients are amazing, then I know that I use what God has placed in my hands with excellence. So never give up. I know a couple of people have been saying never give up. Success is in your hands. And if you give up your dreams, you're living a life that's unfulfilled. Live life with a purpose and on purpose.
Awesome.
Yes, awesome, amazing.
Yes, thank you so much, Yetunde. Thank you.
Thank you.
This was really, really inspiring and really.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. Look out for the Upper Room events.
Yes.
Book us. Infection Control Solutions. Book us. We are on all social media platforms. Listen, we take every event as though it's our very own. My husband and I, when we plan these events, it's like planning our wedding over and over again. And we just love to see our clients happy. That is our mission, is to see our clients enjoy their memorable day. We don't ever want you to forget the wedding that we've planned for you. So God bless you, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Yetunde.
Thank you.
Queenette, this is just amazing. We are almost to our fourth panel, but we have so much more information to share, so much more entertainment. How are you feeling over there, Queenette?
I'm feeling pumped up. I'm feeling stoked, and I can see all of our audiences. They've been commenting and tweeting and, doing a lot of things. Thank you so much for staying with us. Thank you so much. I'm going to just say a little bit of what Yetunde said, and I love the fact that she said, don't be lazy while you're resting. This is a time where all of us are at home, and we're saying, okay, it's time for us to rest. Yes, you can rest, but don't be lazy while you're resting. Pick out the pen and paper and write down all of the things that you can do. And in doing that, you're actually helping yourself and empowering other people.
Yeah, I think that's important because sometimes people get a little confused about what rest is, right, Queenette? So I think that was really good that you keyed in on that and what that rest and that moment of stillness is for us all.
So, Fala, I need us to check out our phones again. Audience, so
selfie challenge.
Yes, it is a selfie challenge, and don't forget, you are still watching and you are in the Power Woman Experience 2020. 2020. So we're going to do a selfie challenge now. So bring out your phones like I've done.
Your phones, everyone. We're bringing out ours also.
Yes, you can see mine. I'm sure you can see mine. So you need to take a picture. Yeah. Take a picture of yourself, and then you're going to post it using this hashtag. Hashtag PWE20. Hashtag PW Experience 20. Hashtag the Power Woman Experience. Post a picture. We're going to be putting some pictures on the screen. So
yes,
let's
and
go.
we want to see you. So we are waiting. Go ahead and load them.
I'm about to take mine.
Go ahead, Queenette. We see you. Yes. Okay. And ladies, also, you're still here with us, and gentlemen, we know that there are a few men here with us as well. We still have a lot of good information. If you're just joining, if you're coming back, go ahead and share our link. Click on the notification bell, subscribe. We mentioned earlier that we're going to have a survey that will come up. So if you have, we want to know your feedback. This just gets better and better every year. We weren't virtual last year. Sharon was not virtual last year, but she's virtual this year and global this year. Yes. So there is the QR code for your survey.
Yes. So all you have to do is bring out your phone, like as always, open your camera and put it on that box that you see there. It's called the QR code, and then you scan, and then something comes up, and then you click on it, and then you give us your feedback on how the conference has been so far. Okay, make sure you put your hashtags, and make sure you put all of the hashtags we've read out already. So hashtag,
and tag us as well. We have, me and Queenette have been with you since morning, since afternoon.
So just tag us.
We will repost.
It's at This is Queenette on Instagram, and at MC Fola on Instagram as well. MC Fola K on Instagram. K on Instagram as well. So we're going to go for a little recess, and then just a little bit. Please don't go too far. While we'll go on the recess, we're going to play you a video on resilience. So watch, and please give us your feedback on that. See you soon. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, my name is Atinukeda Miyakubu, and I'm the founder and creative director of 3113 Signatures, a female ready-to-wear brand for the everyday woman, both home and abroad. So we focus on Afrocentric casual pieces. First, this came as a result of how the attribute that people that knew my story used to describe me, which is that I'm a very resilient person. And when people say, oh my God, Senika, you're so resilient. And so today I want to share a bit of my story. Resilience is about, adapting and coming out of a situation that life throws at you. There's this common saying that says that if life throws you lemons, you have to make lemonades from it. Basically, that's what resilience is, adapting and coming out of a trauma or whatsoever life issues successfully, strong, learning good things, and not letting whatsoever that you've gone through define you or define the outcome of your life. Just a little background about myself, and I'm the first of 4 girls, and our mom died when I was 14, and I think her last born, the girl, was like 5-ish. And automatically, because my dad wasn't there for us, the mantle of taking care of them and of leadership, of leading them, fell on me immediately, fell on a 14-year-old. I was barely getting out of high school. I think I was in my 5th year in high school. In secondary school, we call it secondary school, and because there was no funds, I had to drop out and did a lot of hard jobs. But I was determined, because my mom always told us that one of the legacies that she wants to leave is having educated children, because my mom wasn't that educated. Her mom died earlier too, and she had to do hard jobs, and she didn't have that opportunity to go to school. And I remember her always saying that, and I'm like, we have to follow through and go to school. And it was a lot. It was tough for us, especially financially, because we had to even feeding, it was so hard. not to talk of, getting money to continue our education and going to school. I started working in places and saving whatsoever little I was getting from, and also got helps from, some of my church members. I started working in a firm as a secretary after my 2 years in school, and I was gathering my money that I was making bit by bit. It was really small, but I had a really nice boss that gave me extra money for me aside from my salary. So I started, putting little by together, but I still wanted more. So I learned how to make fabric accessories online. So I started making Ankara bags, Ankara bangles, Ankara earrings, and started selling online. Before you know it, people started saying, "Oh, come and train me." And I'm like, I first had this imposter syndrome, like, oh my God, I don't know anything. I'm just learning online. But then, girl, we need the money. I had to pay school fees. So one thing that actually built my resilience was support. Having a community of people that, believes in you. If you're in the midst of these people, you'd also want to do stuff like that. You'd automatically, they will rub off on you. So that also helped me build my resilience. And one other thing is finding a purpose. Trying to say, okay, so what can I do? How can I help? Looking for ways to help other people. I started volunteering even before I started my business. I met new people. I met people that were doing great stuff. And it inspired me and propelled me that, oh my God, I can also do this, right? That's one. Also, one thing that I really did lastly, which I think that I really did it late, I realized late as well, was asking for help. It was so hard for me to ask people for help when I needed it. But I think that it is one of the important things in life to know when to ask for help for people. And I hope that this inspires you to go out there and start and, have the mindset that there's always a way to come out of whatsoever life throws at you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a very good reminder to what resilience is. As we think about resilience, the dictionary says that resilience is the ability to recover from something tough, from a difficult situation. So we're all going to go through difficult and challenging moments, challenging situations. All of our powerful women, our boss women today shared with us that they also went through some challenges. But the important thing is to remember that you are also a resilient individual. You're resilient in your efforts. You have the ability and the capability to recover from that situation. People mentioned their trust in God, not remaining stuck, being able to take charge of whatever that situation. We had people from our single mothers that came on here and talked about the challenges that they went through. They were resilient. We had people such as our second panelist that also mentioned some of the challenges that they had to go through, starting businesses different from what they may have started in, from Fumbi to Tenny, starting two businesses, and just the resiliency that it took to get to where they are today. And our prior speaker, Yetunde, also mentioned that the challenges she went through, going through leaving corporate America to starting another two businesses. And there were tough times. We all go through tough times. There were challenges, but it just shows us about the resiliency and saying that you can recover, you can get through this. It is possible, you are able. And if you haven't already done so, please share this video. Let people know that there are people out here that are resilient, that are bosses, that are power women. Use our hashtag, share, give us a like, make a comment in the comment section. We are reading all of your comments. We are reading them and we are going to continue to share them. If you haven't already done so, click on the notification bell. If you haven't already done so as well, go ahead and realize that you can also do our survey, donations. This was a free global event. So while it's free, a lot of things went behind the scenes. So please go ahead and, that information will be shared a little bit later, but you can also donate to the PayPal or use the QR code that will also be displayed. But one of the things, there it is. So we just want to continue to remind you that there's so many different options that you can do. If you like what you've seen, please let us know in the comment section that you like it. And we are not done yet. We are not done yet. You know, people are writing, don't sink, but swim, right? You know, all of these different things. People are saying, I will keep swimming. I will keep swimming. Yes, resilient woman, we see you. We see you. We are seeing all of your comments. So just as we're continuing, we want to take you into our next panel. While we have just one more panel for you, we have a lot of great information. We have some more dynamic presentations, some more dynamic entertainment that you will see. So don't go too far. We're gonna let you go ahead and maybe grab some water, take a quick bathroom break. We're gonna go ahead and have a small video break before our panel starts. So don't go too far, and we will see you soon. Just a short 3-minute recess. Thank you, resilient woman.
My name is Susan Bandola Dosu, and OSBS Elite is one of the best gifts I give myself this year as an entrepreneur. Sincerely speaking, it's a community of women who are there to support you, to encourage you, and to criticize you in a positive manner. They look into your business, tell you where you're going wrong, what you're also doing well. And that's something that every woman that is doing well in business should crave for. When I joined USBS Elite, that was this year, and I met her on Facebook. She was always supporting me, even though I was not a member of the group. She reached out to me, asking me if I needed help in my business. And as usual in a person, she went all the mile to support me, as in all the mile. Being in this group has really been profitable for me. I'm grateful I joined, and I've connected with a lot of amazing women doing so well who would inspire with their story, their journey, and their successes. I want to implore every woman out there to join this group. This is a group to be if you are going somewhere in life. And again, of course, with your brand. So please, I encourage you to become a part of us, grow, learn, and achieve greatness. I love you. Bye-bye.
In 2015, when I set out to help teachers, I knew I needed to move from passion to making money. And that's how my path and that of Seun Akinoto crossed. Joining the On Point Small Business Success Network, which we call OSBS, has been amazing because it's a safe space for women. Now, joining the Elite tribe is like the icing on the cake because the business mentoring sessions, the mastermind sessions, even the prayers and the continuous support from the Elite members have helped me to focus and gain clarity. For somebody like me who's a visionary, the push I get from the Elite members have helped me become someone who also implements my ideas. I would recommend that you join the OSBS Elite Network because Seun Akinoto is a business coach that knows what she's doing. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And you're still watching the Power Woman Experience 2020. Now, I need you to use the hashtag PW20, hashtag PW Experience 20, hashtag the Power Woman Experience. Okay. This is really amazing. I would want all of us to bring out our phones so we can do a little survey. So what I want us to do is when you bring out your phones, you open your camera and then you click on that little box that you see on your screen, right? And then I'm sure that's going to come up now. Yes. So you see this cute little box here. I need you to open your camera and zoom in on it. And then you would see, you'll see a link pop up. Now I want you to actually click on the link and give us a feedback about the survey. Okay. Let us know how you're doing. Let us know how we're doing. Tell us if you enjoyed it. You know, how was the experience for you? What you have learned from it. You know, tell us about the speakers. You know, tell us what you would like to see. You know, in the next Power Woman Experience. Just tell us how you feel. Okay. And then again, like we said, it's an amazing event. It was free. It was put together by the convener. It was free. And you know that a lot of things, a lot of hard work and a lot of money was spent to make this beautiful, was spent to make this event come to you. So I would like you to also please make a donation if you've liked what we've done so far. I'm sure it's going to come up again on your screen. So you can please bring out your phone again, put it by the black little box you see. That's a QR code, and a link will come up. You can click on it and make a donation. And you can also use PayPal. If you say you're too busy to do that, just copy the link, and please, your donations are welcome. And guess what? It is not that the monies are going back to the convener. She's going to be giving out free. She's going to be giving it to a charity organization to support them in what they're doing. So you see, it's us giving back to each other. So I would love you to nothing is really too small. So just make a quick donation, and we will definitely be grateful to you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Julia, how are you? What have you learned from all of this?
Oh my
that
God.
all of these powerful speakers have been saying?
This has been the best morning ever. I can't believe we're already at panel 4. I've had such a great time, and I'm feeling so encouraged and uplifted by these amazing power women. And up next, we have two Mercies, Mercy Ferreira and Mercy Moya. Fun fact, I'm a junior at the University of Arizona, and I met Mercy Moya when we were freshmen, and we joined an organization together. We have been inseparable ever since, and I'm so excited to introduce her in our next panel. But first, Mercy Ferreira, who is founder of the Caleb Generation, is from Delta State, Nigeria. Though her upbringing was often strict and sheltered, Mercy found a safe haven through her love for music and her passion for singing. Through her involvement with an after-school Christian fellowship and later as a student with the University of Ibadan, she continued to work on her passion for singing while deepening her relationship with Christ. Now an ordained minister, Mercy Ferreira has traveled from the continent of Africa to the United Kingdom to North America and parts of Asia, sharing her beautiful voice with people around the world. Mercy Moya is born and raised in northern New Mexico with a population of 1,000 people. She's an ambitious student at the University of Arizona who believes that there is no such thing as dreaming too big. The third of 4 children, she was raised by a single mother who sometimes worked 3 jobs to support her kids. A sacrifice, Mercy said, has taught her the importance of perseverance, dedication, and hard work. Though she's faced familial hardship and financial disparity, Mercy pushed past these triumphs and received not 1, but 2 full-ride scholarships to both high school in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and later to college at the U of A, where she's working towards a degree in finance with aspirations of becoming an investment banker. Ms. Moya is a strong believer that we're not defined by our setbacks, rather than the way we respond to them. And although she's early in her career, she'll continue to set her sights high and encourage others to do the same. Introducing Mercy Ferreira and Mercy Moya.
Amazing. I can't wait to have them on the screen.
Yes. But before we go into that, I just, I saw so many comments going on. I just want to give a quick shout out to my dad. I saw him in the comments section when all the way from New York City. My dad is in the comments. He's learning some things in this technological world. So
thank you,
I want to give my dad, Reverend Coyote, a shout out in New York.
Daddy, we see you. You have raised an amazing daughter. Thank you so much, Daddy.
Thank you. So are we ready for panel 4, session 4?
Yeah, we're ready for the Messies. I love their names, I love their names. And I'm sure you watched that video, right? Oh, they're here.
So welcome, ladies. We see you.
Hi.
Hi. Amazing, both of you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to start with Mercy Ferreira. Please, can we meet you? Tell us a bit. I know they've read your bio, but just tell us a bit about yourself, and just tell us a bit about yourself. So let's not push it here. Let's get to know who you are.
Okay, so Mercy Ferreira is a singer-songwriter. I love the Lord. I'm married with my husband and my son. We live happily. We're happy. We bless God. I love to work with the young people. I love to work with the married people. This is something I love to do. I love to work with ugly houses. And so this is my side passion and things like I do. I'm the fourth of a family of 6 children. I call myself the perfect middle, so I'm just in the middle, the perfect middle. Upbringing was bittersweet, but I thank God because that upbringing has helped me become who I am today. I am a strong, resilient woman. I don't see challenges. I don't see them as challenges. I see them as stepping stones to greater things. I am proud of my heritage. I'm proud of my background. It has made me who I am, and I love it.
Amazing.
Wow.
Wow.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yes,
All
yes.
right.
So, Mercy Moya, can we meet you too? Just a
Yes,
little bit
let us
more
know a
about
little
this.
bit more about you, Mercy Moya.
Yeah, of course. I'd say right now I'm just an ambitious student, but I come from a pretty big family. I had 3 siblings, and I grew up with my mom and dad for the most part. I was an athlete growing up, but my senior year of high school, I think I realized that it wasn't my long-term goal, and it's something that I really enjoyed, but I sought out a passion that I thought I could use to inspire others and make my impact on the world. So my senior year, I took this financial literacy seminar, and I really loved it, and I knew that I wanted to major in finance. And I got to the U of A, and I found investment banking, and now thankfully I have an internship next summer for that, and hopefully I can pursue that after college. And yeah, that's what I'm up to now. That's what I'm doing.
Amazing. You sound so confident. Like, oh my God, let's just go.
Yes. So, there's a lot going on today, right? And you guys have both experienced lots of things in your childhood, have experienced, maybe some trauma, some different things. We kind of heard in your bio a little bit about it. But I want to take it back to Mercy Ferreira. Can you kind of tell us a little bit about maybe some of your childhood experiences and how it's shaped you, or how it's kind of yielded and molded this place you are today with music and some of the great things you're doing?
Absolutely. So my childhood was bittersweet, like I said. So there was a time that my parents lived happily. My father would put us on the chair, all 5 of us. The other one was abroad at that time. He would sit us down. He would dance for us. He would cook for us. So my father was a very good cook. But then somewhere along the line, I think he started to mingle with some wrong friends, I would say. And they started to tell him, maybe the wife you have in the house is not good enough for you. Let me introduce you to someone who is more beautiful. And I think that it's a common thing in Africa, I would say in Nigeria, because I don't know, I think it's just the way that the world just runs in that area, in that country. And so, he stepped out on his marriage and would come back home and fight with his wife, and we have to watch it. The kids, we are just right there in the middle of all that craziness. We had to sit down, we had to cry, and it was terrible. I would say that much. I mean, and I'm saying that because this is telling the truth and telling your story. It was horrible at that time because the next day, they will fight so much, they will go on the street and fight in the middle of the night. So it's so quiet in the middle of the night and everybody can hear what they're saying. And we had to go to school the next day. And the next day was the worst day ever, because then we live in probably one of the best houses on the street, but there was a lot of ugliness, coming out from that house. And because of that, I was a very introverted person, and I'm still very shy, in a way. But that was my reality. I have to live through that. I have to live through the shame of being the child or the daughter of the parents that fought, the night before, the ones that fought every other day, the ones that, my father would just, behave in certain ways. And my mom, of course, she was hot-blooded and everything. And I have to show this man, and things like that. And she didn't start off being like that. She used to be a very quiet, strong woman, obedient, carrying out that instruction that they gave, that parents give us, that you be a good girl where you're going, respect your husband, obey your husband, and things like that. But then she told me, because this is one thing about me and my mom, we were quite close, and the things that I don't understand, I would talk to her about it. I would ask her. And she told me, she said, when you are a quiet woman, nothing opens your voice like a bad husband. And I put that on my left hand, and I'm like, okay, nothing opens your voice like a bad husband, or somebody who just knows how to press your buttons. And so the kids, we had enough of it. We were just hoping that something would happen. And so when they were going their separate ways, we were all happy, like, oh, thank God, finally, these people are going their separate ways. They're not going to kill themselves. And we were happy that they were going their separate ways. I know that sounds kind of crazy and sounds kind of odd for the kids. Usually they don't want their parents, but I'll speak for myself. I was happy. And I think some of my sisters and my brothers, we were all kind of relieved, because the embarrassment to us and the shame was just too much. And then so they were going their separate ways, and we were happy. Like, thank God, finally, these people have done the right thing. We will work something out. We'll be okay. We'll be all right. And my dad got us, and my mom had to move out of the house, and it was tough, because then she wasn't allowed to see us, and so she would come to our schools, different locations on Lagos Island at that time. She would come to our schools to look for us, and she would stay there and be crying. I'll be telling her, Mommy, don't cry, don't worry, everything will be okay. She had to go look for a place to stay. She had to start living like someone who had no kids, even though she had 5 or she had 6 children. And that was tough, and we didn't know where she was. And, we all lived a sheltered life. My father never really allowed us to mingle, so we didn't really mingle. And so I didn't get to know where the nearest market was until after the divorce, which was, I was already a teenager at that time. So you can imagine all the years that had passed and everything. So and from then on, life was tough, because eventually my father lost his job, and we had to move to a rural part of Lagos State, which is the Korodu area. And I would say I've sold all kinds of things. I have sold pomo. If you know what pomo is, pretty much hawking it on my head, myself and my sister, with the smelly water and everything, and having to transit from being a middle-class family into this place. And we became something else, because we didn't quite understand what was happening. My brother and my sister, the one immediately after me and the one immediately after her, fell sick, and I tell you, they almost died. But then thank God, because while all those things were happening in my family before my parents broke up, I gave my life to Christ. And that was through my sister. She gave her life to Christ first, and she would come and talk to me. And so it was easy for me to follow her, because she was modeling for me, and I was just following her. And we would hold hands and then pray, because then there was no money anymore. There was nothing anymore. And it seemed as if, as soon as my mom went out of the house, everything good left with her, It was
what a remarkable story. It tells to that whole thing that we talked about earlier, and that the video mentioned earlier about resiliency, right? The resilience to still push through that tough situation, that tough moment. And here you are, still standing, a globally known musician, right? And which we'll definitely talk about a little bit more. But, we want to talk about some of the childhood experiences that you've also faced, Mercy Moya, in your background, and some of the trauma that you've had to overcome, also in a resilient manner, to get you to where you are today. So can you share with us, Mercy Moya?
Yeah. So when I was younger, I guess I didn't really understand what was happening, but like the police would show up to my house, and I realized later that my dad was abusing my mother, and that was something kind of hard for me as a little kid, because how do you cope with that? Like, you don't go talk to your friends about it. And like I mentioned earlier, I grew up in a pretty small city, so I wasn't really too proud to go around talking about it with everyone, because I think that people already talked about it on their own, and they kind of prematurely judged me and my siblings and my family for this. But as I got older, I realized that thinking about what they thought wasn't really a main priority, and that
it was more important for me to focus on the good relationships I had with my mom and my siblings, and then to channel my anger and my sadness and whatever other feelings I might have been having into my sports and my schoolwork or passions that I had outside of school, and just finding that outlet was really critical for me, and understanding that there's more to life, and when you're stuck in a rut like that, it's really important to pick yourself back up because no one else is going to do it for you.
Awesome. Okay. Both stories are actually really, really, really very similar, and it made me think about parenting and childhood. Really, a lot of parents out there are modeling for their children. Whatever character you're putting out, your children are copying it, and these things actually affect them, right? Now I'm going to go back to Mr. Ferreira. Music heals the soul and brings a level of joy that can't be experienced actually. And I mean, you were a little girl with all of these things that was happening to you, you know, and it was like you said, the next day was the worst day of your life. You know, you didn't want to go out, you didn't want to see anything, right? But
Yeah.
all of these situations that happen at home, how did it? Because I know it did. How did it affect your overall well-being, and how were you able to cope? Still talking about
Okay.
resilience. How are you able? I know you talked about your sister, you know, being there for you to model a good character for you, but I know, how did it affect you as a person, as a child growing up, and how were you able to cope?
Okay, so when things like this happen, and first of all, I want to say thank you for that question. When things like this happen, the children are released to the great wilds in that sense. You're like a lamb, and then you are released in the presence of all the wolves in the world. And then we started to find out that nothing goes for nothing. Like people wouldn't just even give you anything without wanting to take something from you. And I think the best way I could say that I coped was because is that I had Christ in my life, and that I had a strong value based on that, and I still had that support system. A lot of people didn't know what was happening in my life while we were in school and while I was going through all of those things, even up to the point of going to college. And this is it. So a lot of people, the neighborhood we lived in at that time, a lot of girls get pregnant out of wedlock, and before you know what's happening, she drops out of school, and then she becomes a mother, and sometimes even the guy doesn't take responsibility for the pregnancy. So I grew up in that hopeless environment where people really didn't care so much about education. So I was determined to get an education because I needed to live a life that was different from the ones that I grew up with. Music for me became my go-to place, and sometimes I would just go find somewhere and sit down, and I would hide myself. I would sing myself to sleep. Never cried about my situation because I developed all these coping mechanisms. One of which was I would sit in front of the mirror. And as far as I'm concerned, the Bible says that I am created in the image and the likeness of God. So the image that I see in the mirror is not me. I tell myself, that's not me, that's God, because you look like God. So, and then I would sit down and I would tell God every single thing that I'm facing, every single thing that is going on in my life. And as soon as I do that, I am okay. I am comfortable. I didn't really have that many role models in that sense, because, by the time my parents were separated, everyone that came took sides, and most of them were for my dad, and they would come to the house and talk bad about my mom. So there were no role models except my sister. She went to college and had to go through all of that. She pushed through and went to college, and I told myself, I am going to college. I want to be like her. So it was tough, but I'm glad because all of that experience taught me things. And this is one thing about me. I learn from every experience. I can sit down. I love to sit alone. And what do I do when I sit alone? I sit down and I look at the sky and I tell myself, there's something beyond the sky, and I would like to know what is beyond the sky. I know that there's someone watching over me and he loves me. I want to prove myself to him. I want to show him that I'm good. I want to show him that I can make him proud. And so getting to know the Lord and everything kind of gave answers to those questions I was having. But I had a support system outside of my family. I had a support system in church. They didn't know what I was going through. They didn't know what was happening, but I had that support system. And I want to say something. While I was in high school, because this was the peak of the times that these things happened, I was in high school. There was this teacher. I hope that one day I will find him. You know, he did. I don't know, but he would call me aside then. But he was also the Greek teacher, and he had some animals, and he would force me to. And I mean, I'm afraid of the ram and anything. And so the ram, the horn and everything, and I have to feed the food or the food I was going to feed the ram. And, you know, it became a, I think that comic thing kind of give me money. He doesn't have much. He will give me, I literally bring out the money from his pocket and give me half of it. He introduced me to his family. And, you know, I for the life of me, even till today, I would never understand why he would do that, because he's Muslim and, you know, the lines don't curse at that time. And these were some of the ways that I, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Mercy Ferreira. Thank you so much. So, you know, we're hearing about your story. Oh, we have Shawn here. Shawn, welcome. I see you looking fabulous over there in that.
Yeah. Thank you.
So everybody, you've been watching us all day at this very dynamic and global event, Power Woman Experience 2020. We are here, we are live, we are global, we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we're everywhere. And for panel 4, our session 4, I am joined by Shawn on Demand. Shawn, go ahead and tell people who you are and that you're here joining us to moderate this last session for today.
Sure. Thank you, Fola. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining the Power Women Experience. My name is Shawn Akinlatutu, but I go by Shawn on Demand. I am a professional coach. I am also the chairman and CEO of the Shawn and Friends nonprofit organization. I'm also a program manager here at a Fortune 500 company here in the U.S. So I wear many hats. But I'm very glad to be able to represent as a moderator today.
Yes, thank you. And I know that you're just joining us because you had an event also that you were doing. So we can follow you on @Shawn on Demand on IG. Is that correct?
That is very correct. Thank you, Paula.
Yes. So we're going to go ahead and delve right into our last panel for the day. I mean, we've already been asking questions. You've already heard from Mercy Ferreira and Mercy Moya about their passion, what they're doing. So Mercy Moya, we're going to go ahead with the next question to you. Shawn, do you want to go ahead and take Mercy Moya?
Sure. So Mercy, I know you finished high school in 2018, correct? Yeah, you finished high school in 2018 and you're smiling at pursuing a career in investment banking by the time you graduate in 2022. That's just a couple of years from now. It appears that you've had your life mapped out, and I'm very excited to hear about your story, your background story. Can you tell us a little bit about what drives you, what motivates you to pursue this career?
Yeah, absolutely. So like I mentioned, when I was growing up, I had a bit of a broken family, and then when I was pretty young, I'd say around like 8 or so, my mom got a divorce from my dad, and so she was raising all 4 of the kids, including myself, on her own salary, and sometimes she would have to work like 3 jobs just to get us by, and watching that kind of financial hardship really was hard for me because there wasn't really a lot I could do to take that burden off of her, contribute in any way. So when I got to high school, I realized that I wanted to do more. And like I mentioned, the financial literacy seminar course that I took really inspired me to want to learn more so that I could help the world and so that I could help people not be in that same financial hardship that my family went through growing up. And I know that investment banking isn't financial advisory to people directly, but I think that investment banking is something that I want to do early on in my career, and I want to get that experience and understand how the markets work and how different corporations work. And I want to take that knowledge, and as I get older, I definitely want to apply it and help other people so that they don't have to struggle the same way that my family and I did when I was growing up.
Absolutely awesome. I absolutely love that. I know that you're young, but I love your drive. And one thing is that I know is, and I think a lot of people have heard this, you have to plan, because if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And it seems like Moya has her life and her career clearly mapped out, regardless of the diversity that she has encountered. So thank you so much for sharing that with us. We're going to move on to, I think, Mesa Ferreira. I think we're going to jump right to you. I know you started singing at the age of 7. Did you know for sure that this is what you wanted to do as a little girl?
Not really. It wasn't something I wanted to do. It just was my own way of giving back to the God who gave me the gift. I never saw myself as somebody who would be singing all over the place. And I just knew I had the gift. And I would call my classmates back in the primary school, primary 4, primary 3, and I would sit them down during break time and sing Michael Jackson songs to them. I never saw myself, on the limelight in that sense. And I never thought about it like that. It was just, a gift, and I wanted to give it back to God, and I use it as much as I can.
Yeah. So absolutely. Just tell us, how do you categorize your style of music, and what artists have inspired you the most on this journey?
Okay. Thank you. So I sing inspirational songs. I sing Christian songs in that genre. I was inspired by Michael Jackson, Anita Baker, Layla Hathaway. Whitney Houston was my greatest inspiration. She gave me a gift, and she taught me how. I learned from her how to use that gift to the maximum and not be afraid to open my mouth or be afraid to sing whatever it is I wanted to sing at that time. Yeah.
Absolutely. So you have a beautiful voice, an amazing voice. And I think some of us have been very privileged to hear you sing, but I don't think that our global audience has had that opportunity to have you to hear you sing. So would you just sing something for us for a quick 30 seconds before we jump on to your next question?
Okay. So I will sing one of the songs that I used to sing to myself when I feel so down. When I feel all alone, I sing to myself, and I sing, and in singing that song, I sing to God and just tell him exactly what I'm going through. And so one of those songs was when I lose control, when I lose my will, I'll hide myself in you. Oh, when I lose control, when I lose my will, it's true. Oh, I will hide myself in you. I choose you again and again. I choose you again and again. 'Cause you mean so much to me, dear Lord. I choose you again. I choose you again and again. I choose you again and again. 'Cause you mean so much to me, dear Lord. I choose you again.
Woo! Thank you. Fantastic. Looking forward to seeing you on a global stage very, very soon. That was wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
That is amazing, amazing, Mercy Ferreira. We heard, I'm sure that people are getting goosebumps in the YouTube section, in the YouTube comment section. So if you're in the YouTube comments and you were just feeling it the way I was feeling it, please let us know. We definitely want to hear from you. So one of the other questions that I have, as we're thinking about, hope and our well-being and just, coping and dealing with different things that we might come across in life. I want to take this question now to Mercy Moya, and I'm going to come back to you, Mercy Ferreira, because as you've both experienced a lot of things in your childhood and that affected your well-being, just what are some ways that you, Mercy Moya, were able to kind of overcome and cope with some of the challenges?
I think I touched a little bit on this earlier, but I was really blessed to have my siblings here with me and a mom who was really strong and cared a lot for us. She always put us first, and just being able to have that strong foundation is really important for me because they're who I fell back on. And then as I got older, I also found friends who I could invest in and things that I could pour my passions into, whether that was like playing sports with my friends or if it was photography or music or whatever it might have been. There were a lot of different things for me personally that I found you just needed to explore outside of the hardships instead of thinking about how awful you had it, just trying to find those things that made you happy despite what was going on around you.
Wow, that's good. Have you ever got to a point where you felt like maybe giving up?
I think there's definitely been some really hard times that I've gone through, but never have I looked at it and thought, like, I can't do this anymore, like it's too much. I think it's important to realize maybe if you want to sit back for like a few days or even like a week or so and just do nothing and you realize what you're going through and feel bad about it, that's fine because everybody copes with things differently. But the most important thing is picking yourself back up, and once you realize that you've been down for a long time, not letting yourself stay there and just forcing yourself to go back even if it's uncomfortable and it's not what you want to do and what feels good in the moment. I think that's what you said, succeeding and pushing yourself out of whatever adversities you're facing.
Great. Thank you, Mercy Moya. So we are just going ahead and we're reading the comments. We just see the comments coming in. I see goosebumps. I see Mercy Moya, you're a bundle of determination. Somebody said they need your voice, Mercy Ferreira. May God bless us all with those talents. We all have different talents. And that's one of the things that we want to continue to remember is that, God has given us all different talents, but use the talent, use your charm and your passion. We talked about what you're passionate about earlier, and we just want to continue to use the gifts that we have. So Sharon.
Yeah, so just piggybacking on the song that you just, amazingly and wonderfully did for us, you deliver the message of hope and healing through your songs. And I think, and I want to listen to some of your music, and I think one of the things I love is that I don't see the commercialness in the music. You know what I mean? And it seems like you're not after that commercial success. Like your music is more purposeful. Like there's a particular reason why you do that, right? And that brings me to our next question, which is that you deliver the message of hope and healing through your songs. How rewarding and how profiting has this been for you?
And one of the things that I've been blessed with is that I didn't have to do music to survive, and that's a blessing because then I don't have to. I don't really have to worry about those aspects of things, even though at some point, my husband was like, this music that you're doing that doesn't bring anything. And I'm like, listen, there's a reason why I'm blessed. There's a reason why I'm blessed. And I get to do this without having to, because money is good, money is great, money is needed. But when you are doing things that have to do with humanity, the mankind, I would take it this way. Okay, so when I started the ministry, I started really, really doing it. One day I was praying and God spoke to me. He said, I know you want to do this and I know you want to succeed at it, but you have to do it my way and according to my terms. And so I just kind of paused from that prayer and I was like, so does it mean everything I've been doing has been, not having any impact with God and everything? But I realized that as soon as I agreed to that, theme, that way, and the terms, God started to bring some things my way, which were books. I read a lot of books now. And he brought people along my way. There was one stranger that I met on Facebook, and he's ever putting books in my hands. And those books have helped me to be resilient the way I am right now, this level, because now, again, ministry is in stages, life is in stages, even business is in stages. So now where the stage where I am is like the gathering stage, and God is telling me, look, what I did for you, you go out there and do it to others, do it for others. Or I brought you through a broken home. You could have been destitute. You could have sold your body for money, you know. And then in the music industry, we all know this. And anything that has to do with entertainment, sometimes you have to give what you're not supposed to give just because you want to get what you want to get.
That is true.
And I'm here to tell people that, listen, you don't have to go that route.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to do that. You know, that God is raising people in the kingdom who are willing to share with you, because that is part of what I'm getting now. There's somebody who mentors me, Carrie Cole, she's in New York. She teaches about, okay, I can get you through the door. Okay, I can get you through the door. You don't have to warm anybody's couch. And that goes for all the women on this platform, please. You don't have to warm anybody's couch. You don't have to do that. There's always a way. If you hold on to God, he will show you that way and his terms, and they work all the time. So this is how I have been able to encourage myself. And this is what I want to be known for.
Wow.
Somebody who opens the door for people, somebody who says, okay, look, you're an up and coming artist. I can help you, push you out there. And this is what I do for everyone that I know, the ones that I know, the ones that have been introduced to me. I mean, from recent events that I've had people who I don't know reach out to me and say, can you listen to my music? And I listen to the music and I say, I really like it. And I put them up for consideration to, you know, put them on my events just to showcase what they have, because it's not that easy, especially when you're a Christian, even in church. I would say that much. Even in church, there are all kinds of atrocities that are going on. And there are some people who are not ashamed to ask you for these things. So that's my own way. That's the legacy I want to be known for. I want to be known as somebody who opened the door for so many, in spite of, you know, I'm also doing my ministry, but also opening doors for people.
And thank you for doing that. You know, something that you just said a few minutes ago, you said that, you know, you, at some point in time, God spoke to you, you prayed about it, and God spoke to you and gave you directives on what you wanted to do. It's funny that I was hosting an event yesterday, and it was a wedding actually, and the bride had said, as part of her vows, she's telling her husband that, you know, if you want to go fast in this marriage, you know, you're all alone by yourself, you know, but if you want to go well down this path that we have, you know, chosen to go to, you have to work together with me. We have to go together. And you're hearing you talk about, you know, you prayed about it, you listened to God's directives, you know, him asking you to read different books. That tells me that you have made the great decision not to walk by yourself, right? But to walk with the leading of God. And he's clearly, you know, directing your path. And love to see the success that you're already, you know, gathering at this point in time. So thank you for sharing that. I just wanted to throw one more question at you before we jump on to Messi Moya. So did your parents agree? You know, I know when you started at 7, that was quite a young age. And I know a lot of parents out there have children who are of a similar age or a very close age, and who are also showing interest in music or in the arts generally. And, you know, especially from the culture that we're part of, a lot of parents do not necessarily see that as the way that they want their children to go. We tend to direct our kids to go to, you know, things in the sciences, like, you know, medicine, you know, architecture, pharmacy, all of that. Did your parents agree to that 7-year-old wanting to sing her heart out to the world? And what was that journey, and what were the challenges that you faced at that time, at that very young age, when you made that decision?
Okay, so my music life was outside of my home. Nobody knows that I sing, other than my sisters. I think the first time my father heard me sing was after he and my mom broke up and they were not together again. So I was cooking in the kitchen, and he heard me humming, and he was like, "Who's playing this? Who's playing that CD? Who's playing that?" You know. And my sibling said, "Oh no, it's Mercy." And he was like, "You sing?" I was like, "Yeah, I sing." You know, my mom knows that I sing, but she never really got to know how well, or, you know, she never really got to know what I do. And they didn't get to see me in my true self until I got married. And I joined the RCCG National Mass Choir, and they saw me on the screen. Even people in my church didn't really know how well that I sang until they saw me on that, the big screen at the Redemption Camp. And then some people will see me, at my mom's house and just greet them and everything. And then we all go to the program, and then they see me on the stage and they're like, really, is this who I just talked to in the afternoon? I never knew she was like that, blah, blah, blah. So they never knew that I sang, because it was my thing that I kept. It was my own secret place, and I wasn't ready to share with them.
Wow, that is amazing. You said that people didn't know before, but they know now. You have led over 6 million people to worship through your vocals, through your music. You are doing amazing things, and we can see just how passionate you are about this. So we're really happy that it's no longer a thing that no one knows, but a thing that everyone knows. We're happy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Mercy Moya, just to take it back to you a little bit, you're a part of a business fraternity, correct? And also the vice president at your university. It seems like you've been really intentional about kind of picking a certain path to really get you to where you are today. Can you tell us a little bit about maybe some of the choices you've made and why them to get you to where you are today?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So from a really young age, I knew that I wanted to leave New Mexico for college, just because there's not really a lot in New Mexico. New Mexico is beautiful and I love it, but in regards to like corporate growth and wanting to really experience out your career, your options are kind of limited. So I knew that I wanted to go somewhere big. And then when I got to the point in my high school career where I was applying to colleges, the University of Arizona offered me a full ride scholarship, and I was really fortunate to be able to accept that and come here. And when I got here, since I was from New Mexico and I had never lived anywhere else a day in my life, I didn't know anyone from Tucson. So I tried my best to try to meet new people. And one of the things that I did was apply for this business fraternity. I was really fortunate to meet some really great people there. Julia was one of them, like you mentioned earlier. And through there, my mentors in that organization actually introduced me to investment banking, and we have this really cool program at the business college at the University of Arizona. It's called Wall Street Scholars. It's specifically for freshmen and sophomores that want to pursue investment banking and sales and trading. And it's a kind of a competitive program. They only accepted like 6 students this year, and I knew that it was competitive. So all of first semester my sophomore year, I was studying up until the interview part so that I would be ready and I would be able to get accepted into this program that would hopefully launch me into getting my internship that would turn into a full-time offer for a career. So just, I guess, what drove me to make these decisions was knowing that I needed to be proactive about my future. And I guess one could go into these situations and just hope for the best. And some people will get the outcome that they're hoping for in doing that. But what I know works for me is just planning out what I'm going to do and then preparing ahead of time so that I'm as prepared as possible when the opportunities present themselves.
Great. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So Mercy Moya, before we hop on, what would you say to this younger, to those that are younger than you right now who are trying to follow the same career path that you're on? What would you advise them to do?
Just keep working hard and reach out to as many people as you can. At this age, it's hard because you have a lot of people that are really encouraging you to do whatever you want to do, but then there's so many other people that are telling you that it's a foolish decision and that you can't really accomplish these goals. So they're telling you to go for something that's easier or something that's more orthodox. But I don't think it's the case. I think that you should pursue whatever makes you happy, and if you really want something, if you work really hard, it's definitely possible to get there.
All right, absolutely. Because I'm pretty sure that we have a lot of young ones amongst us who, could benefit from you sharing that and learning that from you. So we jump right to Mr. Ferrero as well. I have a very similar question for you. What's your advice for upcoming artists, and what's next for you?
Okay, so my advice for those who are coming up is, listen, it's one thing to have the talent. It's another thing for you to work on it. The talent doesn't build itself. You have to develop that talent. You have to give it all it takes. You have to read books like I do. Because the books that I started to read, they started to teach me about value. Like, don't go after money first, go after value. If the value is authentic, the money will come after the value. I started to learn how to treat people. I started to learn how to validate people, because what you sow, you will definitely reap. And in this ministry, you need to validate people, celebrate them for their gifts. Don't look down on anybody, because that's another thing. Now, people tend to want to say, oh, this person sings better than this person is better than this person. There's nothing like that. In the kingdom, we have no arrival mentality. Those who feel that they have arrived or think that they are better than others, they're actually rebels in the kingdom of God. So we are all parts of a body that fit together. So somebody who sings like a soprano voice, or has a tenor voice, or I have an alto voice, everybody is equal. Everybody is unique, and that uniqueness makes the body of Christ complete. So see yourself as a part that makes the body complete. You're not better than anybody else. You are unique in your own way, and you can build on that. You can learn how to value people, learn how to celebrate people, respect people, be humble. And in this ministry, and in music generally, both circular and inspirational, if you're not humble, you can't go far, because there's just so much that talent can do for you. The rest is your humility. The rest is your character. If you lack it, you lack everything. You will not go far.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ben, and thank you for sharing that with us. And I hope everyone has been able to pick one or two things from what Mr. Ferreira has just shared with us. Paula, on to you.
Yeah, so Cheryl, you know what I was thinking? I mean, we've heard so many dynamic things today. We've heard so many amazing tweetable moments. As we talked about earlier, please tweet, please leave in the comments section. One of the things that Mercy Ferreira also just mentioned was that when you get this talent, you also have to develop it, right? You have to work at it. You have to work hard. We can't just expect it to just happen. When they say faith without work is dead, right? So we all have to put in the work and do our great work to become amazing. So she said, be authentic. We also are reminded to be authentic, be real, be true to ourselves. So just want to kind of thank you all and continue to put in the comments section, and we're going to take it back to Mercy Moya. But if you've heard something that was amazing, something that has stuck out to you, go ahead and put that in the comment section. We are still reading the comment section, and we're just so happy to have you all here. Humility will take you far, right? Humility and character, be humble. We're seeing them all come in.
All right, thank you for that, Paula. So, Mercy, I think, sorry, Mercy Moya, this is going to be my last question for you. So, I know your upbringing has, you've mentioned and talked about, your mom's strength and how she's been able to raise you and your siblings despite of what had happened, growing up. Would you consider her as, an inspiration?
Yeah, absolutely, I do. She's probably one of the most selfless, humble, and dedicated people I've ever met. I think for a woman to kind of just push aside the things that she wants just for her children, and she kind of gave us everything that she had because she wanted the best for us. It's something that I'm so inspired by, and if I were in the same position, I hope that I would be able to do the same, but I know that it's something that's really hard to do, and without her, I don't know where I would be. So she's the biggest inspiration for me.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that. So, you guys, this rounds up session 4 for us. And just a quick recap here. We have both two amazing ladies. I don't think it's unusual that we have both of you with the same first name. So I want to say thank you both of you for sharing your stories, your upbringing, with the challenges you've been facing and how you're forging ahead. I do want to say that you both of you inspire me greatly. You both have diverse backgrounds. Mesa Ferreira has shared with us about her upbringing as well. I'm not one person to use the word broken home because I think it has a negative connotation to that. So I would rather just say, her parents were separated, at a young age. And today, I know a lot of people get negatively affected when their parents, separate and go their individual ways. Mercy is a classic example of why that should not be the end result for you if your parents, split up when you were a kid, or even now that you're an adult. We no longer use other people's actions as an excuse not to forge ahead with our own life. If at all anything, you need to forge ahead, keep going, and know that it is not a deterrent in any way for the goals that you want to achieve and for your purpose in life. And if you've listened to Messi Moyer as well, she also spoke about how her father was an abusive man to her mother. She witnessed a lot of these things until she was the age of 10, and her mother had the strength to move on. And her mother single-handedly raised herself and her siblings. It takes a lot of tenacity for a parent to take over and to raise children, and not just raise children, but to raise children who are indeed a blessing to the society. And I think every one of you listening would agree with me that Blessing Moya indeed is a blessing to her society. We can see a lot of things that she is. We've heard her bio as well. She is not a statistic. That again is another example of a person who has faced an adverse background, an adverse upbringing, and yet is still on top, has come out and has grown beyond all of the things that she encountered as a young child. She is out there, she is winning. So I want to remind each and every one of you, if you are from, if your parents, were separated when you were younger, if even you as a parent now are separated from your husband, I want you to know that that's not the end of the world for your children. There's a lot out there for them. They can live an amazing, purposeful life. The choices your parents make do not determine your own future. You have the key to your own future. You can make the necessary changes that you need to in order for you to succeed in all areas of your life. I want to say thank you so much again to Messi Moya and Messi Ferreira for joining us today. We want to see all of the comments, everybody. If you're in the comment section, just say thank you to both of them for sharing that part about them. Humility will take you far. I see that comment in there. Thank you guys both very much for sharing that with us. One of the comments in here from Shade Mukolu says, Messi Moya, you got a head start and a fantastic gift. Stay focused. You're on your path to making an impact. Thank you guys so very much for sharing that with us. We appreciate you guys joining us today.
Thank you so much, Mercy Ferreira and Mercy Moya. Up next, we have another incredible artist, and I'm so excited to announce dance artist Keisha George.
I'm sorry, I can't stop clapping. That was amazing, Keisha. That was fantastic.
Thank you.
You did awesome.
Thank you. I give God all the glory. All of the glory.
All the glory. I join you in doing that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, if you loved that expression of love through music, that expression of worship by Keisha G, please just give a thumbs up, a high five, a clap, anything in the comment section. We are going to be reading through the comments. You did fantastic. I'm so impressed. I mean, my heart, I had goosebumps, and you're good. You're really, really good. You're talented. God has indeed given you an amazing gift, and I love that you're actually doing this in His honor and blessing Him. You're not, out there dancing boldly. You're actually using the music to worship Him. So, how great!
Absolutely.
How long have you been doing this?
Well, I've been doing this for about 12 years now. It's been about 12 years since I've been dancing this way.
This way.
Yeah.
Wow. Fantastic. Great job. So we know we just have a couple of questions more for you. So what part of the world are you located in?
So right now I live in Media, Pennsylvania in the United States.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So that's in the East Coast here. Now, I know a lot of people are probably wondering, I think I want to learn how to dance like Keisha. How does she do it? I wonder if she can teach me or coach me or any of that stuff. So do you coach me?
Yeah,
absolutely.
I do. Dancing is actually something I'm very passionate about. I've always loved dancing since I was a little girl. But as I got older, God honestly wanted me to go this route of my dancing. Because this is something that I've run away from in the beginning. It's something that I was like, oh, you know what? No, really? No, I don't think I could do it. No, thank you. Because there was a minister who visited the church. I went to a church called Grace Temple Baptist Church located in Lawnside, New Jersey. Okay. We had a minister visit and she danced and she was like, I want you. And the whole time I'm like, oh, no. And I'm thinking, okay, when church service is over, I'll just run out the door. I won't greet anybody. But when service was done, she knew exactly where to find me and said, no, you need to do this. I'm like,
yeah, you can't run away from your purpose, When God has a purpose for you and when it's the right and exact time, He will arrest you. And make sure that
look what happened to Jonah, right?
Yeah, that's what happened. He arrested Jonah until he was ready. Yeah. Absolutely. So we thank you so much for being on this platform. Ladies and gentlemen, she is on social media as Keisha G Ministries. Please reach out to her, follow her on Instagram. Make sure that you follow her. She's also on Facebook as well. Find her. If you are in the area as well and you need her to come to, I'm assuming you travel as well. You do travel. Absolutely. She travels worldwide. If you're in Nigeria, I want her to come over. Absolutely reach out to her. She would be more than happy to come and teach the art of dance, of worship, true dance, ministry to true dance as well. So thank you so much for joining us, Keisha. That was amazing. The comment section, everybody, I think a lot of people are just speechless at this time. I'm seeing a lot of, clapping and, people are singing along with the song. It's on God, when the Holy Spirit steps in, it's hard for you to even express yourself, So I think everyone is just speechless at this point in time. Everyone is singing along to the song. So thank you so much for that impactful worship session that you did. That dance was amazing. It's impacted a lot of people's lives, reassured a lot of people. Someone said reassuring. It's so reassuring. And I see a lot of good vibes mentioned in there. So for those who have been feeling somewhat down, downcast a little bit, I think that was the perfect music that you chose right there for this moment, to remind everybody that God knows your name. He has not forgotten you 1 second and He will never forget you. Your season is almost here. Just hang on. That song was a beautiful reminder. Keisha's spirit, Keisha's expression was also an absolute delightful reminder as well that we are Father's children. So thank you so much, Keisha, for joining us. Again, on social media as Keisha G Ministries. Please go ahead and follow her, reach out to her, communicate with her as well, and invite her for your events. Thank you so much, Keisha.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. That was amazing, Shim. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good.
Powerful at this Power Woman Experience 20. If they haven't already, hashtagged us, retweeted, shared on YouTube or Instagram, or share with all your platforms, what is the hashtag that they need to tag us with? I think they've shared it across the bottom of the screen. Hashtag PWE20, hashtag the Power Woman Experience. There it is. Hashtag PW Experience 20. Just keep them coming, keep them coming. We are so excited that you are here. Do not leave. We're still live. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and move on to the next part of this program. We would like to introduce our convener. The next thing is our convener. Our convener is here with us live. We want to introduce her, Mrs. Sheon Akinlatan. She is a dynamic and powerful woman. She is the woman, the mastermind behind this great program that you've seen today. She decided, along with her team, to go global. They've been doing it for a few years, as you've seen. She's also a mentor, a coach, a dynamic and powerful woman located in Pennsylvania, USA. She travels. She has lots of resources. She brands. She does so many amazing things. Please also look at her website, On Point Success. So without further ado, we're going to bring live to the stage our convener, live to your screens. Use the hashtag, follow us online. Welcome, Sheon.
Hi, Fola.
Hi, Queenette. I missed you.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Queenette.
Hello, welcome.
Yes, thanks for having me.
It's good to have you back. It's good to have all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. And if you're still with us, like I can see that you're still with us, it is still the Power Woman Experience 2020. And don't forget to use the hashtag. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to follow us, and make sure you click on the bell so whenever there's an information, you can actually get it. Thank you so much, Sheon, for bringing this amazing events to our screens. Thank you so much. It's good to have you here with us.
All right, I'll see you later.
Okay, so it's the Power Woman Experience. And I've had so many things from all of the amazing speakers, and I've been going through all of the comments that a lot of people have been dropping. It's been amazing. This is actually, I would say, God sent, and a lot of us are learning so much from this experience. So, Sheon Akinlatan, thank you so much for organizing this. Thank you for the opportunity. You started On Point. You started On Point Success in 2014.
Yes.
Right, and in 2015, you proceeded to creating a business platform strictly for women, right? And
yes.
I want to ask, because everybody knows this thing that they talk about, when you put women together, there's a lot of chatter, they're always quarreling or something, they never seem to do anything. But I think that narrative is wrong. So my first question to you is, when you decided to, have this business platform for women, did you meet any form of resistance? Then how have you been able, to make them see their potentials? What? I didn't ask you to introduce yourself because I know that we've introduced you. So I just want us to get right into it. Then again, you will introduce yourself. So please can you tell us if you met any form of resistance, and how are you able to make them see their potential, make them see that they are enough?
Yes. I started On Point Success as a blog in 2014 after getting multiple requests in my inbox from those who wanted to learn how to start and grow their business online. Prior to that time, I was an event planner who used social media to motivate, encourage, and empower other people. After starting On Point Success, the requests still didn't stop. I realized that people wanted someone that could hold their hands, someone on whose shoulder they could lean on. And this is what I am about. I am about giving people hope when people have lost it. I want everyone around me to be successful. I believe that if the branches are successful, the trunk will be comfortable as well. So I decided in 2015 to start On Point Small Business Success, popularly known as OSBS. So if you go on Facebook, everyone is calling it OSBS. And I started on Facebook. I started as a Facebook group, and the platform snowballed into something beyond what I could ever imagine. To your question on resistance, I'm not sure I got any type of resistance from anyone, but I would definitely say that people are receptive to my message, but sometimes people tend to underestimate the amount of effort that is required to actually be successful. The way people think about it in their brain is usually very different from reality. So some people do drop off by the roadside. They don't make it to the destination. And that is actually fine, because not everyone will get to their destination. But if you're determined and you're disciplined, you'll definitely get there.
Thank you so much. See, I had said earlier, and I had said to Fala that at the end of this event, I'll be writing a book on all of the tweetable quotes that we got from the Power Woman experience. I'm sorry you caught me writing, because you said something really, really amazing. You said, you talked about the trunk. You said, if you don't cut up the branches, the trunk will not be successful. So in order for the trunk to be successful, certain things have to,
be in place.
Yeah. So I listened to your interview, and it was pretty amazing knowing that you're an environmentalist and you have been this for 15 years and counting. How have you been able to combine your work and the growing demand of your community of thriving women? I mean, we can be very demanding as individuals. Now you have a community of 12,000 women who are seeking for your attention. You are handling them, telling them, I need you to do this. And then again, you have an OSBS elite group that you handle. You're not just involved in their careers, you're also involved in their day-to-day life. Then you have this job that you had for 15 years and counting. How have you been able to combine all of this? Indeed, I know you're a power woman, but you need to tell us how you've been able to combine all of this.
All right, so let us set some records straight. I have a degree in toxicology, and I also have a master's degree in environmental health. I have not worked at the same job for 15 years. I have been a waste management professional for almost 20 years. I'm grateful for the opportunity to, hold on to my career while also running a business and leading a community. I'll tell you right off the bat, it's very challenging. It is draining. It can suck your blood, but I have a beautiful family. I have a very supportive husband. I have supportive children. I train my children to be independent. My husband is very understanding. He helps me. He helps me watch the kids. They know when I need a break. And my community is my passion. I love to see other people succeed. I give my 101% to things that I truly care about. I love people. You don't have to earn it, and you don't have to qualify for it. I just love people. I have the mind of God, and I believe that I have a mandate. I love people, even when they don't deserve it. That's who I am. So one other thing that has also helped me to be able to do all the things that I need to do is my ability to keep my circle small. It's important. I am very, very selective about who I bring into my inner circle. I'm very selective about my friends. I don't have too many friends, so I'm just by myself. I love people. I do what I need to do, and I'm grateful for every opportunity that God has given me to be able to give of myself to other people.
Amazing. Awesome. Yes. So I remember going back to your video and going back to all of the things that I watched, concerning you. I remember you talking about your struggle when you came into, when you relocated to another country, and you said you asked someone that you needed a job and the person laughed at you and you were like, what's wrong in dreaming?
Yeah.
Can't a girl dream? I want to have an
Yes.
office job. I don't want to have an odd job, but I want to have an office job. And the reason I'm asking you this question is because every time you refer to your mom as being the beacon of light on your entrepreneurship journey,
Yes.
can you please list 4 principles, because this conference or this conference is about practical steps that people can follow, to fulfilling their dreams, right? So can you tell us 4 major principles which you still practice till date that you got from your mom?
Sure, absolutely.
Because I'm sure that it was from your mom you got that, that answer to give the lady, like, but I can dream.
Yes.
Why is she laughing at me? Because every other person would have settled, but you decided that, you know what, I am going to pursue my dreams.
Absolutely. I would like to give a big shout out to my mom for modeling greatness to me. My mom had 4 girls, of which I am the first child. We had a tough upbringing, especially because we grew up during the military era and things were really hard. I remember that salaries were not paid and my mom decided to start a business. I wouldn't even call it a business. Let's say it's a side hustle. So she went out to the market and she came back and brought a plastic bag. We call it plastic bag. Some people call it nylon bag. It was black, very small, very common bag in Nigeria like that. And what was inside this bag? It was biscuits, milk, sugar, candy. And I asked her, I said, what are we doing with this? She said she's starting to sell. I'm like, wow, wife of a doctor, you're going to be selling provisions. And she said, yes, she's going to sell. And remember, I grew up in a neighborhood that was very reserved. I barely could count like 10 cars plying that street in a day. But I remember that my sisters and I joyfully arranged these items on a very small refrigerator that my dad used when he was in medical school. We arranged the provisions, if you call it that, and we put that refrigerator by the window. We had a burglary proof on that window. And I remember if we finally see one person walking down the street, we're like, come and buy, we have this, we have that. And that was how my mom started. But watching my mom start from very humble beginnings and moving and expanding our business. At some point, we were even doing commercial grinding of pepper and things like that. So my mom is a very strong woman. She's the most hardworking person I know. In terms of your question, what are the principles? My mom is one person I know that she goes above and beyond. And I think that I got that from her. Anything that I do, I put my 101% in it, and I make sure I'm going above and beyond. The other thing is my mom is a prayer warrior. I watch my mom pray her way out of situations that looked irredeemable, and she came out stronger. So I imbibed that from my mom, or my mom imbibed that in me and my sisters. So there's barely any psalm that I cannot recite, from my heart. And I'm a worshiper. I love worshiping. So I also believe in the power of prayers. My mom, like I said, she's hardworking, and a lot of people tell me I'm hardworking. In fact, I make a joke that I've worked so much in this life, I need to retire early. And then the last thing will be discipline. My mom is very disciplined. Sometimes I can be that one person that, when I say yes, I'm not turning back, I'm moving on. And some people can say, oh, I'm strict. In fact, my sisters call me Mother N, but I believe these are good qualities to have. And that's how I've been.
Awesome, amazing. So I need you to, I'm seeing some of the comments in the comment sections, and people are saying, oh, she's indeed an amazing person. She loves with her heart, and all of these people are from the elite group. Amazing. Shout out
to all OSBS elite members.
Yes. So I remember listening to you and talking to you even before now. You mentioned something very remarkable that you didn't say. When you say your mother started a business, so she went to the market and then she came back with a nylon bag or paper bag, like we call it. That means your mom had money. But you told me there was a specific amount she started with that blew my mind, because it is actually ridiculous for someone to start with that amount. I would want you to talk about that, because people are there wondering, how would you expect me to start with this amount of money? So tell us what specific amount of money your mom started with.
Yes, my mom started with 30 naira. I don't know what value that would be in present day Nigeria. I lost touch of the currency, but 30 naira is, I don't even know, it's about something cents. So I don't know the value of 30 naira now. I mean, like that 30 naira we had back then, I don't know what it was now in Nigerian naira, but I'm sure it's not more than $10. I don't know. I really don't know. I lost track of, the value of money, but I'm talking about, 1992. So whatever that is in present day, I really don't know.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So you talked about going above and beyond, which is amazing. And all of the speakers have said similar things, like praying, trusting God, and also discipline. I remember, I think it was Fumbi who said she was disciplined and determined. So I see that every speaker, every successful woman who has spoken on this platform has one thing to say about discipline and sacrifices, and they're
absolutely
they're actually willing participants in their journey to success. Thank you very much, Keynote. Thank you so much. And if you're still watching, please stick with us till the end. Don't forget to share. Don't forget to subscribe, and don't forget to use the hashtag. So that brings me to my next question, which is absolutely amazing. You've written this amazing book called Unequal.
Yes.
It is, I think it's a step-by-step guide for every entrepreneur. And, I think you poured out your heart in that particular book. So now I need you to tell us, what's the story about the book Unequal? Because the name is actually, the title is really unique. And then what's the plan for On Point Success in the next 5 years? Your story about the book Unequal, and what is the plan for On Point Success in the next 5 years?
All right, my book Unequal is what I call a revolutionary book. And the reason I frequently call it that is because I do have a lot of business books. I'm always buying business books, and when I read the books, I see a common trend in a lot of the books, not all, but a lot. And that is the fact that a lot of writers or authors, business book authors, they hold back information, or, they can talk about some certain things, but then they leave out some things. So I wanted a book that would break it down to anyone that is reading. So I wanted a 6-year-old to be able to pick up my book and then follow the step-by-step instruction, be able to implement that and get results. So that was why I wrote Unequaled. One unique thing about it is that it can be read and understood by people of all ages. On my plans for the On Point Small Business Success platform, of course, my number one dream for that platform is to be able to support women. I want to be able to support women from across the world, not just in terms of advice, but I would love to invest in businesses. I would love to fund women that they don't have the means, they don't have the capacity. I would love On Point Success to be that place that women come and they are encouraged, their lives are changed. I believe that we all have something inside of us. I don't want to see any woman suffer. So I want it to be a platform whereby women from all nations, all continents can come and become a better version of themselves.
Amazing. Awesome. You sound okay. So for those people who are watching us and they're wondering, come on, she sounds like she doesn't have challenges. She sounds like everything is just rosy. She sounds like she was given birth with determination. She's just going on and on. I have tried, I have pushed. What does she mean by that? So was there any time in your life where you wanted to give up? Especially when you were faced with challenges that could break your spirit. Was there a time you were like, you know what, I am done. I am so done. I can't do this anymore. Was there a time? And if there was, can you tell us what you did to overcome all of these things?
Wow. Yes, of course. I have gone through series of challenges, and I want to mention specifically that with my business on Point Success, I have gone through at least 3 different instances whereby I wanted to give up completely. A specific incident happened that the domain name of my website was about to expire. I think I paid maybe for 3 years, so this must have been maybe around 2017. And I got a notification from the hosting company that maybe your domain name would expire in 60 days. I looked at it. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to let it expire. What's there to do? I don't want to have this website anymore. And remember that I said I started on Point Success as a blog. So that meant that at that point, I had over 1,000 articles that I've already written on the blog. And I kept getting reminders from this hosting company saying that my domain name will expire. I don't know what happened. I let it expire, actually. And then after it expired, they did send me an email saying that I have 2 weeks of grace to restore that domain name and, have all my content back and all that. Well, I let all the days pass by. On the 13th day, something clicked in my head. I asked myself, are you okay? Are you ready to give up all the years of your investment? And thankfully, I was able to make the payment, and I restored my blog. I restored my website. I lost some data. I did lose some data, but that was a pretty bad experience for me, because I don't even know what would have happened if I had allowed that to fester beyond what it was at that time. So yeah, I bless God for a spirit that jolted me back to reality, and the scales kind of like fell from my eyes. I'm like, whoo, okay. Yes, so I've gone through a lot of challenges. It's very hard to be a business owner. It's very hard to accelerate in your career. And it's just very hard to juggle all the things that you have to juggle together in life. So yes.
Amazing, awesome. I can just imagine you lost the domain name. Then they sent you an email. I gave you 2
Yes.
weeks.
Yes, they gave me 2 weeks.
You were just waiting and like, you know what? And then suddenly you were like, oh my God.
Yeah.
So yes, you actually do face challenges, and sometimes you just want to quit. But that thing, something, some people call it the still small voice that keeps telling you and keeps pushing you to do the right thing. Now, I've noticed now, I think I have been following you for a couple of years now. I mean, 5 or 6 years now. And I know that there's something that you're really passionate about. Now, one of the greatest challenges women or entrepreneurs face, they say it's funding, but you always say no. Funding is not one of your challenges. So what is the greatest challenge you think that African entrepreneurs face, especially those in Nigeria? And because you're dealing with women, what do you think is one of their greatest challenges, and how can they overcome it? I know you always say funding shouldn't be the first thing that you think about, but some people keep saying that is where my major challenge comes from.
Okay. Yeah. Entrepreneurship is challenging. I wanted to say that it's not limited to Nigeria or Africa. Entrepreneurship is challenging everywhere in the world. And I say this because I've been on both sides of the divide. So you are abroad, you have challenges. You are back home, you have challenges. So let's get that straight. Now, what I think of when I think about the greatest challenges of entrepreneurs in Africa or maybe in Nigeria, definitely you're right. It's not capital. That is not the first thing on my list. Capital is a challenge, but it's not the first thing on my list. I would say that mindset. Number one is mindset. So if you don't have the right mindset, there's no way that you can be successful. So the first thing I believe people should invest in is their own personal development. Personal development helps you to have a different perspective about life. It helps you to build your resilience. It also helps you to offer value over money. Like one of our speakers said earlier, if you offer value, if you go above and beyond, people will be your megaphones. They would tell everyone about you, and you would never lack. So Challenges, yes. Lack of capital is part of it. You know, if you need capital to grow, but if you have the right attitude, you already have people around you that can support you. You just need to look around and remember, when you are looking for help, you need to serve. You need to serve before you deserve. A lot of people feel entitled. A lot of people want people to help them. But the question is, what are you bringing to the table? Yes, we know you don't have money, but what are you bringing to the table? So if you're approaching someone, you're asking them for help, there's something that you need to bring to the table. And you have, nobody wants to join a stationary bus. You can't just say, oh, I have this idea, the idea that you've not tested and you want people to support you. No. So yes, there are challenges in Africa. Another major challenge I think African entrepreneurs have is, you know, regulations, governmental regulations, maybe lack of basic amenities that make things easy. Something as simple as logistics, you know, it's a big problem in Nigeria and in Africa. So those are the challenges I would say, but definitely lack of capital sits in the back burner for me.
Okay, awesome, amazing. Now, I'm going to reiterate something you said. You said, when you serve, you deserve.
Absolutely.
I think that is a tweetable quote, and I would like to see it in the comment section. I would like to see you use the hashtag as well. You said, when you serve, you deserve. So it's also good to be a volunteer, because when you volunteer, you get to network and meet other people. So you say you don't have the money right now. I mean, so what are you bringing to the table? Really serve, offer that service you have. I mean, you're giving of your time, you're giving of your energy without any reward in return. But guess what? You're connecting with people who at the end of the day would actually be of good benefit to you.
Exactly.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Now our minds have been reset and reshaped. I have changed the narrative to say capital is not the problem.
No.
It is your mindset.
Yes.
All right. So I noticed that you seem to be involved in a lot of leadership and would I say politics or some sort, because I mean, if you have to be a leader, of course you can be, I mean, you can get into politics as well. Do you ever think that you would ever come back to your hometown and make changes? Because sometimes people say, oh, it's because you're in an enabling environment. That's why you can say all of the things you're saying. That's why you can say and do all of these things you're doing. Do you ever think that you would come back here to make all of the changes that you actually desire to be made here in Nigeria?
All right. So for me, leadership and politics are integral parts of life, and I think everyone should be interested. So if you are not active in politics or you're not active in leadership, then you can't complain. So you do your own part and you keep things moving. So to your question on whether I'll be coming back to Nigeria to make changes, I absolutely have not thought of that. I don't know if I'll go back or not. That's not a question that I can answer right now. But however, I do believe that distance is not a barrier. We can make changes from anywhere we are. As I'm speaking, people are watching from India, people are watching from the UK, people are watching from the US. We have made a positive impact in the lives of people. You don't necessarily have to be in a physical environment before your changes, before the effect of the changes can be felt. So for example, we have Apple Incorporated. They have a global business and they have changed the lives of people in this planet forever. So I believe that impact can be made and felt anywhere. So we have no limitations. I don't know if I'm going back to Nigeria. I don't think I'm that passionate to that point, but I do believe that I can make my own change in my own way wherever I am.
Awesome. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you so much. Yes, indeed, you're making an impact from where you are. Thank you so much, everyone who is, I can see your comments. We can read your comments. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, now this brings me to this question. You know, in this phase where we're in, where everyone seems to, you know, compare themselves as entrepreneurs with each other's entrepreneur's journey. So I want to compare my own journey as entrepreneur to yours. It seems like that's the trend. right? And how do you encourage women to stay focused? Because it seems like we always say, well, we are multitaskers. I can do a million and one things at the same time. I'm not going to lose focus. I'm going to be focused. How do we get them to become focused and not lose their way? Underlining point here is because they keep comparing their entrepreneurship journey with that of someone else, and that can actually make them lose their way. So how do we get them? How do you encourage them to stay focused so they don't lose their way?
All right. Those that compare themselves to others never reach their destination. Okay, two things will happen. You would never reach your destination, or you get there very, very late. And the reason is because by the time you start comparing yourself with another person, you're taking your eyes off your goals. You're taking your eyes off your destination. So it's like you're running a 100-meter race, right? And you have other competitors running in the same direction, right? But you all have your lanes. The moment you look back to see who is coming behind you, or you look left, or you look right, you lose momentum. You lose momentum because you're forcing your body that is being propelled by force. You're forcing it to stop. And sometimes when you stop, you trip and fall. You might not have to nurse a wound for 3 months, 6 months before you get back up. Sometimes you may never get the opportunity to get back up. So to those that love to compare themselves with another person, I would say that that is not a wise thing to do. Even the Bible says that those that compare themselves to themselves are not wise. It's not a wise thing to do. So another reason why people should learn to focus, or let me say another reason why you shouldn't compare yourself to another person, is that the moment you start comparing yourself to that other person, you are giving up your right to become a pace setter. You're giving up your right to become a pace setter. Becoming a pace setter requires maximum concentration on the task at hand. So if you feel like you can multitask, that's fine. That's a gift that God has given to us women. But you also need to measure what you're doing. You need to focus on one thing at a time, master it, maybe delegate to other people that can run that thing for you in your absence. You don't need your physical presence. Then you can focus on some other things. Sometimes you can do a ratio. You can do 75% focus on one thing, and then the other thing might be 25%, maybe your side hustle or something that you just love to do. But you don't want to get your hands in too many things at the same time.
Awesome. That's pretty awesome. Thank you so much for that. I really, really did enjoy that last part of what you said. You said, like I said to all of you initially, I said that I'm going to be writing a book after this conference is over, because I have heard so many amazing words. And let me say this, and I would like to see it in the comment section. You are giving up your right to become a pace setter if you keep following after everyone's footstep.
Yep.
You give up your right to become a pace setter if you keep following everybody's footstep. That is absolutely remarkable. Now, everybody has a version of who Seun Akinloto is. Everybody has a version of who you are. I would want you to tell us who really is Seun Akinloto.
Yes, I am that girl from Rock City that is filled with love. I love people. I love to help. My core being is love. I love to be an impact wherever I find myself. And I also believe that I'm a bearer of good fortune. I believe that people that associate with me, their lives will get better, and vice versa. So I choose my friends, but I'm just love. I'm very disciplined too. Sometimes I say it as it is. I'm not very diplomatic. So sometimes my words can come out very strongly at you, but the people that my words are strong at them are the people I love the most. So I wouldn't talk to a stranger, but if you come into my space, if you want to be in my circle, yes, you must be ready to hear the truth. Sometimes it hurts, sometimes it doesn't feel good, but I do it out of love.
All right, awesome. I'm a testimony to that. Yes, 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 yes. So that brings me to my question. Just like you said, you're full of love, and that you are like your father, Jesus. You're full of love, and if you have to correct someone, it is out of love. So tell us about the vision for the Power Woman experience. And why women? I know you said you love women. I know you said listen to your story, but I'm sure a lot of people haven't. They're just joining in and they didn't get the opportunity to watch and listen to you speak. So tell us the vision for Power Woman, the Power Woman experience, and why women? Because I see a lot of men were complaining initially, but hey, I have a lot of men in the comment section who are actually praising
They
you right
forced their way in.
now. Yes, they did. Yes, they
Well,
did.
I do have some male friends that tell me, "Oh, you're being biased. Why are you shutting us out?" You know, and I believe that knowledge transcends gender. So knowledge is for everyone. It's not just for women. I love all genders. I'm not gender biased. My business On Point Success serves men and women. So if anyone needs my services, we don't say, oh, we only serve women. No. So we serve men and women. I just wanted to, put that out there. So my platform On Point Small Business Success, it caters to women because of my personal experience and my dreams as a child. I have seen a lot of women go through unbelievable level of abuse and being put down constantly. So women need someone to encourage them and motivate them and inspire them that you have great potentials inside of you that were given to you the moment you were born. So in terms of the vision for the Power Woman experience, I want it to be a platform whereby trailblazing career professional business women would come together. I want women to experience healing. I want them to experience abundance. I want those whose dreams have been lost so that those dreams should be revived. Those that are constantly overlooked, I want to give them the spotlight. Those that have been put down, I want to help them to rise up. So it's a platform where women can come to learn, collaborate, connect, and network with one another and just become better versions of themselves.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. If you're just joining in, this is still the Power Woman Experience 2020. And use the hashtag PWE20, hashtag PW Experience 20, hashtag the Power Woman Experience. Thank you so much, Joaquin Loton. This has truly been amazing. We are actually on the global stage right now. The Power Woman Experience is being watched in several countries around the world today. Now, what is next for us? In the next 5 years, where do you see the Power Woman Experience? We're already on the global stage, but where do you see us? Where do you see this going?
The Power Woman Experience. Wow. This is a dream come true for me, and I want to thank God and the beautiful people He has put in my life. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to serve. I'm grateful for the opportunity to pour out of myself into other people. In the next 5 years, my dream for the Power Woman Experience is to make it a platform where every woman in every continent would, participate. And the goal and intention is to break down the walls of limitations. And I want it to be a global stage for women who are working extremely hard and they're impacting their communities, but might not be noticed. I want to give the spotlight to women. I want it to be a platform whereby women would come to share their stories. And, so I want every woman from every continent to be a part of it, and we'll keep moving.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. And if you're just joining, you can follow her. You can follow her, Sheon Akinloto, on Facebook, on Instagram, and then you can also get the book. Follow her at Sheon Akinloto via Instagram at Sheon Akinloto, and on Facebook too. You can also see her. You can actually get the book on Equal. Bring out your phones, open your camera, put it on the QR code, and the link will come up. Just click on it, and you can download the book straight away. You can actually do that. You can follow her as well. Okay, Sheon Akinloto, is there something that you want to tell the people just before we round up this session. Is there any other thing you want to say to them? Any other thing you want to say to them?
Well, I've said this earlier in my welcome address. I just wanted to reiterate the fact that your voice is valid wherever you are. So you need to speak up. Don't mind what has happened to you in the past. That moment in class that maybe you have a question, but you're scared. Your teacher was too strict, or you felt like your friends would laugh at you. I want to believe that you are an adult now. My husband would say something that I don't know how to put it in English, but it would say that you can't be in pain twice. If you don't, if you're pained outside, you shouldn't be pained inside. So there has to be a place whereby you can speak up. Your voice is valid, and you have only one shot at this thing called life. You don't want to go to the grave with so much inside of you. So speak up. Use your voice for things that are positive. Believe in yourself. If you don't believe in yourself, you're going nowhere. You are not going to maximize your potential. And whatever it is, just keep going. Don't stop. If you have to crawl, crawl. If you have to walk, walk. If you can fly, fly. The most important thing is to keep going. Don't stay stationary. Just keep going. Keep believing in yourself, and know that your voice is valid. Your voice is truly valid.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much for organizing this amazing experience for all of us. Thank you so much. It was amazing.
Pleasure.
I had an amazing time with you. And I'm sure you had her very well. She said, if you have to crawl, crawl. If you have to walk, walk. If
Absolutely.
you have to ask for help, just like the lady Atinuke Yakubu said, she didn't know she could ask for help. But if you have to ask for help, you should know when to ask for help. Okay?
But don't just ask. You also give. And
Yes.
giving is not just about money. You have to bring value to the table. You have to serve before you deserve.
Honestly, you have to serve. That's my new slogan: serve before you deserve. Right?
Yes.
Now, just like we said again, this program was brought to you by On Point Business Success, and it is free.
On Point Small Business Success.
On Point Small Business Success, and it is free, and it cost us a lot to put this together.
Absolutely.
So you can actually give.
Yes.
I'm sure it's going to come up now. So we're accepting donations. Just bring out your phone, open your camera, like I always say, put it on the black box, which is your QR code, and a link will come up. Click on it, then you can start making your donations. You have PayPal as well. You can follow that. But if you say, oh, I can't do this right now, you can just quickly copy the link and then do the payment later. We expect you to please give us your donations, and we'll be very, very grateful to this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Quinette.
Thank you so much. Okay, so it's time for me to talk to my co-host Fola. I think I'm missing her somewhere because I think we're going to be co-authors. Fola, do you want to share the spotlight with me? Let's become the authors, or let's co-author.
Yes, all of this great information we've been hearing all morning. I am excited. I'm pumped up. I have my notes here. I mean, I'm ready to write that book with you, Queenette.
Yeah, I think we should co-author the book together. It would make a lot of sense. Now, tell me, what was the most, riveting word that you heard today from Seun Akinlotun? She said so many amazing things.
She did.
Up to the interview and all of the little nuggets she had thrown, here and there. What was the one thing that stood out for you?
I think one of the things that she said in a final comment was just about doing the work and not just asking people for things, right? Because a lot of times people just expect people to give us things. But I think one of the things that she touched on was us doing our part, us doing the work, and that when we go to people, they'll know that we're serious. Of course, at least what I took from it. So being able to do the work, being able to put in our part is one thing that stuck out to me. I mean, there was just so many amazing things. I'm trying to even think of what else we can say about it, but I know you have a lot more information to share, but that's what stuck with me.
Yes. Same here. As you said, you can't always complain. Complain. There must be something you can do. And can you imagine, I don't know how much the currency was back then or what the equivalent is right now, but her mom started a business with 30 naira. And like we always say, parents have to model the kind of character they want to see in their children. And guess what? She picked it up and she's turned out to be an amazing woman right now.
Absolutely.
Empowered woman. So let's talk about the selfie challenge. Do we have some pictures to show?
Yes, let's see some ladies. It's not too late. Please use the hashtag. And one thing, Queenette, a lot of people have been watching all day, but one of the things that we want to remind people is if you haven't been watching all day, or if you've missed some of it, you've missed all of it, and you're just tuning in, if you can go back on and still share this. They can rewatch this by just rewinding, right? Isn't that correct, Queenette?
Yes, you can always watch it again and again and again and again and again and again.
Okay. All right, so the selfie challenge is going to stream on our social media platforms. Just keep them coming all day long. I'm going to take a few more selfies because I love selfies. You love selfies?
Yes. I'm beginning to like them. So yes, I'm going to take a lot more because I need to be featured on this platform because
Absolutely.
we are global. We are actually global.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So just keep your comments coming. Keep your pictures coming. We will post it on your social media. If you missed the hashtag before, it's hashtag PWE20, hashtag the Power Woman Experience 20, hashtag
the Power
I'm sorry.
It's okay. The Power Woman Experience.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
And thank you so much for sticking with us. And I'm going to just say this again. If you're just joining us, thank you for coming. But remember to subscribe to this YouTube channel. Remember to click on the bell for notifications. Then again, remember to make a donation. It is a beautiful event. But you know what? A lot of funds were put into this. So please make a donation. And then again, we would really, really, really want to hear your feedback on how the event went. So, yes, it's on the screen. So we'll give you time to do the survey. Tell us how you felt. Were you happy? Were you sad? Did you take anything from all of the things we have said, right? So let us know. Let us know. Yes.
So is everybody excited? Has everybody been inspired? Is everyone feeling empowered, amazed?
If you're feeling empowered, please just put that, the muscle button right there. Just put it there. Let's see it. Oh, please make a donation. Thank you so much. People are saying make a donation. Oh,
they're
good
grateful.
vibes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
The vision, the hashtag, yes, selfie challenge.
Yes.
Thank you. We see one person said it's one of their favorite programs ever. Hashtag favorite program ever.
Oh, awesome. So we have so many hashtags. We put together so many hashtags. So Paula, I've had an amazing time. It was such an amazing time with you and all of these amazing women we have here. Powerful women, powerhouses, impacting their world and changing the narrative. So I think it is time for us to call on our convener to come give us.
Yes. Thanks.
Yes.
Hello, everyone from across the world, around the world. I am overwhelmed with gratitude. I thank you for your love, for your kindness, your support. Oh my goodness. I can't list all the names, but I would like to thank especially our speakers and our moderators. You are phenomenal. Our volunteers working night and day. I love you all. Thank you so much. Our sponsors, the people that pitched in, I'm really, really grateful. And I will ask that you don't go anywhere. We actually have a slideshow for you so you can spot your name. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Until next year, I would say be exceptional, be intentional, and be on point.
Thank God I made it, a winner by the spirit, and nothing just control it, it's in my blood now. Thank God I made it, a winner by the spirit, and nothing just control it. Down in the building, it's in my blood, it's in my blood, yeah. This one's in my blood, yeah. It's in my blood now, it's in my blood, it's in my blood, this one's in my blood, yeah.